Chapter 3, Part 3 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10. Ingersoll's opening address to the jury in the Second Star Route Trial, Part 3 of 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I believe when I stopped, the principal conspirators were substantially broke. The head and front was out $16,000 or $18,000, and the other two men $10,000 each. Now, a contract was made, and I propose to prove that contract in the course of this trial. When that contract comes to be shown, it will be about this: that on the 16th day of August, 1878, H. M. Vale, John R. Minor, John M. Peck, and John W. Dorsey made an agreement. That agreement made a partnership, and we will show that a partnership was formed by and between Minor, Vale, Peck, and Dorsey on the 16th day of August, 1878. We will show by the articles of that partnership that H. M. Vale was made treasurer, and that all the other partners agreed, by suitable powers of attorney, to put the collection of all the money from the government absolutely in his hands. When he got the money, he agreed, first, to pay all the subcontractors, second, the expenses necessary and incident to the proper conduct of the business, third, to divide the profits remaining among the parties as provided in that contract. The profits were to be divided as follows: from routes in Indian Territory, Kansas, Nebraska, and Dakota, to H. M. Vale, 1/3, to John R. Minor, 1/6, to John M. Peck, 1/6, and to John W. Dorsey, 1/3. From routes in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Washington Territory, Oregon, Nevada, and California, to H. M. Vale, 1/3, to John R. Minor, 1/3, and to John M. Peck, 1/3. Before any division of profits was to be made, the sums which before that time had been advanced were to be paid to the parties so advancing such sums, and if the profits were not sufficient to repay the entire sums so advanced, they were to be paid from time to time during the existence of the life of these contracts. Now, you will find that such contract was made on the 16th day of August, 1878, and that Mr. H. M. Vale then took absolute and complete control of every one of these routes, and the only thing they asked of him was to repay the money that had been advanced, which, as you know, and as I have told you, was the $16,000 or $18,000 by S. W. Dorsey and $10,000 by Peck, and about the same amount by John W. Dorsey. Now that is understood. At that time, certain papers were executed by all the parties. I told you that a law had been passed by virtue of which a man could make a subcontract and have that subcontract put on file, and thereupon he could be protected by the government. Now, when H. M. Vale took these routes, and they were to be managed by him, subcontracts were made by the other parties to Mr. Vale, and Mr. Vale put those subcontracts on record. Now you can see that they gave him the absolute and entire control of every route. That was the condition. I have explained to you the liability of a contractor. He cannot put it off on a subcontractor. He is the man primarily responsible to the government during the life of that contract and for 6 months thereafter. Whenever a contract is awarded to any person, he is regarded as the original contractor, and his name is kept upon the books of the department during the life of that contract. No matter how many subcontracts may be made, he is looked to primarily if there is a failure of a trip, or if there is a failure of the service, and he is responsible for its complete performance. If there comes some great storm and the road is obstructed by snow, or if the bridges are all carried away by flood and the subcontractor throws down the contract, the original contractor must be ready to take it up, and if he fail to do so, he can be fined 3 times what he has received for each trip. There is one case in one of these 19 routes, gentlemen, where the fines exceeded the entire pay simply because they did not carry the mail according to the contract. Now then, these parties finally made a settlement and they divided these routes. They divided them. They ceased to have any interest in common. Recollect, that was in April 1879. I want you to know it because this entire case depends on your knowing it. This entire case, gentlemen of the jury, depends on your understanding it. In April 1879, Mr. Vail, having had possession of these routes for several months, a division was made of them, and all interest in common was at that moment severed. At this time, I say, these routes were divided, and all partnership interest was absolutely destroyed. I want to tell you why. When Dorsey returned from New Mexico and found that his orders on the Post Office Department had been superseded by subcontracts and that his collateral security was worthless, he was indignant, and at that time he and Mr. Vail had a quarrel. He did not think he had been properly treated, and for that reason, the moment he got the note at the German-American Bank provided for, the moment he induced Mr. Vail to assume the payment of that note, he gave evidence that he wanted a settlement. Not that he wanted the routes divided at that time, because he did not dream of such a thing. He wanted the settlement. He wanted his money. The arrangement that had been made with Mr. Vail was unknown to Mr. Dorsey, who at that time was in New Mexico. And, as I told you before, when he returned and found that the note that had been given to the German-American National Bank was protested, and found, as I told you twice, his collateral security was worthless, he wanted a settlement. He wanted his money refunded to him. They said to him, "We haven't the money. We have just got the stock really upon these routes. We have just got under way and we cannot pay out the money." "Very well," said he, "what will you give me?" I want you all to see that this was a simple, natural, ordinary proceeding. Said he, "I want my money." Said Vail to him, "We haven't the money, but I will tell you what we will do. We will divide the routes with you." Now recollect at that time that they had 134 routes, and had given some of them away. At that time they agreed upon a division, and they agreed how that division should be made. We will prove the agreement to you. The agreement was that Mr. Vail should choose first, taking the route he wanted, he and Miner being together at that time, that Mr. Dorsey should choose the next, and Mr. Miner should choose the third route, and then that Mr. Vail should choose the fourth, Stephen W. Dorsey the fifth route, Mr. Miner the sixth route, Mr. Vail the seventh route, and so on. They finally concluded it would be fair for Mr. Vail to take the best route, Dorsey the next best, and Miner the next best, and then again Vail the best, Dorsey the next best, and Miner the next best, and that would be an average that would do justice to each. In that way, gentlemen, they divided these routes. There was no conspiracy, nothing secret. This division was made on the 6th day of April, 1879. not only after Dorsey had gone out of the Senate, but after he had advanced this money, after they had failed to repay him, after he had failed to collect it, and when he finally had said, "I must have some settlement that recognizes my claim." Gentlemen, I want you to know that. In this case, that fact will be one of the great central facts. On the 6th day of April, 1879, these routes were absolutely divided, and after that they had nothing in common. But you recollect that these routes were divided by chance. Mr. Vail chose the first route. He might choose a route that had been bid off by Peck, or he might choose a route that had been bid off by John W. Dorsey. Stephen W. Dorsey took the next route, and that might have been a route that had originally been awarded to his brother, or to Peck, or to Minor. You can see how that is. The division was here complete. Mr. Minor did not have the routes he had bid off, and that had been given to him by the government. Mr. Vail came in, and as Mr. Vail was not an original bidder, he took routes that had been awarded to Minor and to Peck and to John W. Dorsey. By the division, Stephen W. Dorsey came into possession of routes that he never had bid off, because he never bid for one. Consequently, as he went along with those routes, he needed, and he had ofttimes, the affidavit or the certificate of the original contractor. That was a necessity. Otherwise, the division could not have been carried out. Anything that arises from the necessity of the case does not tend to show any conspiracy or any illegal partnership. I hope you understand perfectly that on the 6th day of April, 1879, these routes were divided, and Stephen W. Dorsey took his share, because they at that time owed him between $16,000 and $18,000. What more did he do, gentlemen? He agreed at that time that he would refund to John W. Dorsey all the money he had expended. That amount was about $10,000. It was $9,000 and something. He also agreed that he would refund to John M. Peck, who is now dead, the money he had expended, which was between $9,000 and $10,000. He also agreed that he would take the routes for the money he had expended, and that was between $16,000 and $18,000. So when these routes were turned over to him, they were taken in full of over $16,000 advanced by him, $10,000 that he was to give to his brother, and $10,000 that he was to give to John M. Peck, in the neighborhood of $38,000 in all. Speaking of the sum without interest, it amounted to $36,000. Those routes were turned over to him. Gentlemen, it was not done in secret. When that division was made, the law having provided no way for A to assign a contract to B, that assignment had to be accomplished by a subcontract, and consequently subcontracts had to be given to Vail. Subcontracts to John R. Minor, and subcontracts to S. W. Dorsey, and yet the original contractor was still held by the government. When the subcontract was made, it was for the entire amount of the pay, not $1 remaining for the original contractor. Now I want to state to you what we are going to prove about that. After the division was made, to show you the interest taken by the arch conspirator, we will prove these facts: that when the routes awarded to him by chance on the 6th day of April 1879 had been awarded, he left the city of Washington in a few days and went to New Mexico. that he returned here on the 15th or 16th of May, that he left again on the 19th of May and went to Arkansas, that from Arkansas he went to New Mexico and returned to Washington on the 21st day of June, and that on the 27th of June he left for New Mexico. The next time he visited Washington was in July of the following year, 1880. He remained here one day, left and returned again to witness the inauguration of General Garfield. From June 27, 1879, up to the present hour, I challenge these gentlemen to show that Stephen W. Dorsey ever wrote one line, one word, one letter to any officer of the Post Office Department. I challenge them to show that he ever took the slightest interest in any star route, or said one word to any human being about that business, except in explanation when attacked by the government or in the newspapers. Now, gentlemen, after the division of these routes, what did Stephen W. Dorsey do? This is a story, complicated it may seem, perfectly plain when you understand the surroundings. It is a story necessary for you to know. After he got these routes, what did he do? Did he want them? Did he want to engage in carrying the mail of the United States? Was that his business? At that time he had a ranch in New Mexico where he was raising cattle. That was his business and is up to today. Did he want to stay here? Did he want to attend to these contracts? That is for you to determine. Did he want to enter into some partnership by which the government was to be fleeced? That is for you to say. I tell you he had another business. I tell you he had a ranch in New Mexico. I will prove it to you. And that ranch was of more importance to him than all the star routes in the United States. We will show you that at that time he could not have afforded to waste his time on these routes, that the business he was then engaged in was too profitable to waste any time in the mail business. Profitable as these gentlemen appear to think it was, what did he do? Just as soon as he could make the arrangement, he went to a gentleman living in Pennsylvania by the name of James W. Bosler. Who is Bosler? He is a man well acquainted with the business of contracting with the government. He has been in that business for years and years. He is a man of ample fortune, excellent reputation, considered by his friends and neighbors to be a gentleman and an honest man. He went to him. That we will show you. He said to Mr. Bosler, I have advanced money by the endorsement of a note. I am in a business that I do not understand. We have had to divide the routes in order for me to have security for my debt. I want to turn these routes over to you. I'm not acquainted with the business of carrying the mail. I know absolutely nothing about it. I want you to take it. How did he turn it over? We will show you. He said to Mr. Bosler, you take all the routes that have been given to me, every one. You run them and you pay me back my money, and then we will divide the profit. Mr. Bosler said he was not very well acquainted with post office business, but he understood how to transact any ordinary business, and he would take them. That is all there is to it. He took the routes, every one. I believe that he took absolute control within a few months of the 6th day of April. I do not know, but the warrants for the first quarter were paid or came in some way to S. W. Dorsey. But for the second quarter, Mr. Bosler took them, and from that day to this, Mr. Bosler has controlled those routes. He has carried every mail or has contracted with the man who did carry it. Every solitary thing that has been done from that day to this has been done by him. Every dollar has been collected by Mr. Bosler, and every dollar has been dispersed by Mr. Bosler. And before we get through, I'm going to tell you how all the routes that were given to Mr. S.W. Dorsey came out. Let me tell you how they came out. Mr. Bosler has carried the mail, paid the expenses, kept the accounts, and, gentlemen, I'm going to tell you how much he made out of this vast conspiracy that has convulsed that part of the moral world that has been hired and paid to be convulsed. I'm going to tell you exactly how we came out on all this business. I will give you the product of all this rascality, of all this conspiracy, of all the written and spoken lies. I will tell you our joint profit on this entire business. A business that promised to change the administration of this government. A business about which reputations have been lost and no reputations will be won. Counting it all, every dollar, and taking into consideration the midnight meetings, the whisperings in alleys, the strange grips and signs that we have had to invent and practice, you will wonder at the amount. I will give it to you all. Mr. Bosler has kept the books, has expended every dollar, collected every warrant, and I say to you today that the entire profit has been less than $10,000, not enough to pay 10 witnesses of the government. Our profits have not been 1/50th of the expense of the government in this prosecution, not 1/50th, and I say this, gentlemen, knowing what I am saying. It is charged by the government that these gentlemen were conspirators, that they dragged the robes of office in the mire of rascality, that they swore lies, that they made false petitions, that they forged the names of citizens, that they did all this for the paltry profit of $10,000. That is what we will show you. And the moment this reform administration swept into power, they cut down the service on these routes. They not only did that, but they refused to pay the month's extra pay, and they committed all this villainy in the name of reform. And do you know some of the meanest things in this world have been done in the name of reform? They used to say that patriotism was the last refuge of a scoundrel. I think reform is. And whenever I hear a small politician talking about reform, borrowing soap to wash his official hands, with his mouth full and his memory glutted with the rascality of somebody else, I begin to suspect him. I begin to think that that gentleman is preparing to steal something. So much then for the conspiracy up to this point, up to the division of these routes in 1879. Now recollect it. Now the next charge that is made against us, and it is a terrific one, is that these defendants, my clients, have filled the post office department with petitions, false petitions, forged petitions. I want to tell you here today that these gentlemen will never present any petitions upon any route upon which my clients are interested that they will claim was forged. Not one. Have we not the right, gentlemen, to petition? Has not the humblest man in the United States a right to send a petition to Congress? Has not the smallest man, I will go further, has not the meanest man the right to petition Congress? Why, it is considered one of our constitutional rights, not only, but a right back of the Constitution, to make known your grievances to the governing power. Every man always had a right to petition the king. There is no government so absolutely devoid of the spirit of liberty that the meanest subject in it has not the right to express his opinion to the king, to the Tsar. Upon what meat do these officers feed, that they are grown so great that an ordinary citizen may not address a petition to one of them? Now I ask you, if you were living in Colorado and could get a mail once a week, have you not the right to petition your member of Congress to have it 3 times a week? Do you not know that every member of Congress from every state, every delegate from every territory is judged by his constituents by the standard of what he does, by what he does for whom, by what he does for them? They send a man to Congress to help them, and they expect that man to get them a mail just as often as any other member of Congress gets his people a mail, do they not? And if he cannot do that, they will leave that young gentleman at home. They will find another man. It is the boast of a member of Congress when he returns to his constituents. I have done something for you. You only had a mail here once a week. I have got it 4 times a week, gentlemen. Here is a river that was navigable. I have got a custom house. Here is a great district in which the United States holds a court, and I have an appropriation for a court house. Up will go the caps. They will say, he is the man we want to represent us next session. But if he sneaks back and says, gentlemen, you do not need a courthouse. You have mails often enough. The reply of the people is, and you have been to Congress often enough. That is nature. And no matter how highly we are civilized, when you scratch through the varnish, you find a natural man. Now then, every member of Congress felt it was his duty, his privilege, and his leverage to have the mails established. And when the people got up petitions, he would endorse them. He would look at the petitions. There was the principal man, you know, in his town. He would look down a little farther. There was a fellow that had an idea of running against him. He would look down a little farther, and there was the man who presented his name at the last convention. There is the fellow who subscribed $300 towards the expenses of the campaign. That is enough. He turns it right over. I most earnestly recommend that this petition be granted. So and so, MC. Then he would put it in his coat pocket, and he would march down to General Brady with a smile on his face as broad as the horizon of his countenance. He would just explain to the gentleman that there are miners' camps springing up all over that country, towns growing in a night like mushrooms. Providence just throwing prosperity away in that valley, that they have to have a daily mail then and there. And he would show this petition. In 3 weeks more there would come 50 others, and it would be granted. Why, even the counsel for the prosecution would have done the same. Strange as it may appear, they would have done just the same. Maybe worse, maybe better. The post office officials might have granted more to them. Now, I have always had the idea that it was one of my rights to sign a petition, that no man in this country could grow so great that I had not the right just to hand the gentleman a paper with my opinion on it. Do you know, I do not think anybody can get so big that an American citizen cannot send a letter to him if he pays the postage, and in that letter he can give him his opinion. There is no fraud about that, not the slightest. These men, all out through the mountains, men that went out there, you know, to hunt for silver and for gold, live in little camps of not more than 20 or 30, maybe. But they wanted to hear from home just as bad as though there had been 500 in that very place. And a fellow that had dug in the ground about 11 feet and had found some rock with a little stain on it and had had the stain assayed wanted to hear from home right off. He stayed there and dreamed about fortune, palaces, pictures, carriages, statues, and the whole future was simply an avenue of joy upon which he and his wife and the children would ride up and down. He wanted to write a letter right off. He wanted to tell the folks how he felt. Do you think that man would not sign a petition for another mail? Do you think that fellow would vote to send a stupid man to Congress who could not get another mail? He felt rich. He was sleeping right over a hole that had millions in it, and he had not much respect for a government that could not afford to send a millionaire a letter. Now, Mr. Bliss tells you that we forged petitions. And in only a few moments, as the court will remember, he had the kindness to say that anybody in the world would sign a petition for anything. And the question arises, if people are so glad to sign petitions, why should we forge their names? Do you not see that doctrine kind of swallows itself? You certainly would not forge the name of a man to a note who was hunting you up to sign it. And yet the doctrine of the government is that while the whole West rose en masse, each man with a pen in his hand and inquiring for a petition, these defendants deliberately went to work and forged it. It won't do, gentlemen. Oh, my Lord, what a thing a little common sense is when you come to think about it, when you come to place it before your mind. This ends Chapter 3, Part 3 of 5, read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Chapter 3, Part 4 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's opening address to the jury in the Second Star Route trial, Part 4 of 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now, the next great trouble in this case, gentlemen, is that we bid on routes that were not productive. When you remember that Congress made all these routes, now Congress did it. We did not do it. You will protect us. We did not make a solitary route upon which we bid. Strange as it may appear, Congress, with the map of the territories and the states of the Union before it, marked out all the routes. Congress determined where these routes should run. And yet this case has been tried as though in reality we were the parties who determined it. Now let me say something right here. It is for Congress to determine first of all on what routes the mail shall be carried. I want you to understand that, to get it into your heads, way in, that Congress determined that question, and that there has to be a law passed that the mail shall be carried from Tocqueville to Adairville, from Rawlins to White River. That law has to be passed first, and Congress has to say that that route shall be established. Now, get that in your minds. I give you my word, we never established a mail on the earth. That was done by Congress, and the moment Congress establishes a route, it becomes the duty of the Second Assistant Postmaster General to put the service upon that route, and the duty of the First Assistant Postmaster General to name the offices on that route. Is that not true? That is the doctrine. Now, that had all been done before we entered into a conspiracy. These routes had not only been established, but the government had advertised for service on these routes, and we bid. That was our crime. These gentlemen said, I believe, at one time, that they were about to lift a little of the curtain, to expose the action of Congress. You see, this suit has threatened the whole government. If the Constitution weathers this storm, it will be in luck. They were going to raise the curtain. They were going to be like children hanging around a circus tent. One lifts it up and halloos to another. Come quick, I see a horse's foot. They said that they were going to show the rascality of Congress. They have never done it. I suppose the reason may be that their pay depends upon an act of Congress, but they let that alone. Now, they say that Congress committed a great mistake. Why? They say they were routes that were not productive, and we knew it, and that when the people asked for expedition and increase on a route that was not productive, we were guilty of fraud. Now, gentlemen, let us see. There are not a great many productive post offices in the United States. They say that a post office that is not productive should be wiped out. Let me say to you, you cut off the post offices that are not productive, and you will have thousands the next day that are not productive. It is the unproductive offices that make others productive. You cut off those that are not productive, and you will have double the number that are not productive. You cut off all those that are unproductive, and you will have nothing left but the male line. You might say that there is not a spring that flows into the Mississippi that is navigable. Let us cut off the springs. Then what becomes of the Mississippi? That is not navigable either. It is on account of the streams not navigable, emptying into one that the one into which they empty becomes navigable. And yet these gentlemen say, in the interest of navigation, let us stop the springs because you cannot run a boat up them. That is their doctrine. There is no sense in that. You have got to treat this country as one country. You have got to treat the post office's business as a unit for an entire country. You have got to say that wherever the flag floats, the mail shall be carried. Wherever American citizens live, they shall be visited with the intelligence of the 19th century. That is what you have got to say. You have got to get up on a good high plane, and you have got to run a great government like this that dominates the fortune of a continent, and you have got to run it like great men. There has got to be some genius in this thing, and not little bits of suspicion. Productiveness. Let us see. We are informed by Mr. Bliss, who is paid for saying it, otherwise he would not, that the West is perfectly willing to have mail facilities at the expense of the East. I do not think the gentleman comprehends the West. There is nothing so laughable, and sometimes there is nothing so contemptible, as the egotism of a little fellow who lives in a big town. Some people really think that New York supports this country, and probably it never entered the mind of Mr. Bliss that this country supported New York, but it does. All the clerks in that city do not make anything. They do not manufacture anything. They do not add to the wealth of this world. I tell you, the men who add to the wealth of this world are the men who dig in the ground, the men who walk between the rows of corn, the men who delve in the mines, the men who wrestle with the winds and waves of the wide sea, the men on whose faces you find the glare of forges and furnaces, the men who get something out of the ground, and the men who take something rude and raw in nature and fashion it into form for the use and convenience of men, are the men who add to the wealth of this world. All the merchants in this world would not support this country. My lord, you could not get lawyers enough on a continent to run one town. And yet Mr. Bliss talks as though he thought that all the mutton and beef of the United States were raised in Central Park, as though we got all our wool from shearing lambs in Wall Street. It won't do, gentlemen. There is a great deal produced in the Western country. I was out there a few years ago and found a little town like Minneapolis with 15,000 people and everybody dead broke. I went there the other day and found 80,000 people and visited one man who grinds 5,000 bushels of flour each day. I found there the Falls of St. Anthony, doing work for a continent without having any back to ache, grinding 30,000 bushels of flour daily. Just think of the immense power it is. Millions of feet of lumber in this very country and Dakota, over which some of these routes run, yielding 100 million bushels of wheat. Only a few years ago I was there and passed over an absolute desert, a wilderness, and on this second visit found towns of 5,000 and 6,000 and 7,000 inhabitants. There is not a man on this jury, there is not a man in this house with imagination enough to prophesy the growth of the Great West. And before I get through, I will show you that we have helped to do something for that great country. Productiveness. Let me tell you where that idea of productiveness was hatched, where it was born, the egg out of which it came. It was by the Act of March 2nd, 1799, just after the Revolution, and just after our forefathers had refused to pay their debts, just after they had repudiated the debt of the Confederation, just after they had allowed money to turn to ashes in the pockets of the hero of Yorktown, or had allowed it to become worthless in the hand of the widow and the orphan. In 1799, the time when economy trod upon the heels almost of larceny, our Congress provided that the Postmaster General should report to Congress after the second year of its establishment every post road which should not have produced 1/3 of the expense of carrying the mail. Recollect it, and I want you to recollect in this connection that we never established a post route in the world. We will show that anyway if we show nothing else. By the Act of 1825, a route was discontinued within 3 years that did not produce 1/4 of the expenses. Now, when these laws were enforced, the postage was collected at the place of delivery. But in old times, gentlemen, in Illinois, in 1843, it was considered a misfortune to receive a letter. The neighbors sympathized with a man who got a letter. He had to pay 25 cents for it. It took 5 bushels of corn at that time, 5 bushels of oats, 4 bushels of potatoes, 10 dozen eggs to get one letter. I have myself seen a farmer in a perturbed state of mind, going from neighbor to neighbor telling of his distress because there was a letter in the post office for him. In 1851, the postage was reduced to 3 cents when it was prepaid, and the law provided that the diminution of income should not discontinue any route, neither should it affect the establishment of new routes, and for the first time in the history of our government, the idea of productiveness was abandoned. It was not a question of whether we would make money by it or not. The question was, did the people deserve a mail, and was it to the interest of the government to carry that mail? I am a believer in the diffusion of intelligence. I believe in frequent mails. I believe in keeping every part of this vast republic together by a knowledge of the same ideas, by a knowledge of the same facts, by becoming acquainted with the same thoughts. If there is anything that is to perpetuate this republic, it is the distribution of intelligence from one end to the other. Just as soon as you stop that, we grow provincial. We get little, mean, narrow prejudices. We begin to hate people because we do not know them. We begin to ascribe all our faults to other folks. I believe in the diffusion of intelligence everywhere. I want to give to every man and to every woman the opportunity to know what is happening in the world of thought. I want to carry the mail to the hut as well as to the palace. I want to carry the mail to the cabin of the white man or the colored man, no matter whether in Georgia, Alabama, or in the territories. I want to carry him the mail and hand it to him as I hand it to a Vanderbilt or to a Jay Gould. That is my doctrine. The law of 1851 did away with your productiveness nonsense, and when the mails were first put upon railways in the year 1838, the law made a limit, not on account of productiveness, but a limit of cost, and said the mail should not cost to exceed $300 a mile. Let me correct myself. In 1838, a law was passed that the mails might be carried by railroad provided they did not cost in excess of 25% over the cost of mail coaches. In 1839, that law was repealed, and the law then provided that the pay on railways should be limited to $300 a mile. So you see how much productiveness has to do with this business. In 1861, Congress provided for an overland mail. Did they look out for productiveness? The overland mail in 1861 was a little golden thread by which the Pacific and the Atlantic could be united through the Great War. Just a mail, carrying now and then a letter in 1861, and they were allowed, I think, 20 or 30 days to cross. Was productiveness thought of? Congress provided that they might pay for that service $800,000 a year. The mail did not exceed £1,000, including everything. Some letters that were carried from this side to the other cost the government $300 apiece. What was the object? It was simply that the hearts of the Atlantic and the Pacific might feel each other's throb through the Great War. That is all. Suppose some poor misguided attorney had stood up at that time and commenced talking about productiveness. In the presence of these great national objects, the cost fades, sinks. It is absolutely lost. Wherever our flag flies, I want to see the mail under it. After a while, we established what is known as the free delivery system. That was first established on the idea of productiveness. Whenever you start a new idea, as a rule, you have to appeal to all the meanness that is in conservatism. Before you can induce conservatives to do a decent action, you have to prove to them that it will pay at least 10%. So they started that way. They said, we will only have this free delivery system where it pays. We went on and found the system desirable, and that many people wanted it, and that the revenues of the post office department were so great that we could afford it, and we commenced having it where it did not pay. Right here in the city of Washington, right here in the capital of the great republic, we have the free delivery system. Is it productive? Last year we lost $21,000 distributing letters to the attorneys for the prosecution and others. And yet now this district has the impudence to talk about productiveness. If anybody wants to find that fact, it can be found on pages 42 and 45 of the Postmaster General's report, Productiveness. We have now a railway service in the United States. I want to know if that is calculated upon the basis of productiveness. A car starts from the city of New York and runs 12 hours ahead of the ordinary time to the city of Chicago for the simple purpose of carrying the mail, stopping only where the engine needs water, only when the monster whose bones are steel and whose breath is flame is tired. Do you suppose that pays? You could scarcely put letters enough into the cars at 3 cents apiece to pay for the trip. At last we regard this whole country as a unit for this business. We say the American people are to be supplied. We do not care whether they live in New York or in Durango. We do not care whether they are among the steeples of the East or the crags of the West. We do not care whether they live in the villages of New England or whether they are staked out on the plains of New Mexico. For the purpose of the distribution of intelligence, this great country is one. Do you see what a big idea that is? When it gets into the heads of some people, you have no idea how uncomfortable they feel. I have as much interest in this country as anybody, just exactly, and I am willing to subscribe my share to have this mail carried so that the man on the very western extreme, on the hem of the national garment, may have just as much as the man who lives here in the shadow of the Capitol. You see, whenever a man gets to the height where he does not want anything that he is not willing to give somebody else, then he first begins to appreciate what a gentleman is and what an American should be. Productiveness. I say that all the state and territorial lines have been brushed aside. We do not carry the mail in a state because it pays. We carry it because there are people there, because there are American citizens there, not because it pays. The post office is not a miser. It is a national benefactor. There are only 17 states in this union where the income of the post office department is equal to the outlay. Only 17 states in this union. There are 21 states in which the mail is carried at a loss. There are 10 territories in which we receive substantially nothing in return for carrying the mail. And there is one district, the District of Columbia. I do not know how many miles square this magnificent territory is. I guess about 6. 36 square miles. How much is the loss in this district per annum? About $1,500 a square mile. The annual loss right here in this district is $58,000, and yet the citizens of this town are rascally enough to receive the mail, according to the prosecution. Why is it not stopped? Why is not the Postmaster General indicted for a conspiracy with someone? This little territory, 6 miles square, has a loss of $58,000. If there was a corresponding loss in Kansas, Nebraska, California, Dakota, and Idaho, it would take more than the national debt to run the mail every year. And yet here, in 36 square miles, comes the wail of non-productiveness. It is almost a joke. We are carrying the mail in Kansas at a loss of $250,000 a year, and yet Kansas has 100 million bushels of wheat for sale. Good. I'm willing to send letters to such people. It is a vast and thriving country. It contains men who have laid the foundation of future empires. I want people big enough and broad enough and wide enough to understand that the valley of the Mississippi will support 500 millions of people. Let us get some ideas, gentlemen. Let us get some sense. There is nothing like it. We pay $500,000 a year for the privilege of carrying the mail in Nebraska. Do you know I'm willing to pay my share? Any man who will go out to Nebraska and just let the wind blow on him deserves to have plenty of mail. You do not know here what wind is. You have never felt anything but a zephyr. You have never felt anything but an atmospheric caress. Go and try Nebraska. The wind there will blow a hole out of the ground. Go out there and try one blizzard. A fellow that robs the North Pole and comes down on you, and you will be willing to carry the mail to any man that will stay there and plow 160 acres of land. When I see a post office clerk sitting in a good warm room and making a fuss about a chap in Nebraska for not carrying the mail against a blizzard, I have my sentiments. I know what I think of the man. In the territory of Utah, we pay $230,000 a year for the privilege of carrying the mails, and the males in that country are mostly polygamists. I want you to get an idea of this country. In the state of California, that state of gold, that state of wheat, the state that has added more to the metallic wealth of this nation than all others combined, an empire of magnificence. We pay $500,000 a year for the privilege of distributing the mail. I am glad of it. I want the pioneer fostered. I want the pioneer to feel the throb of national generosity. I want him to feel that this is his country. You see, the post office is about the only blessing he has. Every other visitor that comes from the general government wants taxes. The post office department is the only evidence we possess of national beneficence. It is the only thing that comes from the general government that has not a warrant that does not intend to arrest us. In Texas, which is an empire of 273,000 square miles, a territory greater than the French Empire, which at one time conquered Europe, we pay $459,000 for the privilege of distributing the mail. I am glad of it. It will not be long before that state will have millions of people and give us back millions of dollars each year, and with that surplus we will carry the mail to other territories. A man who has not pretty big ideas has no business in this country, not a bit. We pay $189,000 for the sake of carrying letters and papers around Arkansas. $183,000 for the privilege of wandering up and down Alabama, $107,000 in Missouri, $240,000 in Ohio, $280,000 in Georgia, $312,000 in Old Virginia. When I first went to Illinois, the government had to pay for the privilege of carrying the mail in that state. Now Illinois turns around and hands $660,000 of profit to the United States each year. She says, you carry the mail to the other fellows that cannot afford it, just the same as you carried it for us. You rocked our cradle, and we will pay for rocking somebody else's cradle. That is sense. In other words, in 17 states we have a profit of $7 million. In 21 states, 10 territories, and the District of Columbia, we have a loss of $5 million. When we regard the country as a unit, then we make money out of the whole business. That is good. We have in the United States about 110,000 miles of railroad now, and we pay about $200 a mile for carrying the mail on those railroads. We have 227,000 miles of star routes, and we pay on them between $20 and $30 a mile. I want you to think about it. In looking over the Postmaster General's report, I accidentally came across this fact. You know, gentlemen, the present period is a paroxysmal period of reform. We are having what is known as a virtuous spasm. We have that every little while. It is a kind of fiscal mumps or whooping cough. I find by this report that a mail averaging 20 pounds carried in a baggage car from Connellsville to Uniontown, Pennsylvania is paid for at the rate of $42.72 a mile. Under General Brady, the star routes cost between $20 and $30 a mile. Now, gentlemen, I have told you our connection with the star route business. I have told it all to you freely, frankly, and fully. Some charges have been made against us, and I want to speak to you about them. You understand that it often takes quite a while to explain a charge that is made in only a few words. One man can say another did so-and-so. It is only a lie, and yet it may take pages for the accused man to make his explanation. The worst lie in the world is a lie which is partly true. You understand that. When you explain a lie that has a little circumstance going along with it, certifying to it and attesting to its truth, it takes you a great deal longer to explain it than it did to tell it. The first great charge is that for us, and I limit myself to my clients, orders were antedated. That is one great charge. Let me tell you just how that was. Mr. Bliss calls attention to the fact that Mr. Brady made orders relating back, and in one case he alleged that the order was made for the benefit of my clients to take effect 6 weeks prior to its being issued. I want to explain that. A railroad was being constructed along the line of one of these routes. It may be well enough for me to say that it was the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad. The points from which the mail was carried had to be changed as the road progressed. As it grew, Mr. Brady increased the service on the route to 7 times a week. He increased it from the end of the railroad, and he made it 7 times a week because the mail on the railroad was 7 times a week. We were to carry the mail from the end of the railroad, wherever that end might be. He increased the service on this route from the end of the railroad to the other terminal point. That is, he made it a daily mail so as to connect with the daily trains on the railroad. At the time the 7 trips were to be put on, distance tables were sent out to postmasters at the terminal points to get the distances. Let me tell you what a distance table is. The names of the post offices are on a circular, and the post office department sends that circular to the postmasters along the route, and they are asked to return it with a distance from each station to every other marked upon it. Now, until that table is returned, it is impossible for the second assistant postmaster general to tell how far they carry the mail. This railroad was progressing every month, and as the railroad advanced, the distance from the end of the railroad to the other terminal point decreased. Now, the postmaster general or the second assistant cannot fix that pay until he has a return of the distance table. But before he has that return, he can order the contractor to carry the mail, and after the distance table is returned, then he can make up the formal order and have that order entered upon the records of the department. That is all he ever did. I want you to understand that perfectly. It might be 4 weeks after the contractor was ordered to carry the mail from the termination of the railroad, or it might be 5 or 6 weeks before the distance tables were returned and the distance calculated. But do you not see it made no difference? There was first an order either by telegraph or a short order, and after the distance tables were returned, then the distance was calculated, the amount of money calculated, and the regular order written up and made of record, and a warrant drawn for payment. That is all there is to it. And yet this is what Mr. Bliss calls defrauding the government. We are charged on that kind of evidence with having defrauded the United States. We will show you that no order of that kind was made except when the distance was unknown, and that when the distance was ascertained, the formal order was made, another order having been made before that time. Let me say right here that orders of a similar nature have been made in the Post Office Department since its establishment. Since the construction of railways, there has not a month passed in that department, certainly not a year, when such orders have not been made. And yet, for the first time in the history of the government, it is brought forward against us as an evidence of fraud. We will show that the order was made exactly as I have stated. This ends Chapter 3, Part 4 of 5, read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. Chapter 3, Part 5 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10. Ingersoll's opening address to the jury in the Second Star Route trial, Part 5 of 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The next badge of fraud that is charged is that after a route had been awarded to us, it was increased or expedited, or both, before the stock was put on. Well, I will tell you just how that is, because you want to know. This case, apparently complicated, is infinitely simple when it is understood. There are in the United States, I believe, some 10,000 of these star routes. They are all, or nearly all, in some way connected. One depends upon another. It is a web woven over the entire West, And how you run a mail here depends upon how one is run there, and the effort is to have all these mails connect in a certain harmony so that time will not be lost, and so that each letter will get to its destination in the shortest possible time. And it requires not only a great deal of experience, but it requires a great deal of ingenuity. It requires a great deal of study and strict attention for a man so to arrange the routes and the time in the United States that the letters can be gotten to their destination in the shortest possible time. And yet that is the object. You can see that. Now you may be looking at the route from A to B and say that there is no sense in having it in that time. But if you look at the time of other routes, if you see with what routes that connects, you will say that is sensible. Now you go to another route, and gentlemen, you see that every solitary route is touched, is compromised, is affected by every other route. That is what I want you to understand. Now then, Mr. Bliss says that it was a badge of fraud to increase the time and the service on a route before the stock was put on. Now let me show you. Here you have your scheme. Here is the route. We will say from A to E. You let that for a weekly route, once a week. How fast? 100 hours? When you get the other routes and look at this business, you see that that crosses several places where the mail is lost. That is where a day is lost. And you see, if instead of that being 100 hours, it were 75 hours, the mail at many stations would save 1 day or 2 days. Now then, the law vests in you the power before a solitary horse or carriage goes upon that route to say to the man to whom the contract was awarded, you must carry that in 75 hours instead of 100 hours, and you must carry it 4 times a week instead of once a week. If you take that power from the Postmaster General and from the second assistant, those offices become useless. It is impossible for any human intellect to take into consideration all the facts growing out of this service. There is another thing, gentlemen, which you must remember, and that is that these advertisements for this service are not made the day the service is wanted. These advertisements are put out 6 months before there is to be any such service. It is sometimes a year before that service is wanted. And if you know anything about the West, you know that in 1 year the whole thing may change. That where there is not a city, there may be a city, and where there was a city, nothing but desolation. Now then, the law very wisely has vested the power in the second assistant and the Postmaster General to rectify all the mistakes made either by themselves or by time, and to call for faster time or for slower, that is, for less frequent trips. Now then, you see that that is no badge of fraud, do you not? If before you put a man or a horse on that route, the government finds it wants twice as many trips, there is no fraud in saying so. And if they find they want to go in 50 hours instead of 100 hours, there would be fraud in not saying so. That has been the practice since this was a government. Now what is the next? The next great charge against us, gentlemen, is that when they agreed to carry a greater number of trips, or any swifter time for money, Mr. Brady did not make us give an additional bond. And Mr. Bliss talked about that, I should think, about a day. Nearly all the time I heard him, he was on that subject. Why did they not, when they were to carry additional trips, give a new bond? Well, I will tell you why. Because there is no law for it. There never was a law for it. Never. And Mr. Brady had no right to demand a bond unless the statute provided for it. When I give a bond to carry the mail once a week, and the government finds that it wants it carried 3 times a week, the government cannot make me give an additional bond. Why? Because the statute does not provide for it, and Mr. Brady had not the power to enact new laws. That is all. Why there was never such a bond given, and any bond that is given under duress by compulsion, not having the foundation of a statute, is absolutely null and void. Everybody knows it that knows anything. And yet the gentleman comes before you and says it is a sign of fraud that we did not give an additional bond. There never was such a bond given in the history of this government. Never. And in all probability never will be unless these gentlemen get into Congress. You know the law prescribes every bond that the contractor must give, and it is bad enough without ever being increased during the contract term. So much now for that frightful badge of fraud. I want to make this statement so you will understand it. They have the unfairness. They have the lack of candor to tell you that it is one of the evidences that we are scoundrels, that we failed to give an additional bond. And when they made that statement, they knew that by law we could not give an additional bond. And they knew that if we had given an additional bond, it would not have been worth the paper upon which it was written. And yet they lack candor to that degree that they come into this court and tell you that that is one of the evidences that we have conspired against the United States. It won't do. What is the next badge of fraud? And I want to tell you this is a case of badges and patches and ravellings and remnants and rags. It is a kind of a mental garret full of odd boots and strange cats thrown at us, and altogether it is called a case of conspiracy. Another badge of fraud is that whenever we carried the mail 1 trip a week, and it was increased to 2 trips a week, Brady was such a villain that he gave us double pay. And Mr. Bliss informed the jury that they knew just as well as he did that it did not cost twice as much to give 2 trips a week as it did to give 1. Well, who said it did? And yet they say that is an evidence of fraud. Well, let us see. There is nothing like finding the evidence. Now, when we come to this case, we will introduce a bond that we gave at that time, and when the jury read that bond, they will find this, or substantially this. It is hereby agreed by the said contractor and his sureties that the Postmaster General may discontinue or extend this contract, change the schedule, alter, increase, or extend the service, he allowing not to exceed a pro rata increase of compensation for any individual service thereby required, or for increased speed if the employment of additional stock or carriers is rendered necessary, and in case of decrease, curtailment, or discontinuance, as a full indemnity to said contractor, 1 month's extra pay on the account of service dispensed with, and not to exceed a pro rata compensation for the service retained. Provided, however, that in case of increased expedition, the contractor may, upon timely notice, relinquish his contract. Now, it is in that provided that if they call on him for double service, he is entitled to double pay. That is the law, and it has been the practice, gentlemen, since we have had a post office department. And why? Let me show you. Here is a man who carries a mail from A to Y. There are supposed to be some commercial transactions between those 2 places. It is supposed that now and then a human being goes from one of these places to the other, and the man who carries the mail, as a rule, carries passengers and does the local business. Now, do you suppose that he would agree with the government that he would carry the mail once a week for $1,000 a year, and that they might hire another man to carry it once a week for $1,000 a year, and maybe that other man take all his passengers and all his business. The understanding is that when I bid $1,000 a year for once a week, if you put it to 3 times a week, I am to have $3,000. 4 times a week, $4,000. 7 times a week, $7,000. And that has been the unbroken practice of this government from the establishment of the Post Office Department until today. You can see the absolute propriety of it. You can see that any man would be almost crazy to take a contract on any other terms, and that contract is this: I will carry for you so much a trip, and if you want more trips, you can have them at the same price as that fixed. That is fair. That is what we did. So much for that badge of fraud. What is the next one? It is that the pay was increased twice as much by the increase, and, as I said, that is the law. Now let us see what is the next great badge of fraud: that we received the pay when the mail was not carried. I deny it, and we shall show in this case, gentlemen, that we never received pay except when the mail was carried. And how do I know? Because General Brady established a system of waybills, so that a waybill would accompany every pouch in which letters were, and they would put on that waybill the time that it got to the post office, and when that waybill got to the terminal point, it was sent here to Washington and filed away, and at the end of every quarter a report was made. And if a mail was behind at any post office, you would find it on that waybill, and if they had not made the trip, then they were fined. That waybill system was inaugurated by General Brady, and under that waybill system we carried the mail, and we could not get pay unless we had carried the mail. I call them waybills. They are mail bills. They go with the pouch and give a history of each mail that is carried. That is all. Now, another great badge of fraud. The first was that he was to impose no fines when the mail was not carried. The next was that he was to impose fines and then take the fines off for half, 50%. Now, would not that be an intelligent contract? I carry the mails. You are the second assistant postmaster general. I agree with you that if you fine me and then will take the fine off, I will give you half of it. About how long would it take you to break me up? And yet that is honestly and solemnly put forward here as a fact in the case. They tell a story of a man who was bitten by a dog. Another man said to him, I'll tell you what to do. You just sop some bread in that blood and give it to the dog. It will cure you. Oh, my God, says he, if the other dogs hear of it, they will eat me up. And here it is, without a smile, urged before this jury that we made a bargain that a fellow might fine us for the halves. Well, there may be 12 men in this world who believe it. They are unfortunate. The next charge is that a subcontract was made for less than the original contract. Well, that is where most of the money in this world is made. Thousands and millions of men have made fortunes by buying corn at 60 cents a bushel to be delivered next February and selling the same corn for 70 cents. There is where fortunes live. The difference between a contract and a subcontract is the territory of profit in which every American loves to settle. You make a contract with the government to furnish, say, 1,000 horses of a certain kind for $150 apiece. You go and make a subcontract with someone to furnish you those same horses for $125 apiece. Is that fraud? You have taken upon yourself the responsibility, and if your subcontractor fails, you must make it good. There is no harm in that. Suppose I agree with you tomorrow that if you will furnish me 1,000 bushels of wheat, On the first day of January, I will give you $1,500, and I find out that you made a bargain with another fellow to do it for $1,000. If I am an honest man, I suppose I will jump the contract, won't I? Not much. If I am an honest man, I will say, well, you made $500. I am glad of it. Good for you. But the idea of the prosecution is that the moment Brady saw a subcontract for less than the original contract, he should have had a moral spasm and said, I won't carry out the contract. I will swindle you. I will rob you, and I will do it in the name of virtue. And that is the meanest way a man ever did rob, in the name of virtue. Reform. So much for that. But if you ever make a contract with this government and can make a subcontract at the same price, you do it as quick as you can. The next is that whenever he discontinued a route, or any part of a route rather, he gave us a month's extra pay. You heard that, did you not? He was on that subject about a half a day. How did he come to do that? I will tell you. There is nothing like looking. And in case of decrease, curtailment, or discontinuance of service, as a full indemnity to said contractor, 1 month's extra pay on the amount of service dispensed with. That is first the law, secondly the contract, and thirdly it was made in the interest of the United States. And why? Suppose the United States made a contract with a man to carry a mail from New York to Liverpool, and in consequence of that contract the man bought steamships to perform the service, and then the United States made up its mind not to carry the mail. That man might get damages to the amount of hundreds and thousands of dollars. Therefore the United States endeavored to protect itself and say the limit of damage shall be 1 month's pay, and that has been the law for years, and that law has been passed upon by the Supreme Court of the United States. It was passed upon in the case of Garfield against the United States, where he claimed greater damages because he had all the steamships to carry the mail from San Francisco to Portland, and the Supreme Court said it made no difference what his expense had been. He was bound by the letter of the law and the contract, and could have only 1 month's extra pay as his entire damage. Now these gentlemen bring forward a law to protect the United States government, and they bring that forward as an evidence of conspiracy, as evidence of a fraud. Nothing could be more unfair. Nothing on earth could show a greater want of character. Now, let us see what else. The next great charge is false affidavits. They tell you that we made lots of them, that we had just had them for sale. False affidavits. And that Mr. John W. Dorsey made 2 false affidavits in 2 cases. The evidence will show that he did not. The evidence will show that he made only 1 in each case, when we come to it. But I want to call your attention to this fact, that in one case, 1 affidavit was made where it said the number of men and horses then necessary was 8, that on the expedited schedule it would be 24. 3 times 8 are 24. The second affidavit said the number of men and horses then was 15, and the number on expedition and increase would be 45. 3 times 15 are 45, so that the amount taken from the government would be exactly the same on both affidavits. You understand that? For instance, if I took 5 horses and men to do the then business, and would require 15 to do the expedited and increased business, then you would be entitled to 3 times the amount of pay. So in this case, 1 affidavit said it took 8 and would take 24. The other affidavit said it took 15 and would take 45. 3 times 8 are 24, 3 times 15 are 45, so that the amount of money taken from the government would be exactly the same under each affidavit. Now that is all there is of it. In the next case, where he made 2 affidavits, I find that by the second affidavit it took, I think, $13,000 less from the government, and yet they call the second affidavit a piece of perjury. And here is one thing that I want to impress upon all your minds. Where you not only carry the mail but carry passengers, it is an exceedingly difficult problem to say just how many horses and men it requires to carry the mail, and then how many men and horses it requires to carry the passengers. It is hard to make the divide, you understand, very hard. You can tell, for instance, the cost of mounting a railroad for 100 miles, but it is very difficult to tell the cost of the bridges, or what the spikes cost, or what the deep cuts cost. You can take the whole together and say it costs so much a year. So in this case, we can say it requires so many men and horses doing the business that we are doing. But it is almost impossible for the brain to separate exactly the passengers, the package business, from simply carrying the mail. As I said before, men will differ in opinion. Some men will say it will take 10 horses, others 20, others 25, and then the next question arises, and I want to call particular attention to that question, and that is whether the law means only the horses absolutely carrying the mail, whether the law means by carriers only the men who ride the horses or drive the wagons. Now I will tell you what I mean. I undertake to carry the mail, we will say from Omaha to San Francisco. How many men will it take? Now I will count all the men who are driving the stages, all the men who are gathering forage, all the men who are tending to that business in any way, and if on the way I have blacksmiths' shops where my horses are shod, I will count those men. If I have men engaged in drawing wood 100 miles, I will count those men. In other words, I will count all the men I pay, no matter whether they are keeping the books in New York or carrying the mail across the desert. I will count all the men I pay. So will you. What horses will you count? All the horses engaged in the business? Those that are drawing corn for the others, as well as the rest? Will you not? There is an old fable that a trumpeter was captured in the war, and he said to his captor, "I am not a soldier. I never shot anybody." "Ah," they said, "but you incited others to shoot, and you are as much a soldier as anybody. We want you." Now I say that we are entitled to count every man who carries the mail, and every man necessary to perform that service. So do you. Now there we divide. The government says we shall count simply the men carrying the mail, nobody else, and we shall count simply the horses in actual service. That is nonsense. For instance, you have got to have 30 horses. They are going all the time. Do you depend on just that 30? No, sir. If one gets lame, you cannot carry the mail. You have got to have 20 or 30 horses in the corral, in the stables, so that if one of the others gives out, you will have enough. That is one great question in this case, gentlemen. What I say to you now is that on every one of these routes in which my clients are interested, or I may say in which anybody is interested, the evidence will be that the affidavits were substantially correct. In many cases, there was a far greater difference between the men and horses than used and the men and horses that were afterwards necessary. You must take another thing into consideration. In a country where there are Indian depredations, one man will not stay at a station by himself. He wants somebody with him. He wants 2 or 3 with him. And the more frightened he is, the more men he will want. On that route, from Bismarck to Tongue River, as to which it was sworn it would take 150 men. The statement was made at a time when the men would not stay separately, that they wanted 5 or 6 together at one station, that they wanted men out on guard and watch. You will find before we get through, gentlemen, that the affidavits do not overstate the number. You will find, in addition, that these petitions were signed by the best men, that service was asked for by the best men, not simply in the territories, but by some of the best men in the United States, by members of Congress, by senators, by generals, by great and splendid men, men of national reputation. So when we come to that, we will show to you that the affidavits made were substantially true. There is another charge that has been made, and that is that the affidavits in Mr. Peck's name were not made by him, that he never signed these affidavits. Yet, gentlemen, we will prove to you, as the government once proved to Mr. Taylor, a notary public in New Mexico, that Mr. Peck appeared personally before him, that he was personally acquainted with Mr. Peck, and that he signed and swore to those affidavits in his presence. That we will substantiate in this trial as the government substantiated in the other. These gentlemen are among the charges that have been made against us. I say to you today, they will not be able to show that we ever put upon the files of the Post Office Department a solitary letter, a solitary petition, a solitary communication that was not genuine and true. Not one. They cannot do it. They never will do it. You will be astonished when you hear these petitions to find the government admitting that they are true. If they do not read them, we will read them. That is all. Now I have stated to you a few of the charges made against my clients up to this point. I want to keep it in your mind. I want each man on this jury to understand exactly what I say. Let us go over this ground a little. I want to be sure you remember it. In the first place, S.W. Dorsey was not interested in these routes. All the bids were made by John W. Dorsey, John M. Peck, John R. Minor, and a man by the name of Boone. All the information was gathered by Mr. Boone by sending circulars to every postmaster on the routes. Upon that information, John W. Dorsey, John M. Peck, and John R. Minor made their calculations and made their bids, numbering in all about 1,200. Of that number, they had awarded to them 134 contracts. Recollect that. After those contracts were awarded to them, they were without the money to put the stock on all the routes, because more contracts were awarded than they expected. Thereupon, John R. Minor borrowed some money from Stephen W. Dorsey, and kept up that borrowing until the amount reached some $16,000 or $18,000. Don't forget it. After it got to that point, Mr. Dorsey started for New Mexico. At St. Louis, he met John R. Minor, then coming from Montana, and John R. Minor said to him, "We have got to have some more money of you." And Dorsey replied, "I have no more money to give you." Minor then said, "You give your note or endorse mine for $9,000 or $10,000. Dorsey replied, "If you will give me post office orders and drafts, not only to secure the note I am about to endorse or make for you, but also to the amount of the money I have advanced for you, I will give the note." That was agreed upon. Thereupon he gave the note. It was discounted in the German-American National Bank, and Mr. Minor deposited with the note the orders on the Post Office Department, not only to secure the note, but the $16,000 that Dorsey had before that time advanced. Dorsey went on to New Mexico, and in May or July of that year another law was passed allowing a subcontractor to put his subcontract on file. After he had advanced that money and endorsed or signed the note, they made the contract with Mr. Vail, turning these routes over to him and giving him subcontracts on all these routes. When Stephen W. Dorsey came back from New Mexico in December of that year, he found that the note at the German American National Bank had been protested, and that his collateral security was at that time worthless because the subcontracts had been filed, and these subcontracts cut out the post office orders or drafts. Thereupon he wanted a settlement. Matters drifted along until April 1879, and a settlement was made. I have told you that from the time the routes were given to Mr. Vail until that time nobody had the slightest thing to do with them except Mr. Vail. That in April 1879 the division was made. That Mr. Vail paid the note at the German American National Bank. That the division was made, as I told you, by Mr. Vail drawing one route, Mr. Dorsey one, and Mr. Minor one, and keeping that up until they were all drawn. I forgot to tell you before that Mr. S. W. Dorsey had $16,000, to which, if you add the interest, it would be about $18,000. That John W. Dorsey had $10,000 and John M. Peck had $10,000. And when that division was made, Stephen W. Dorsey agreed to pay John W. Dorsey $10,000 and to pay John Peck $10,000 for his interest. Gentlemen, he did pay John W. Dorsey $10,000, and he did pay the same amount to Peck. And from that day to this, John W. Dorsey has never had the interest of one solitary cent in any one of these routes. He was simply paid back the money that he expended. Not another cent. John M. Peck never made by this business one solitary dollar. He simply received back the money he had expended. After he had paid back that money to both of these men, Stephen W. Dorsey took these routes with a debt to him of between $16,000 and $18,000. Now, as to Mr. Rerdle, they say he was the private secretary of Stephen W. Dorsey. He never was, not for a moment, not for a single moment. He attended to some of this business. I have no doubt that the government imagine they can debauch somebody in order to get information. I give them notice now. Go on. There is no living man whose testimony we fear. There is no living lawyer who has the genius to make perjury do us harm. I want you to understand it, and I want them to understand that I know precisely what they are endeavoring to do. There is only one way for them to surprise me, and that is for them to do a kind thing. Now, gentlemen, at that time, I want you to remember it. I do not want you to forget it. When these routes came to Mr. Dorsey, he, not understanding the business, turned it over to Mr. James W. Bosler. Mr. Bosler, as I told you before, is a man of wealth. But say these gentlemen, while these routes were in your possession, and while Stephen W. Dorsey had an interest in them, he asked men to sign petitions in favor of an increase of trips and decrease of time. What if he did? Suppose you have a house out there somewhere. You can petition to have a street opened, even if you have the contract for paving the street. You have a right to petition to have a schoolhouse located in your neighborhood, even if you have children. There is no harm about that. You certainly can petition to have cows prevented from running at large, even if there is no fence around your yard. I think you could do so without being indicted for conspiracy. I think a man might start a subscription for a church, even if he owned a brick yard and expected to sell bricks to build it. Now, suppose I had a contract to carry the mail through the state of California from one end to the other once a week. Is there any harm in my asking the people of that country to petition to have it carried twice a week? Do you not remember what I told you? All the members of Congress out there when they go home, want to say to the people when they meet at the convention with all the delegates on hand, "Why, gentlemen, you did not used to get the New York Herald or New York Times or the Sun until it was 2 weeks old, and now it is only a week old. Where you only had one mail, I have given you 3. I have got $50,000 to improve your harbor and $100,000 for a new custom house. Look at me, gentlemen. I am a candidate for re-election." That is natural. This court will instruct you that any man who is carrying a mail anywhere in the United States has the right to use his influence in getting up petitions for the increase of that service or the expedition of that time. They say Dorsey did this. What of it? They say Dorsey tried to manufacture public opinion. That is what these gentlemen of the prosecution have been doing for 18 months, and now they object to the manufacture of public opinion. Public opinion is their stock in trade. Leaving that charge, every man who has a contract for carrying the mail has the right to call the attention of every editor in that country to the fact that they need more mail service. He has the right to send his agents there, and if the people want to petition for more service, and if Congress is willing to give them more service, no human being has a right to complain in this manner and in a criminal court. If any offense has been committed, it is of a political nature. If a member of Congress gets too much service, his people can keep him at home. If he does too much for his locality, they need not elect him the next time. It is a political offense for which there is a political punishment and a political remedy. So much for the right of petition. I'm perfectly willing to tell all he did in regard to the increase of service and the expedition. While I am on that point, I want you to distinctly understand what increase is and what expedition is. Increase of service means more of the same kind. Suppose I am to carry the mail from one place to another. We will call it from Siwash to Ouray. If I am to carry that mail once a week for $500 and they want it twice a week, I have $1,000. But do not carry it any faster. That is an increase. Suppose I'm carrying it in, say, 200 hours and they want it carried in half that time. That is what they call expedition. Now, the question is as to the difference in cost of carrying the mail at 6 miles an hour, or at 2.5, or 2, or 1.5. If I carry it slowly, I can go at a reasonable rate in the day and can lie by at night. I want you to understand distinctly the difference between increase of service, which is more of the same kind, and expedition, which means the same kind at a faster rate. Now I can carry the mail 20 miles and back in a day, and do that a great deal easier than if I were to make the distance in 4 or 5 hours. The difference is just about the same with a locomotive as with a horse. If a train runs 20 miles an hour and you want to increase its speed to 30, it will cost altogether more than twice as much as it does to run it at 20. If you want to increase it still further to 40 or 60, it will cost at 60 more than 3 times as much as at 20. The cost increases in an increased proportion. I want you to understand that. Now we are charged with having done some frightful things on several of these routes, and for 3 days and a half your ears were filled with charges of the rascality we have perpetrated. We had some 10 or 11 routes, and we are charged with having defrauded the government on those particular routes. Let us see what my clients did. Do not understand me as saying that because my clients have done nothing the other defendants have. I do not take that position. I take the position that according to the evidence in this case, there is nothing against any of these defendants. Leave out passion, prejudice, falsehood, and hatred, and there is absolutely nothing left. If you will take from Mr. Bliss's speech all the mistakes he made in law and fact, there will be nothing left to answer, not a word. But I think it due to my client, gentlemen, my client who is not able to be in this court, my client who sits at home wrapped in darkness, that I should answer every allegation touching every route in which he was interested. I think it due to him. I will call your attention to a few of the routes, possibly to all, in which my clients were interested. It will take but a short time. I want you to know whether or not these routes were important, whether it was proper to carry the mails as they were carried, whether it was proper that they should be carried from once to 7 times a week, or whether it was proper that the speed should be expedited. Now you may think, after hearing the evidence, that there were some routes that never should have been established, but that does not establish a conspiracy. That simply establishes the fact that Congress created routes where they were not absolutely necessary. You may come to the conclusion that General Brady ordered more trips on some of these routes than he should have ordered. That does not establish a conspiracy. The most that it could establish would be extravagance, and extravagance is not a crime. If it were, the penitentiaries of the day would not be large enough, or rather would be large enough and too large to hold the honest men. You may say, after you have heard the evidence, that the time was faster than it needed to be, but you must take into consideration all the connecting routes, and even if you should so feel, it is for you to say whether that establishes any conspiracy. All these things must be taken into consideration. We will take first the route from Garland to Parrot City. Now I have gone over just a few of these charges. I have shown you that they are false, that they are without the slightest shadow of foundation in fact. Now, gentlemen, after you hear all this evidence, it is for you to determine. It is for you to say whether these men entered into a conspiracy to defraud this government. It is for you to say whether our testimony is to be believed, or whether you are to decide this case upon the suspicions of the government. It is for you to say whether you will believe the contracts and the witnesses, or whether you will take the prejudice of the public press, whether you will take the opinion of the Attorney General, whether you will take the letter of some counsellor at law, or whether you will be governed by the testimony in this case. It is for you to say, gentlemen, whether a man shall be found guilty on inference, whether a man shall be deprived of his liberty by prejudice. It is for you to say whether reputation shall be destroyed by malice and by ignorance. It is for you to say whether a man who fought to sustain this government shall not have the protection of the laws. It is for you, and it is for you, and you, and you, to say whether a man who fought to take the chains off your body shall have chains put upon his by your prejudice and by your ignorance. It is for you to say whether you will be guided by law, by evidence, by justice, and by reason, or whether you will be controlled by fear, by prejudice, and by official power. That, gentlemen, is all I wish to say in this opening. This ends Chapter 3, read by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll. Volume 10, Ingersoll's Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial, Part 1 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 1. Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial. May it please the court and gentlemen of the jury. Perhaps some of you, maybe all of you, will remember that I made one of the opening speeches of this case, and that in that opening speech I endeavored to give you the scheme or plan of the indictment. I told you, I believe, at that time, that all these defendants were indicted for having conspired together to defraud the United States. In that indictment, they were kind enough to tell us how we agreed to accomplish that object, that we went into partnership with the second assistant postmaster general, he being one of these defendants, and that we then and there agreed to set up false petitions, to have them signed by persons who were not interested in the mail service, to sign fictitious names to these petitions, those names representing no actual, real living persons, that we also agreed to have false and fraudulent letters written to the department urging this service, that in addition to all that, we were able to make and file false and fraudulent affidavits, in which we were to swear falsely as to the number of men and horses to be employed, and the number of men and horses then necessary. That in addition to that, we were to file fraudulent subcontracts. That the second assistant postmaster general was to make false and corrupt orders, and that all these things were to be done to deceive, mislead, and blindfold the postmaster general. They also set out that these orders so corruptly made were to be corruptly certified to the auditor of the Treasury for the Post Office Department in order that we might draw our pay. That is what is known as the general scheme or plan of this indictment. You have heard the testimony and remember some of it. Of course, you do not remember it all. Probably no man ever lived who could do such a thing. You have heard the testimony discussed, I believe, for about 20 days, so that I take it for granted that you know something about it, or at least have an idea that you do. The story that we told you in the first place, and that we now tell you, is about this. In 1877, Mr. Peck, Mr. Miner, and John W. Dorsey made up their minds to make bids and go into the mail business. I want you to remember that there is not one word in this indictment about any false bid ever having been made. Remember that. There is nothing in this indictment about a false bond having been given. Not a thing. There is nothing in this indictment charging that any of the original contracts were false. I want you to remember that. There is no evidence that any person signing any one of those contracts as security was not perfectly solvent. There is no evidence, not one syllable, that any proposal was fraudulent or that any bid was fraudulent. Well, how is it possible for a bid to be fraudulent? I'll tell you. If you make a bid and make a contract or enter into an agreement at the same time with some of the post office officials so that your bid will be accepted when it is not the lowest, there is fraud, and there is a fraudulent bid. There is one other way, and that is to put in a bid to carry the mail at so many $1,000s, and then have below that straw bidders, men not responsible, and when the time comes to accept the bid of those gentlemen, they refuse to carry it out. And then the law is that it shall be given to the next highest, and he refuses, and the next, and he refuses, and the next highest, and he refuses, and so on until it comes to the highest bidder. There are such combinations, and have been, I have no doubt, for many years in the Post Office Department. That is called straw bidding, and it is fraudulent bidding. There is no such charge as that in this case. Every bid that was made in good faith, and every bid that was accepted was followed by a good and sufficient contract entered into by the party making the bid, and so that is the end of that. Now, in 1877, I say these men entered into an agreement amongst themselves that they would bid on certain routes, and Mr. Peck, or Mr. Miner, or John W. Dorsey, they may have it as they choose, somebody wrote a letter to Stephen W. Dorsey, and in that letter told what they were going to do, and requested him to get some man to obtain information in regard to these routes. You know all that testimony. Stephen Dorsey was then in the United States Senate. He sent for Mr. Boone, and he showed him that letter. In consequence of that, Mr. Boone sent out his circulars to the postmasters all over the country, or all over the portion as to which they were to bid, and asked them about their roads, about the price of oats and corn, about the price of labor, and about the winters. In other words, all the questions necessary for an intelligent man, after having received intelligent answers, to make up his mind as to the amount for which he could carry that mail. Mr. Boone, as you remember, says that he was to have at that time a certain share. There is a conflict of testimony there. Mr. Dorsey says that he told Boone that when John Dorsey came here, they would arrange that, and that he had no doubt that they would be willing to give him a share, but that John W. Dorsey did not give it to him. The circulars were sent out, and the information in some instances, and I do not know but all, came back. Then they agreed upon the amounts they were to bid. I believe Mr. Miner came here in December, and John Dorsey, I think, in January, and in February the bids were made. All the amounts were put in the bidding book issued by the government, by Mr. Miner and Mr. Boone, all with two exceptions, and those amounts had been placed there by them, but under the advice of Stephen W. Dorsey, those amounts were lowered. I remember one was upon the Tongue River route. The other route I have forgotten. Mr. Miner, Mr. Peck, and John W. Dorsey were together. Afterwards, a partnership was formed between John W. Dorsey and A. E. Boone. Stephen W. Dorsey advanced some money. There's nothing criminal about that. It is often foolish to advance money, but it is not a crime. It is often foolish to endorse for another, and many a man has been convinced of that, but it is not a crime. He advanced until, I believe, he was responsible for some $14,000 or $15,000, and thereupon he declined to advance any more. He saw Mr. Miner in St. Louis and said to Mr. Miner, "This is the last I am going to advance." I think he gave him some notes that he hypothecated or discounted at the German American National Bank. He wanted security, and thereupon they gave him post office drafts for the purpose of securing his debt. He would advance no more money, and went away to New Mexico. Mr. Miner had a power of attorney from John W. Dorsey, who was absent, and a power of attorney from John M. Peck, who was absent. I believe on the 7th of August, or about that time, Mr. Boone went out. Why? They had not the money at that time to put on the service. Why? A great many more bids had been accepted than they had anticipated, and instead of getting 20 or 30 routes, they had got, I believe, 134 routes. The consequence was they did not have the money to stock the routes. There was another difficulty. There was an investigation by Congress, and that delayed them a month or two, and the consequence was that when the 1st of July came, the day upon which the service should have been put on, it was not only not put on, but they had not the means to do it. Then what happened? Then it was that Mr. Miner took in Mr. Vail, and an agreement was made which bears the date of the 16th day of August, 1878. It was not finally signed by all the parties, I believe, until sometime in September or October. Under that contract, which you have all heard read, Mr. Vail was given an interest in the business. More than that, subcontracts were given to Mr. Vail, and under the subcontract law, which was passed the 17th day of May, 1878, I believe, Vail could file his subcontract in the post office department, and that rendered all post office drafts or orders that had been given absolutely worthless. That was done. The subcontracts were given to Vail under the powers of attorney that Miner held from Peck and John W. Dorsey. And, of course, he could act for himself. That was the situation. Stephen W. Dorsey was not there. When he returned, he found that everything had been disposed of except his liability, and that he would have to pay the notes. His security was gone, and the subcontracts were filed. At that time, he and Mr. Vail had a quarrel. That is our story. In the meantime, John W. Dorsey was on the Tongue River route. I believe he visited Washington in November and left word that he would like to sell all his interests in these routes, and I believe fixed the price. Sometime in November or December, Mr. Vail made up his mind to take the routes, and afterwards changed his mind. Stephen W. Dorsey was then in the Senate. On the 4th of March, 1879, his term expired. I believe on that very day, or about that day, he wrote a letter to Brady calling his attention to the subcontracts that had been filed for the protection of Vail and denouncing them. That was the first thing he did. Then a few days afterward, the parties met. In a little while afterwards, they made a division of this entire business. You know how the division was made. Stephen W. Dorsey fell heir to about 30 of these routes, I think. In addition, he had to pay $10,000 to his brother and $10,000 to Peck. Mr. Vail, I think, took 40%, and Mr. Miner took 30%. Mr. Vail and Mr. Miner went into a partnership, and Stephen W. Dorsey took his routes, and that ended it. Mr. Peck was out, and John Dorsey was out. That is our story. When they divided these routes in order to invest the property of those routes in the persons to whom they fell, it was necessary to execute subcontracts and give post office drafts and things of that character. All those necessary papers they then and there agreed to make. Up to this point, there is not one act established by the evidence not entirely consistent with perfect innocence. Not an act. That is our story. After these routes fell to us, we did what we had the right to do, and what we could to make these routes of value. As businessmen, we had the right to do it, and we did only what we had the right to do. The next question that arises, and which, of course, is at the very threshold of this case, is, did these parties conspire? That is the great question. In my judgment, you should settle that the first thing when you go to the jury room, after hearing the case as presented by the government, and after having heard the charge of the court. The first thing for you to decide is, was there a conspiracy? How is a conspiracy proved? Precisely as everything else is proved. You prove that men conspire precisely as you prove them guilty of larceny or murder or any other crime or misdemeanor. It has been suggested to you that as conspiracy is very hard to prove, you should not require much evidence, that you should take into consideration the hardships of the government in proving a crime which in its nature is secret. Nearly all crimes are secret. Very few men steal publicly with a band of music and with a torch in each hand. They generally need their hands for other purposes if they are in that business. All crime loves darkness. We all know that. One of the troubles about proving that a man has committed a crime is that he tries to keep it as secret as possible. He does not carry a placard on his breast or on his back stating what he is about to do. The consequence is that it is nearly always difficult to prove men guilty as stated in the indictment. But that does not relieve the prosecution. That burden is taken by the government, and they must prove men guilty of conspiracy precisely as they prove anything else. Is circumstantial evidence sufficient? Certainly. Circumstantial evidence will prove anything, provided the circumstances are right, and provided further that all the circumstances are right. A chain of circumstances is no stronger than the weakest circumstance, as a chain of iron is no stronger than the weakest link. Were you to establish or attempt to establish a fact by circumstances, each circumstance must be proved not only beyond a reasonable doubt, but each circumstance must be wholly consistent with the innocence of the defendants. Now let me call your attention to what I claim to be the law upon the subject, and I will call the attention of the court to it at the same time. I will take this as a kind of test. The hypothesis of guilt must flow naturally from the facts proved, and with them, not with some of them, not with a majority of them, but with all of them. In other words, if they establish 100 circumstances and 99 point to guilt, and one circumstance, thoroughly established, is inconsistent with guilt, or not perfectly consistent with innocence, that is the end of the case. It is as if you were building an arch. Every stone that you put into the arch must fit with every other, and must make that segment of the circle. If one stone does not fit, the arch is not complete. So with circumstantial evidence. Every solitary circumstance must be of the exact shape to fit its neighbor, and when they are all put together, the arch must be absolutely complete. Otherwise, you must find the defendants not guilty. The next sentence is, the evidence must be such as to exclude every reasonable hypothesis except that of guilt. In other words, all the facts proved must be consistent with and point to the guilt of the defendants. Not only, but they must be inconsistent, and every fact proved must be consistent with their innocence. Now, what does that mean? It means that every fact that is absolutely established in this case must point to the guilt of the defendants. It means that if there is one established fact that is inconsistent with their guilt, that fact becomes instantly an impenetrable shield that no honest verdict can pierce. That is what it means. That being so, and the court in my judgment will instruct you that that is the law, let us talk a little about what has been established. In the first place, nearly all that has been established, or I will not say established, but nearly all that has been said, for the purpose of showing our motives were corrupt and that we actually conspired, rests upon evidence of what we call conversations. Some witness had a conversation with somebody 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. The safest and most unsatisfactory evidence in this world is evidence of conversation. Words leave no trace. They leave no scar in the air, no footsteps. Memory writes upon the secret tablet of the brain words that no human eye can see. No man can look into the brain of another and tell whether he is giving a true transcript of what is there. It is absolutely impossible for you to tell whether it is memory or imagination. No one can do it. Another thing, probably there is not a man in the world whose memory makes an absolutely perfect record. The moment it is written, it begins to fade, and as the days pass, it grows dim, and as the years go by, no matter how deeply it may have been engraved, it is covered by the moss of forgetfulness. And yet you are asked to take from men their liberty, to take from citizens their reputation, to tear down roof trees on testimony about conversation that happened years and years ago, as to which the party testifying had not the slightest interest. As a rule, memory is the child of attention. Memory is the child of interest. Take the avaricious man. He sets down a debt in his brain, and he graves it as deep as graving on a stone. A man must have interest. His attention must be aroused. Tell me that a man can remember a conversation of 4 or 5 years ago in which he had no interest. We have been in this trial, I don't know how many years. I have seen you gentlemen gradually grow gray. You have, during this trial, heard argument after argument as to what some witness said, as to some line embodied in this library, indicating the record. You have heard the counsel for the prosecution say one thing, the counsel for the defense another, and often His Honor, holding the impartial scales of memory, differs from us both. And then we have turned to the record and found that all were mistaken. This has happened again and again, and yet when that witness was testifying, every attorney for the defense was watching him, and every attorney for the prosecution was looking at him. How hard it would be for you, Mr. Juror, or for any one of you, to tell what a witness has said in this case. Yet men are brought here who had a casual conversation with one of the defendants 5 years ago about a matter in which no one of the witnesses was interested to the extent of 1 cent, and pretend to give that conversation entire. For my part, were I upon the jury, I would pay no more attention to such evidence than I would to the idle wind. Such men are not given a true transcript of the brains. It is a result of imagination. They wish to say something. They recollect that they had a conversation upon a certain subject, and then they fill it out to suit the prosecution. Now I am told another thing, that after getting through the conversations, they then gave us notice that we must produce our books, our papers, our letters, our stubs, and our checks. That we must produce everything in which we have an interest, and hand them all over to this prosecution. They say they only want what pertains to the mail business. But who is to judge of that? They want to look at them to see if they do pertain to the mail business. They won't take our word. We must produce them all. It may be that with such a net they might bring in something that would be calculated to get somebody in trouble about something, no matter whether this business or not. They might find out something that would annoy somebody. They gave us notice wide enough and broad enough to cover everything we had or were likely to have. What did they want with those things? Maybe one of their witnesses wanted to see them. Maybe he wanted to stake out his testimony. Maybe he did not entirely rely upon his memory and wanted to find whether he should swear as to the checkbooks or a checkbook, and whether he should swear as to 1 stub or as to many. Maybe he wanted to look them all over so that he could fortify the story he was going to tell. We did not give them the books. We would not do it. We took the consequences. But what did we offer? That is the only way to find out our motive. I believe that on page 3776 there is something upon that subject. I will read what I said. Now, gentlemen, with regard to the books, as there has been a good deal said on that subject, I make this proposition. Mr. Dorsey has books extending over a period of 20 years, or somewhere in that neighborhood. He has had accounts with a great many people on a great many subjects. He does not wish to bring those books into court or to have those accounts gone over by this prosecution, not for reasons in this case, but for reasons entirely outside of the case. If the gentleman on the other side will agree, or if the court will appoint any 2 men or any 3 men, we will present to those men all our books, every one that we ever had in the world, and allow them to go over every solitary item and report to this court every item pertaining to John W. Dorsey and Company, Minor Peck and Company, or Vale Minor and Company, with regard to every dollar connected directly or indirectly with this entire business from November or December 1877 to the present moment, and report to this court exactly every item just as it is. I make that proposition. That proposition was refused. What else did I do? I offered to bring into court every check, including the time they said we drew money to pay Brady. I offered to bring in every check on every bank in which we had $1 deposited, every one. That was not admitted. And why? Because the court distinctly said it rests upon the oath of the defendants at last. He may have had money in the banks that we know nothing about. To which I replied at the time that if we stated here in open court the name of every bank in which we did business, and there is any other bank knowing that we do business with it, we will hear from it. So that we offered, gentlemen, in this case, every check on every bank but one. I did not know at that time that we had ever had an account with the German American Savings Bank. I did not find that out until afterwards. But you will remember that Mr. Merrick held in his hand the account of Dorsey with that bank, and Mr. Kaiser, who I believe had charge of that bank, was here. And if there had been anything upon those books, certainly the government would have shown it. More than that, that bank went into the hands of a receiver, I think 8 months before any of these checks are said to have been given for money which was afterwards given to Brady. Now, they insist that because we failed to bring the books into court, therefore the law presumes that the absolute evidence of our guilt is in those books. I believe they claim that is the law. If my memory serves me rightly, Colonel Bliss so claimed in his speech. In other words, that when they gave us notice to produce a book and we do not produce it, there is a presumption against us. That is not the law, gentlemen. When they give us notice to produce a book or letter and we do not produce it, what can they do? They can prove the contents of the book or letter. In other words, if we fail to produce what is called the best evidence, then the government can introduce secondary evidence. They can prove the contents by the memory of some witnesses, by some copy, no matter how, and that is the only possible consequence flowing from a refusal to produce the book or letter. And yet, in this case, gentlemen, Mr. Bliss wishes you to give a verdict based upon two things. First, upon what we failed to prove, and secondly, on what the court would not let them prove. He tells you that they offered to prove so and so, but the court would not let them. He wants you to take that into consideration. And secondly, that there were certain things that we did not prove, and that those two make up a case. That is their idea. Now, let us see if I am right about the law. The first case to which I will call the attention of the court is a very small one, but the principle is clear. It is the case of Lawson and another, assignees of Schiffner versus Sherwood, and it is found in 2 English Common Law Reports, 1 Starkey 314. The court: Colonel Ingersoll, you cannot argue that question to the jury. You cannot cite an authority and discuss it to the jury. Mr. Ingersoll: then I will discuss it with the court. It is immaterial to me which way I turn when I am talking. I insist that the jury must at last decide the law in this case. I will read another case to the court, found in 19 Maryland, Spring Garden Mutual Insurance Company versus Evans. The court decides in this case that the only consequence of their refusal to produce the papers, they not denying that they had them, was to allow the opposite party to prove their contents. That is all, that it could not be patched out with a presumption. The court: but if afterward they should attempt to contradict the secondary evidence, the court would not have allowed them to do it. Mr. Ingersoll: it does not say so. The court: that is the law. Mr. Ingersoll: suppose, after the other side had proved the contents, there was an offer of the actual original papers. I can find plenty of authority that they must be received. The court: I have never seen such an authority, but I have seen a great many to the contrary. Mr. Ingersoll: I have never seen an authority to the contrary that was very well reasoned, but then I will not argue about that, for that is not a point in this case. The court: if you have the papers and have received notice to produce them, you are bound to produce them. If you do not produce them, secondary evidence is admissible to prove their contents, but after the secondary evidence has been received, the court will not allow you then, after having first failed to produce the papers upon notice, to resort to the primary evidence which you ought to have produced upon the notice, for the purpose of contradicting the secondary evidence that was given. Mr. Ingersoll: now let me give the court a case in point. In this very case that we are now trying, Mr. Rodell in his statement to McVeigh, said that there was a check for $7,000, that the money was drawn upon that check, and that he and Dorsey went together to the post office department, and that Dorsey went into Brady's room, that the money was drawn by Dorsey. That was his statement to McVeigh and James. The Court. It was not his statement here. Mr. Ingersoll. Yes, that was his statement here, as I will show hereafter. But let me state my point. He was coming upon the stand. The check, instead of being for $7,000, was for $7,500. Instead of being drawn to the order of Dorsey or to Bear, it was drawn to the order of Rodell himself. Instead of being drawn at the bank by Dorsey, it was drawn by Rodell in person and had his endorsement upon the back of it. We were asked to produce that. I preferred not to do it until I had heard the testimony of Mr. Rodell. Why? Because I wanted to put that little piece of dynamite under his testimony and see where the fragments went. And I did. That is my answer to that. Now, I find another case in the first volume of Curtis Circuit Court Reports, where it is said on page 402 that by common law, a notice to produce a paper, the court interposing. Before we part from what you are saying, I wish to say that I do not think that the other side gave you notice to produce the checks. That is my memory. Mr. Ingersoll. Yes. Let me state my memory to the court. I do not remember exactly every one of these 4,000 pages of testimony. There are 3 or 4 that I may be a little dim about, but I do remember that a notice was given to us to produce everything in the universe nearly, and that the court held that the scope was a little too broad. I have forgotten the page, but I will tell you where it comes from. It was where Mr. Rodell swore about the stub book. I find the notice, may it please your honor, on page 2255, and it was dated the 13th of February. This is the notice, and it gave the same notice to all the defendants. You are hereby notified to produce forthwith in court in the above entitled cause all letters and communication, including all telegrams of every kind and description purporting to come from any one of said defendants and addressed to you or delivered to you, and all memoranda in which reference is made to any contract or contracts of any one of said defendants with the United States or with the Postmaster General for carrying the mail under the letting of 1878 on any route in the United States or in any way referring to any contract or contracts for so carrying the mail in which J.W. Bosler or any one of said defendants had an interest, or in any way referring to any act, contract, or proceeding thereunder, or to any payment, draft, warrant, check, or bill, or note, or to any possible loss or profit in connection with such contract or contracts, or to the management or execution thereof, or referring to any possible gain or profit to be derived by any of said defendants from contracts for carrying the mail of the United States, or to any payments under such contract, or to the distribution of the proceeds made or to be made of such payment, or to the management of any enterprise or enterprises in connection with the transportation of the mail, or to gains, profits, or losses accruing or likely to accrue from such enterprises, or to the financial means for carrying on same, and also to produce any and all books containing any entry or entries in regard to any of the subjects, matters, checks, drafts, or payments relating or having reference to the subjects, etc., herein before referred to, and also any letter book or letter books containing letterpress copies of letters referring to said subject or subjects. I believe just about that time, or a little after, another notice was given. Mr. Merrick. If the counsel will allow me, my impression is that that notice was deemed by the court to be too broad. The court. It was. Mr. Ingersoll. Then another notice was given that specified all of these things. Curtis says in this case that By the common law, a notice to produce a paper merely enables the party to give parole evidence of its contents, if it not be produced. Its non-production has no other legal consequence. I find, too, that in the Maryland case, they make a reference to Cooper versus Gibson 3 Camp 303. This ends Chapter 4, Part 1 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 2 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's closing address to the jury in the second Star Route trial. Part 2 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 2. Closing address to the jury in the second Star Route trial. I also have another case to which I will call the attention of the court, United States versus Chaffee, 18 Wallace 516. I have not the book here, but I can state what it is. My recollection of the case is this: that an action was brought against some distillers, that by law distillers have to keep certain books in which certain entries by law have to be made. Notice was served upon the defendants to produce those books. They refused to do so, and the question was whether any presumption arose against the defendants on account of that refusal. The court: I agree with you entirely, that far in your law, that the mere fact of the failure to produce books or papers has no effect at all against the party declining to produce them. But it is a different question altogether after secondary evidence has been given in consequence of such refusal to supply the place of the primary evidence. If the books and papers have an existence, and the party who has received the notice has refused to produce them, and the other party has given secondary evidence of the contents of such books and papers, that secondary evidence will have to stand under those circumstances as the proof in the case. Mr. Ingersoll: that is not the point. Of course that will stand for what it is worth. I was arguing this point: can the jury hatch and putty and plaster the secondary evidence with a presumption born of the failure to produce the books and papers? The court: what I mean is just this: if you should fail to produce the primary evidence, and then the secondary evidence of the contents is not contradicted. Mr. Ingersoll interposing: it may not be contradicted because it happens to be inherently improbable. Mr. Merrick: the government claims the law to be as your honor has intimated, and we have formulated it in one of our prayers. But that abstract proposition is hardly applicable in the present case, for the government claims the application of another and plainer proposition, that wherever a defendant himself takes the stand and has in his possession a certain paper which, when called upon on cross-examination to produce, he refuses, then a presumption unquestionably arises of such potency that it is difficult to resist. Mr. Ingersoll: there is no difference, so far as the law is concerned, whether the defendant, as a defendant, fails to produce the books and papers, or whether in his capacity as witness he fails to produce the books and papers. The law, it seems to me, is exactly the same. Now, in this case of the United States versus Chaffee et al., 18 Wall 544, Justice Field denounces that you should presume against the party because he fails to produce books and papers known to be in his possession. And why? I suppose a party cannot be presumed out of his liberty, he cannot be presumed into the penitentiary, and you cannot make a prison out of a presumption any more than you can make out a gibbet out of a suspicion. And again, the court instructed the jury that the law presumed that the defendants kept their accounts usual and necessary for the correct understanding of their large business, and an accurate accounting between the partners, and that the books were in existence and accessible to the defendants unless the contrary were shown. That same thing has been claimed here. The court: No, Ingersoll, we have heard it very often that this was a large business. The court: You have not heard anything of that kind from the court. Mr. Ingersoll: I am not saying that. I said claimed. If I had referred to your honor, I should have said decided. Here is another instruction of the court. If you believe the books were kept which contained the facts necessary to show the real amount of whiskey in the hands of the defendants in October 1865, and the amount which they had sold during the next 10 months, or that the defendants, or either of them, could by their own oath resolve all doubts on this point, if you believe this, then the circumstances of this case seem to come fully within the most necessary and beneficent rule. He applied the word beneficent to a rule that put a man in a penitentiary on a presumption. The court: He was conservative. Mr. Ingersoll: He ought to read some work on the use and abuse of words. Now, Judge Field says further, the purport of all this was to tell the jury that although the defendants must be proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, yet if the government had made out a prima facie evidence against them, not one free from all doubt, but one which disclosed circumstances requiring explanation, and the defendants did not explain, the perplexing question of their guilt need not disturb the minds of the jurors. That is this case exactly. That is the exact claim of Colonel Bliss in this case, gentlemen. You have only to take into consideration, he says, what we offered to prove and what the court would not allow us, and what the defendants failed to prove. Why didn't they call Bosler? Now, gentlemen, we claim the law to be this, that while notice is given to us to produce books and papers, and we fail to do it, the only legal consequence is that the government may then prove the contents of such books and papers, and that their proof of the contents must be passed upon by you. The next thing to which I call your attention is the crime laid at our door, that we exercise the right of petition. It is regarded as a very suspicious circumstance that petitions were circulated, signed, and then sent to the office of the second Assistant Postmaster General. Why did these people petition? Let me tell you. If you will look in every contract in this case, you will find certain provisions relative to carrying the mail. Among others, you will find this, that no contractor has any right to carry any newspaper or any letter faster than the scheduled time, that he has no right to carry any commercial news or to carry any man who has any commercial news about his person faster than the scheduled time. No mail can be carried by anybody except the United States, and if a community wants more mail, it has no right to establish an express that will carry the mail faster, because the United States has the monopoly. Now, if you want more mail, what are you to do? You cannot start one yourself. The government will not allow it. What have you to do? You have to petition the government to carry the mail faster or to carry it more frequently. And the reason you have to ask the government to do this is because the government will not permit you to do it. Consequently, you have only one resort. What is that? Petition. And in this very case, I believe His Honor used this language. Every man carrying the mail has the right to take care of his business. He has the right to get up petitions. He has the right to call the attention of the people to what he supposes to be their needs in that regard. He has the right to do it. And the fact that he does it is not the slightest evidence that he conspired with any human being. Now, if the man carrying the mail has the right to call the attention of the people to their needs, have not the people the right to do all that themselves? If the man carrying the mail has a right to get up a petition, surely the people have the right. And if the people have the right, surely the man has the right. That is the only way we can find out in this country what the people want. That is, to hear from them. They have the right to tell what they want. But these gentlemen say anybody will sign a petition. Well, if that is true, there is no great necessity for forging one. Very few people will steal what they can get for the asking. If a bank or a man offers you all the money you want, you would hardly go and forge a check to get it. I'll come to that in a few moments. Now, gentlemen, according to this evidence, you have got to determine, as I said in the outset, was there a conspiracy? The second question you have to determine is, when? In every crime in the world, you have got to prove the 4 W's. Who, when, what, where. Who conspired? When? What about? And where? Now I want to ask you a few questions, and I want you to keep this evidence in mind. Was there a conspiracy when Dorsey received the letter from Peck or Miner? Had the egg of this crime then been laid? Had it been hatched at that time? Is there any evidence of it? The object then was to make some bids. It is not necessary to conspire to make bids. You cannot conspire to make fraudulent bids unless you enter into an agreement that the lowest bid is not accepted, or agree upon some machinery by which the lowest bid is not received, or put in a bid with fraudulent and worthless security. Will the government say that there was a conspiracy at the time Peck or Miner wrote to S.W. Dorsey? What evidence have you that there was? None. What evidence have you that there was not? The evidence of Miner and the evidence of S.W. Dorsey. What else? Boone had not been seen at that time. John W. Dorsey was not here. Peck was not here. Peck or Miner had written the letter. Was there any conspiracy then? Is there any evidence of it? Is there enough to make a respectable suspicion even in the mind of jealousy? Does it amount even to a trifle light as air? Was it when Dorsey sent for Boone? Boone says no. He ought to know. S.W. Dorsey says no. John W. Dorsey was not here. Miner had not arrived. The only suspicious thing up to that point is that Dorsey lived in his house, that he received this letter in his house, and that Boone had visited him in his house. That is all. Now, if there is a particle of evidence, I want the attorney for the government who closes this case to point it out and to be fair. Was it when Miner got here in December 1877? Miner says no. Boone says no. Stephen W. Dorsey says no. John W. Dorsey was not yet here. All the direct evidence says no. All the indirect evidence says nothing. Now, let us keep our old text in view. I want to ask you if there is a thing in all the evidence not consistent with innocence. Was it not consistent with innocence that Peck and Miner and John W. Dorsey should agree to bid? Was it not consistent with innocence that John W. Dorsey met Peck at Oberlin and that he met Miner in Sandusky? Was not that consistent with innocence? Was it not consistent with innocence for Peck to write S.W. Dorsey a letter? Was it not consistent with innocence for Dorsey to open it and read it and then send for Boone and give it to him? Boone, in the meantime, proceeded to get information so that they could bid intelligently. Was that consistent with innocence? Perfectly. More than that, it was inconsistent with guilt. What next? Maybe this conspiracy was gotten up about the 16th of January when John W. Dorsey came here. Dorsey says no. Boone says no. Miner says no. And S.W. Dorsey says no. That is the direct evidence. Where is the indirect evidence? There is none. Ah, but they say, don't you remember those Clendenning bonds? Yes. Is there anything in the indictment about them? No. Was any contract granted upon those bonds or proposals? No. Was the government ever defrauded out of a cent by them? No. Is there any charge in this case relative to them? No. Everybody says no. John W. Dorsey entered into a partnership with A.E. Boone after he came here. Is that consistent with innocence? Yes. No doubt many of the jury have been in partnerships with people. There is nothing wrong about that. He also entered into partnership with Miner and Peck. There were two firms, John W. Dorsey and Company, which meant A.E. Boone and John W. Dorsey, and Miner, Peck and Company, which meant Miner, Peck, and John W. Dorsey. Is there anything criminal in that? No. They had a right to bid. They had a right to form an association, a partnership. There was nothing more suspicious in that than there would have been in evidence of their eating and sleeping. Now, then, was this conspiracy entered into on August 7th, 1878, when Boone went out? Boone says no, and with charming frankness he says, if there had been a conspiracy, he would have stayed. He said, quote, if I had even suspected one, I never would have gone out. If I had dreamt that they had a good thing, I would have stayed in, end quote. He swears that at the time there was not any. Miner swears to it, and S.W. Dorsey swears to it. Everybody swears to it except the counsel for the prosecution. Rodell swears to it. That is the only suspicious thing about it. Now, at that time, August 7th, when Boone went out, S.W. Dorsey was not here, and John W. Dorsey was not here. Who was? Miner. What was the trouble? Brady told him, I want you to put on that service. If you don't, I will declare you a failing contractor. A little while before that, Miner had met Dorsey in St. Louis, and Dorsey had said, this is the last money I will furnish. No matter whether I conspired or not, I am through. This magnificent conspiracy, silver-plated and gold-lined, I give up. There are millions in it, but I want no more. I am through. So Mr. Miner, using his power of attorney from John W. Dorsey and Peck, took in Mr. Vail. I believe that Mr. Rodell swears that the reason they took in Vail was that they wanted a man close to Brady. According to the government, they had already conspired with Brady. They could not get much closer than that, could they? Miner was a co-conspirator, and yet they wanted somebody to introduce him to Brady. John W. Dorsey and S.W. Dorsey were in the same position. They were conspirators. The bargain was all made, signed, sealed, and delivered, and yet they went around hunting somebody that was close to Brady? Brady said, I will declare you all failing contractors. I can't help it. Though I have conspired with you, I give up all my millions. This service has got to be put on. The only way to stop it is for you to seek for a man that is close to me. You are not close enough. Now, absurdity may go further than that, but I doubt it. You must recollect that that contract was signed as of the 16th of August. You remember its terms. At that time, not a cent had been paid to S.W. Dorsey. His post office drafts had been cut out by the subcontracts. Afterwards, he had a quarrel with Vail. We will call it December 1878. Was the conspiracy flagrant then? Let us have some good judgment about this, gentlemen. You are to decide this question the same as you decide others, except that you are to take into consideration the gravity of the consequences flowing from the verdict. You must decide it with your faculties all about you, with your intellectual eyes wide open, without a bit of prejudice in your minds, and without a bit of fear. You must decide it like men. You must judge men as you know them. Was there a conspiracy between these defendants in December 1878 when S.W. Dorsey came back here and found out the security for his money was gone, and when he had the quarrel with Mr. Vail? Is there the slightest scintilla of testimony to show that Mr. Vail came into this business through any improper motive? I challenge the proposition to point to one line of testimony that any reasonable man can believe, even tending to show that Mr. Vail was actuated by improper motive. I defy them to show a line tending to prove that John R. Miner was actuated by an improper motive when he asked Vail to assist him in this business. I defy them to show that Brady was actuated by an improper motive when he told them, "You must put on that service or I will declare you all failing contractors." Was there a conspiracy then? I ask you, Mr. Froman, and I ask each of you, was there a conspiracy at that time? Have the prosecution introduced one particle of testimony to show that there was? In March, was there a conspiracy? Will you call dividing a conspiracy? Will you call going apart coming together? If you will, then there must have been a conspiracy in March. A conspiracy to do what? A conspiracy to separate. A conspiracy to have nothing in common from that day forward. Mr. Vail entered into a conspiracy then that he would have no more business relations with S.W. Dorsey. He swears that at this time nothing on earth would have tempted him to go on. That is what they call being in a conspiring frame of mind? Not another step would he go. In March they separated, and each one went his way. It was finally fixed up and finally settled in May. John W. Dorsey was out with his $10,000, and Peck was out with his $10,000. S.W. Dorsey, for the first time, became the owner of 30 routes, or something more, and Miner and Vail out of the balance, I think, 96. According to that contract of August 16, John W. Dorsey only had a third interest in the routes he had with Boone, and not another cent. There was a division. If there was a conspiracy of such magnitude, why should Boone go out of it? Why should John Dorsey sell out for $10,000? Why should John W. Dorsey offer Boone 1/3 of it? Why was Mr. A. W. Moore offered 1/4 of it? A gentleman who could be employed for $150 a month? I ask you these questions, gentlemen. I ask you to answer them all in your own minds. Recollect, on the 16th of August there was a conspiracy involving hundreds of thousands of dollars. In that conspiracy was the second assistant postmaster general. They had the post office department by the throat. They had the postmaster general blindfolded. Yet Miner went to Vail and said, "Now, just furnish a little money to put on these routes, and you may have 40% of this conspiracy." He was giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is that the way people talk that conspire together? Would not Miner have gone to Brady and said, "Look here, what is the use of acting like a fool? What do you want me to give 40% of this thing to Vail for? I had better give 20% more to you. That would allow me to keep 20% more too, and then there will be one less to keep the secret." He never thought of that. I want you to think of these things, gentlemen, all of you, and see how they will strike your mind. What did they want of Boone? S.W. Dorsey, they say, was the prime mover. He hatched this conspiracy. Miner, his own brother, Peck, and everybody else were simply his instruments, his tools. What did he want Boone for? He had a magnificent conspiracy from which millions were to come. He told Boone, "I will give you 1/3 of it." What for? He told Moore, "I will give you 1/4. 7/12 gone already. TJB 33 1/3%. That is about all. Then 65% more to the subcontractors. I want you to think about these things, gentlemen. If they had such a conspiracy, what did they want of Mr. Moore? Gentlemen, was it natural for S.W. Dorsey to get the money back that he had advanced or some security for it? Was that natural? When a man seeks to have a debt secured, is that a suspicious circumstance? That is all he did. He was out several $1,000s. He wanted to secure that debt, and he took another debt of $20,000 upon him as a burden. If this had been a conspiracy, he could have furnished this money that he had to pay others to put the service on the route. I leave it to each one of you if that action to secure that debt was not perfectly natural. I will ask you another question. If he was the originator of the conspiracy, would he have taken 30% burdened with a debt of $20,000? The way to find out whether there's any sense in anything or not is to ask yourself questions. Put yourself in that place. You, the master of the situation, you, the author of the entire scheme, would you take 1/3 of what you yourself had produced and that 1/3 burdened with $20,000 worth of debt, and then make your debt out of the proceeds? I want every one of you to ask yourself the question, because you have got to decide this case with your brains and with your intelligence, not somebody else, but you yourself. We want your verdict. We want your individual opinion, not somebody else's. There is the safety of the jury trial. We are to have the opinions of 12 men, and those opinions agreeing. Where 12 honest men agree, if they are also independent men, the rule is that the verdict is right. The opinion of an honest man is always valuable, and if he is only honest, and if it is his opinion, it is valuable. It is valuable if he does not go to some mental second-hand store and buy cheap opinions from someone else, or take cheap opinions. In this case, I ask the individual opinion of each one of you. I want each one of you to pass upon this evidence. I want each one of you to say whether, if Dorsey had been the author and finisher of this conspiracy, he would have taken 30%, burdened with that $20,000 of debt to others and 15,000 of debt to himself. If you can answer that question in the affirmative, you can do anything. After that, nothing can be impossible to you except a reasonable verdict. You cannot answer it that way. Why should he have cared so much about $15,000 or $16,000 with a conspiracy worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why run the risk of making the whole conspiracy public? Why run the risk of his detection and its destruction? You cannot answer it. Perhaps the prosecution can answer it. I hope they will try. Mr. Kerr, on page 4493, makes a very important admission. After they, meaning the defendants, had these contracts, there was a combination, an agreement between all these people that they were to do certain things in order to get at the public treasury and get more money. What does this mean? This means that this conspiracy was entered into after the defendants had obtained the contracts, so that Mr. Kerr fixes the birth of this conspiracy after these contracts had been awarded to the defendants. That being so, all the bids, proposals, Clendenning letter, Haycock letter, proposals in blank, and bidders' names left out, fade away. The Chico letter I will come to after a while. I will not be afraid of it as were the counsel for the prosecution. I will not, like the Levite, pass on by the other side of the Chico letter. I will not treat it as if it were a leper, as if it had a contagious disease. When I get to it, I will speak about it. All these things, then, under admission, go for naught, and have nothing to do with the case, and consequently nobody need argue with regard to them any more, although incidentally I may allude to them again. There is no doubt, recollect, after this admission, there is no clause in the indictment saying that we endeavored to defraud this government by bids, by proposals, by bonds, or by contracts. Not a word. That is all out. In my judgment, it should never have been in the case at all. What is the next thing we did? It is alleged that the moment Dorsey got these contracts, he laid the foundation to defraud the government by a new form of subcontract. Let me answer that fully, and let that put an end to it from this time on. Until May 17, 1878, the Post Office Department did not recognize subcontractors. After these contracts came into possession of these defendants, Congress passed a law recognizing subcontractors. Consequently, the contracts of the subcontractors that were to be recognized by the government had to be somewhere near the same form as the contracts with the original contractors. The moment the contract of the subcontractor was to be recognized by the government, then it was necessary and proper to put a clause in that subcontract for expedition and a clause in that subcontract for increase of service. Why? So that the government should know if the route was expedited what percentage the subcontractor was entitled to. Instead of that clause in the subcontract being evidence that Mr. Dorsey was endeavoring to swindle the government, the evidence is exactly the other way. It was put there for the purpose of protecting the subcontractor, so that if expedition was put upon the route, the government would know what percent of the expedition to pay to the subcontractor. If that clause had not been in that contract, the government could not have told how much money to pay the subcontractor, and as a consequence, the subcontract would have been worthless as security for the subcontract. And yet, a clause put in for the protection of the subcontractor is referred to in your presence as evidence that the man who suggested it was a thief and a robber. What more? They say to these witnesses, did you ever see such a clause as that in the subcontract before? No? Well, why? The government never recognized a subcontractor before that time, and consequently there was no necessity for such a clause. Think how they must have endeavored to torture every circumstance, no matter how honest, no matter how innocent, no matter how sensible, how they endeavored to twist it and turn it against these defendants. Gentlemen, whenever you start out on the ground that a man is guilty, everything looks like it. If you hate a neighbor and anything happens to your lot, you say he did it. If your horse is poisoned, he is the man who did it. If your fence is torn down, he's the fellow. You will go to work and get all the little circumstances that have nothing to do with the matter braided and woven into one string. Everything will be accounted for as coming from that enemy, and as something he has done. They say another thing, that we defrauded the government by filing subcontracts. You cannot do it. When this case is being closed, I want somebody to explain to the jury how it is possible for a man to defraud this government by filing a subcontract. I do not claim to have such ingenuity. I claim that I have not enough to decide that question or to answer it. I can lay down the proposition that it is an absolute, infinite, eternal impossibility to fraudulently file a subcontract as against the government. It cannot be done. Oh, but they say, the subcontractor did not take the oath. There is no law that he should take an oath, and there never was. There may be at some time, but there is not now. The law that everybody engaged in carrying the mail and every salaried officer of the department shall take an oath was passed before the law of the 17th of May, 1879, allowing a subcontractor to file his subcontract. Before that time, the government had nothing to do with the subcontractor. If he actually carried the mail, if he actually took possession of the mail, he had to take an oath of the carrier. But I defy these gentlemen to find in the law any oath for a subcontractor. There never was such an oath. If there is one, find it. The law that every salaried officer and every carrier of the mail shall take the oath was passed years and years and years before the law was passed allowing subcontracts to be filed. What of it? Suppose a man who is a subcontractor carries the mail and does not take any oath. That is as good as to take the oath and not carry the mail. What possible evidence is it of fraud? Suppose it should turn out that the carrier did not take the oath, but carried the mail honestly. What of it? Is it any evidence of fraud? If a man tells the truth without being sworn, is that evidence that he is a dishonest man? If a man carries the mail properly and in accordance with the law without being sworn to do so, it seems to me that it is evidence that he is an honest fellow, and you don't need to swear him. So when a subcontractor takes a subcontract and carries the mail according to the law, it does not make any difference whether he swears to do so or not. Is there any evidence in this case that the subcontractor stole any letters on account of not having taken the oath? When they answer, let them point to the law that the subcontractor is to take an oath. There is no such law, and never was. Now, according to this admission of Mr. Kerr, the conspiracy commenced after they got the contract. Very well. I need not talk about anything back of that. I do not know whether the admission is binding upon the government or not. I believe the court holds that the government is not bound by the admission of any agent, and that the government only authorizes an agent to admit facts. Maybe he's mistaken. The government only authorizes an agent to admit the law. At any rate, Mr. Kerr did the very best he knew how, and he says this conspiracy commenced when they got the contracts. And so we need not go back of that unless the government is now willing to say that Mr. Kerr has made a mistake. I lay down the proposition, gentlemen, that you need not go back of the division of these roots. Then you must go forward. What was done after that? Recollect the exact position of Senator Dorsey and the exact position of these other people. This ends Chapter 4, Part 2 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 3 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's closing address to the jury in the second Star Root trial. Part 3 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 3. Closing address to the jury in the second Star Root trial. The next claim is, although there is no conspiracy until after they got the contracts, that Senator Dorsey was interested in these contracts while he was a senator of the United States. If they could establish that fact, it would not tend to establish a conspiracy. There is nothing in this indictment about it. I admit that if he were a senator and at the same time interested in mail contracts, he might be tried and his robes of office stripped from him, and that he would be rendered infamous. But that is not what he is being tried for. They say he was in the Senate, and he was anxious to keep it secret. Mr. Kerr says he was so anxious to keep it secret that he sent all these communications out west in Senate envelopes, so they would think a senator had something to do with it. Then it turned out that all the envelopes were in blank, just plain white envelopes, with nothing on them, and away went that theory. If he were in the Senate and engaged in these roots also, and wished to keep it a profound secret, because if known it would blast his reputation forever, do you think he would have had all these circulars sent out in Senate envelopes and on Senate paper? If he did allow that to be done, it is absolutely conclusive that he was not interested. Suppose I was trying to keep it an absolute secret, profound, eternal, everlasting secret, that I had anything to do with a certain matter. Would I write letters about it? Would I use paper that had my name, the number of my office, and the character of my business printed on it? Would I? To ask that question is to answer it. One other thing. They claimed that he was in the Senate and infinitely anxious to keep it a secret, and yet he found Mr. Moore, a perfect stranger, and said to him in effect, "Yes, Mr. Moore, I don't know you, but I want you to know me. I am a rascal. I am a member of the Senate, but I am engaged in mail routes. I hope you will not tell anybody, because it would destroy me. I have great confidence in you, because I don't know you." That is the only way he could have had confidence in Moore. He would have had to have it in the first time he saw him, or it never would have come. To this perfect stranger he said, "Here I am in the Senate, but I am interested in these mail routes. I am in a conspiracy. I want you to go out and attend to this business. I want you to do all these things. And the reason I tell you is because I am a senator, and I want it kept a profound secret. That is the reason I tell you." That is what these gentlemen call probable. That is their idea of reasonableness and of what is natural. Well, that may be true in a world where water always runs uphill. It can never be true in this world. It is not in accordance with your experience. Not a man here has any experience in accordance with that testimony or that doctrine. Not one. You will never have unless you become insane. If this trial lasts much longer, you may have that experience. It is a wonder to me it has not happened already. There is another queer circumstance connected with this case. While Dorsey told it all to Moore, he kept it a profound secret from Boone. Boone, you know, was in at the first. Boone got up all this information. Boone was interested in these bids, and yet he, Dorsey, never told Boone. He had known Boone, you see, for several weeks. He told Moore the first day. the first minute. He wished to relieve his stuffed bosom of that secret. More was the first empty thing he found, and he poured it into him. It is astonishing to me that he succeeded in keeping that secret from Boone, but he did. He even kept it from Burdell. Burdell never heard of it. A gentleman who picks up every scrap, who listens at the keyhole of an opportunity for the fragment of a sound. He never heard it. John W. Dorsey did not even know anything about it. Nobody but Moore. Now I ask you, gentlemen, is there any sense in that story? I ask you. I ask you also if the testimony of Stephen W. Dorsey with regard to that transaction is not absolutely consistent with itself. Did he not in every one of those transactions act like a reasonable, sensible, good man? Oh, but they say it is not natural for a man to help his brother. Certainly it is not natural for a man to help his brother-in-law, and nobody but a hardened scoundrel would help a friend, and Dorsey is not that kind of man. Occasionally in a case an accident will happen, and from an unexpected quarter a sidelight will be thrown upon the character of a man, sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. Sometimes a little circumstance will come out that will cover a man with infamy, something that nobody expected to prove, and that leaps out of the dark. Then again, sometimes by a similar accident a man will be covered with glory. In this case there was a little fact that came to the surface about Stephen W. Dorsey that made me proud that I was defending him. Oh, he is not the man to help his brother. He is not the man to help his brother-in-law. He is not the man to help a friend. And yet, when Torrey was upon the stand, he was asked if he was working for Dorsey, and he said no, and was asked if Dorsey paid him at a certain time or if he owed him, and he said no. He was asked why, and he replied, because only a little while before, when I was not working for him, and my boy was dead, he gave me $1,000 to put him beneath the sod. That is the kind of a man Stephen W. Dorsey is. I like such people. A man capable of doing that is capable of helping his brother, of helping his brother-in-law, and of helping his friend. A man capable of doing that is capable of any great and splendid action. Is there any other man connected with this trial that ever did a more generous, nay, a more loving and lovely thing? How such a man can excite the hatred of the prosecution is more than I can understand. Now we have got to the division, and the question arises, was there a division? Let us see. On page 5009, Mr. Bliss admits that Vail, immediately upon Dorsey's coming out of the Senate, came here for the purpose of settling up this business, that he made up his mind to have no more to do with Dorsey. Then Mr. Bliss makes this important admission, and I do not want any attorney for the government to deny it. He, Bliss, admits that in May there was a final division, and that division was to take effect from the first day of April, and that after that each party took the routes allotted to him, and they became the uncontrolled property of that person, no other person having the right to interfere. There is your admission, just as broad as it can be made. Mr. Bliss, after having made that admission, which virtually gives up the government's case, then drew a sheet anchor to the wind and said, but when they divided, they made a bargain with each other that they would make the necessary papers. What for? To carry out the division, that is all. Now the only cornerstone for this conspiracy, the only pebble left in the entire foundation, is the agreement to make the necessary papers after the division. That is all that is left. The rest has been dissolved or dug up and carted away by this admission. Let us see what that agreement was. Mr. Bliss turned to the evidence of John W. Dorsey on page 4105. Question. At the time you sold out, was there any understanding about your making papers? Answer. That was a part of the agreement. I was to sign all the necessary papers to carry on the business. When he sold out, he agreed to sign all the necessary papers. It is like this. Mr. Bliss says on such a day, for instance, they divided. Suppose instead of being roots it was all land. They divided the land, and then they agreed to make the deeds. That was the conspiracy, not in the land, not in the agreement about the land, and not in the bargain, but in the execution of the papers in consequence of the bargain. That was the conspiracy. They agreed to make all the necessary papers. That was the agreement. Then the court asked John W. Dorsey a question. You agreed to sign what? Answer, all the necessary papers to carry on the business. That is what he agreed to do. What else? What were those papers? First, they were to sign all the subcontracts that are necessary, all the post office drafts necessary, and they were to sign letters like this. The Post Office Department, in regard to this route, will herefore send all communications to the undersigned. In other words, the object was to let the person who fell heir to a given route in the division control that route. That was all. The man who was the contractor agreed that he would sign all the necessary papers. For what purpose? To allow each man who got a route to be the owner of it and control it and draw the money. That is all. And yet this is considered rascality? Let me call your attention to another piece of evidence on this subject. On page 5016, Mr. Bliss is talking about all these papers and these letters that were written and apparently signed by Peck, but really signed by Miner, saying, I want you to send all communications in reference to such a route to Post Office Box number so-and-so. John M. Peck. Sometimes with an M under it, and sometimes without. He did that in consideration of the agreement at the time he got the routes that had been originally allotted to Peck. Mr. Bliss brought here a vast number of these papers, and then he continued on page 5017. All those, gentlemen, are orders dated after the division, many of them coming away down into 1881, and all of them relating to routes with which Peck had no connection, because he severed his connection with all these routes prior to the 1st of April, or as of the 1st of April, 1879. John W. Dorsey tells you that he signed the papers right along. Of course he did. He agreed to. And I have here a series of them. Many of them are orders not in blank. There are among the papers orders signed in blank, but these are dated, and they are witnessed not always by the same person, as indicating that they got together and signed a lot of orders at the same time of the division. There is every indication that the dates are correct. The witnesses are different at different times. The court. These same orders would have been made if the division had been perfectly honest. That is what I say. That is what we all say, gentlemen. If the transaction then had been perfectly honest, the papers would have been precisely as they are. From the papers being precisely as they are, do they tend to show that the transaction was dishonest? When it is admitted by everybody and decided by the court that if the transaction had been perfectly honest, the papers would have been just as they are? Recollect my text. Every fact, when you are proving a circumstantial case, has to point to the guilt of the defendants, and their guilt has to be found from all the facts in the case beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is one fact inconsistent with their guilt, the case is gone. There is another little admission to which I call your attention. Nothing delights me so much as to have the prosecution, in a moment of forgetfulness, or shall we say on purpose, admit a fact. Mr. Bliss said on page 5018, you will bear in mind that the division took place some 8 months previous to that. That was January 1st, 1880. However that may be, these papers are all papers which on their faces might be innocent and fair and proper. They are papers which under ordinary circumstances might be executed to enable others than the contractor to draw the pay and to be tiled with the department, though it appears, I think, by evidence in this case that no draft could be filed except shortly prior to the quarter as to which it applied. As to these papers, all that we have to say is this: they are the papers on their face, apparently innocent papers, calculated to go through in the ordinary practice as though there was nothing wrong about them. At the same time, the evidence shows that they were papers executed by these several parties at the time of or in the pursuance of the agreement of the division. I do not want anything better. That settles the papers. They were made at the time they agreed to make them. It was the only way in which they could give the party who got the root absolute control of the root. Now, gentlemen, apart from these papers, I believe they have 3 witnesses. At least they are called witnesses in this case. The first witness that I will call your attention to, and who figures about as early as anybody, is A.W. Moore. I want to ask you a few questions about his testimony. I want you to understand exactly what he swears to and the circumstances. Let us see. He swears first that he had a conversation with Miner in which he told Miner that he would work for him for $150 a month and expenses, with permission to put on some of his own service, I think, in Oregon and California, and that Mr. Miner accepted his terms and employed him as the agent of Miner, Peck and Company. Recollect that, Miner, Peck and Company. Second, that Miner told him to report to Dorsey's house to get instructions. Miner at that time was staying at Dorsey's house. I do not know whether it was to get instructions from Dorsey, or from the house, or from Miner. I take it from Miner. No matter. Mr. Moore then swears that he reported to Dorsey, and Dorsey asked him his opinion about the service. Moore never had been there and did not know one of the routes, but Dorsey was anxious for his opinion. How did he know any more about the service than Dorsey? There is no evidence that Moore knew the price. There is no evidence that he knew the amount the government was to pay on a single route. He was a stranger. Then he had another conversation with Dorsey, in which Dorsey told him that they had bid on the long routes with slow time, because that was the way to make money. Not satisfied with that, Mr. Dorsey showed him the subcontracts with the blanks and with the changes, and then he explained to him the descending scale, and he explained to him the percentage of expedition. He said Dorsey told him 40% of the expedition. Boone swears it was 65%. There's a little difference, not much. Moore swears that he himself was to have 25% of the stealings. Let us see how that is. Boone swears that the subcontractor was to have 65%. Rodell swears that Brady was to have 33 1/3%. That leaves 1 2/3% for the contractor. Do you see? The subcontractor got $65 out of $100, and then Brady got $33.33 1/3. That makes $98.33 1/3, leaving the contractor $1.66 2/3. That was all he got. Did you ever know of anybody on earth doing business at a smaller percent and paying for the trouble? Now, Mr. Moore comes in with his statement. He says the subcontractor got 40%, and then he himself got 25%. That makes 65. Then, according to Rodell, Brady was to have 33 1/3%. That makes 98 1/3. There is the most wonderful coincidence in this whole trial. Rodell and Boone and Moore agree exactly that the contractor would give up 98 1/3% to others and took 1 2/3 himself. Did you ever know as much humanity in a conspiracy as that? Did you ever know such a streak of benevolence to strike anybody? It reminds me of a case of disinterested benevolence that happened in southern Illinois. A young man went there to a lawyer and said to him, "I want to get a divorce. I was married at a time when I was drunk, and when I sobered up, I didn't like the marriage. I want a divorce." The lawyer asked, "What do you want of the divorce?" Well, he said, do you know the widow Thompson? Yes. She has been a widow there for about 40 years. Do you know her boy? He is the biggest thief in this county. He went over the Ohio River the other day and stole a set of harness and a mule. What has that to do with this divorce case? Well, he said, I want to get a divorce, and I want to marry that widow. What for? I want to get control of that boy and see if I can't break him from stealing. I have got some humanity in me. Here are S.W. Dorsey, his brother, his brother-in-law, Miner, and Vail, starting a charity conspiracy, and out of every $100 they steal, they offer $98.33 upon the altar of disinterested friendship. You are asked to believe that. You will not do it. Mr. Moore also swears that he received some money by a check, but he does not know whether the check was payable to him or payable to Miner. And he got a power of attorney signed by Miner from John W. Dorsey and John M. Peck, and then he started. S.W. Dorsey assuring him in the meantime that he could tell the people out there that the service would be increased and expedited in a few days. Mr. Moore is a peculiar man. He says that suited him exactly. He was willing to steal what little he could. He was willing to steal for $150 a month if he couldn't get any more, or he was willing to steal for a part of this stealing. If he could not get that, he would take an ordinary salary. I should think he was a good man from what he says. You heard him. They were wonderfully anxious to prove by Moore that Dorsey was the head and front of this whole business. That was the object. And so he swore as to the instructions. He said he was instructed to get up petitions so they could be torn off and the names pasted on other petitions. He swore he carried out those instructions. He swore that Major agreed to it, and I think a man by the name of McBow was going to do it. Yet, gentlemen, there never was such a petition gotten up. Major swore here that he had never heard of it, that he never dreamed of it, and never agreed to it, that it was a lie, that it was never suggested to him. Moore went out west and came back as far as Denver, and at Denver met John R. Miner, and then came here and saw Dorsey. What did he do with Dorsey? He swears that he went to Stephen W. Dorsey and settled with him, and that Dorsey settled in a very generous and magnanimous way, and did not want to look at his account, and did not want to look at the book, had no anxiety or curiosity about the items. He just said, how much is it? It happened to be even dollars, $250. When a man goes out west and has hotel bills and all that sort of thing, when he comes to render his expense account, it is always in even dollars. Moore said $250. Dorsey gave it to him. Never looked at the book at all. Moore swears that he made the settlement with Stephen W. Dorsey on the 11th day of July, 1878. Dorsey was then in the Senate. Look at page 1417. You will see that Moore has been smart. That is what people call smart. You know it is never smart to tell a lie. Very few men have brains to tell a good lie. It is an awfully awkward thing to deal with after you have told it. You see, it will not fit anything else except another lie that you make, and you have to start a factory in a short time to make lies enough to support that poor little bantling that you left on the doorstep of your honesty. A man that is going to tell a lie should be ingenious, and he should have an excellent memory. That man swore that he settled with Dorsey on the 11th day of July, 1878. Swore it for the purpose of convincing you that Dorsey employed him, that Dorsey gave him the instructions, that Dorsey was the head and front of the conspiracy. I then handed him a little paper and asked him, do you know anything about that? Did you ever sign that? And here it is. Not July 11, that is the day he got the money from Dorsey. July 24, 1878, received of Miner, Peck & Company, $166, balance of salary and expenses in full to July 11, 1878. Signed A. W. Moore. To when? To July 24? No, sir. He settled with Dorsey to July 11, 1878. The gentleman had forgotten that he gave that. If he had only a little more brains, he would have avoided the $250, that even amount, and he would have said, Dorsey did look over my books, and we had a little dispute about some items, and we just jumped at $250. But he swears that was the actual settlement. And then we bring in his receipt in writing, dated the 24th of July, 1878, saying that he had received $166 that day, and that it was in full of his salary and expenses, not up to that date, but up to the 11th of July, 1878. If his testimony is true, he stole that $166. If his testimony is true, he settled with Dorsey in full for $250, and then he was mean enough to go and get $166 more for the same time. No, gentlemen, he was all right enough about it then. He told the falsehood here. Now, what does Dorsey swear? Dorsey swears that he received an order from Minor to give this man $250. Minor swears that if Dorsey paid him anything, it was on his, Minor's, request. That is a perfectly natural proceeding for Minor to request Dorsey to pay this man $250. The man came to Dorsey's house. Dorsey gave him $250 upon Minor's order. He was trusting John R. Minor for the money, and it was none of his business whether Minor owed it or not, and consequently he did not look at his, Moore's, book. Now every fact is consistent with the truth of Mr. Dorsey's testimony. The fact is consistent with the truth of Minor's testimony, and the receipt of this man given to Minor on the 24th of July, 1878, demonstrates that he did not tell the truth under oath in this court before you. That is the end of Mr. Moore. That is the end of him. You never need bother about him again as long as you live. Why, they say, why didn't you impeach him? He impeached himself. Why didn't you call so-and-so? Because we had that receipt, and that is why. No need of killing a man that is dead. You need not give poison to a corpse. When a thing is buried, let it go. When a man commits suicide, you need not murder him. When he destroys his own testimony, let it alone. It will not hurt you. I am not afraid of the testimony of Mr. Moore. If these gentlemen can galvanize it into the appearance of life, I should be very happy to see them do it. Everything that he swore upon the stand that in any way touched the defendants is shown not to be true. Why should Dorsey have told him in 1878 to get up fraudulent petitions? Even Rodell does not swear that in 1879 Dorsey instructed him to get up fraudulent petitions, and certainly he would go to the limit of the truth. After Moore made his story out of a piece of true cloth, there would be very few scraps left. He would certainly go clear to the line. And yet, even he does not swear that when he went west to make contracts to get up petitions, he was instructed by Dorsey to get up a fraudulent petition. Not once. And yet Moore swears that in 1878, when Dorsey was in the Senate, he told him to get up these fraudulent petitions. It will not do. Mr. Major swears that what he, Moore, says about it is not true. Mr. McBean swears that what he says about it is not true, and then we have Moore's own receipt showing that it is not true. On page 4757, Mr. Bliss says, Moore stands before you, therefore, so far as all this testimony is concerned, wholly and absolutely uncontradicted. His testimony was that he was employed by Dorsey. His testimony was that he was settled with by Dorsey. And the testimony of the receipt that he signed is that he settled with Minor and not with Dorsey. The testimony of Minor that he was settled with by Minor and not with Dorsey. The testimony of Dorsey is that he never had any conversation with him in the world except at the time he paid him the $250. They say Rodell was present at the conversation. Why did they not prove it by Rodell after Dorsey had sworn to the contrary? And yet Mr. Bliss tells you that he is not contradicted. Utterly uncontradicted. Mr. Kerr, it seems, has an opinion of the same witness, I believe. He says on page 4511, he says he started out and went to work, as these records show, and made the subcontracts according to his instructions, and got up the petitions according to his instructions. Well, he swears he did not get up a petition at all, not one. He swears that he had not time. And yet these gentlemen say that he got up petitions according to his instructions, and he swears he did not. He swears he told Major to, and that Major signifies his willingness to do it. Major swears that that is a falsehood. Moore swears the same with reference to McBean, and McBean swears that it is a falsehood. Now Mr. Kerr goes on. He fixed them up and changed the language a little in some, and in some he did not take the trouble to change, but he fixed them also that there was a space between the writing and the names, so that they could be cut off and pasted on other papers. He expressly denies that he ever fixed a petition in the world. Mr. Kerr: what page? Mr. Ingersoll: you asked the page? Talk to the jury 7 days. I say that this man never fixed up a petition, and he never says that he fixed up a petition. Where is the page on which he says it? He was willing to do it, but he had not the time. I will show you that language. There is what they say about this man. Then he says he got a note from Miner and went to Denver and met Miner. That is right. Then Miner offered him a quarter interest in the roots in this vast conspiracy. Let us find what Moore thinks of himself. We will find that on page 1398. He is a good man, worthy of this case, according to the eternal fitness of things. I came to this quicker than I thought I would. It is page 1396. Question: did you get up any? Answer: no, sir, I didn't have the time. There it is. Now, of course, Mr. Kerr forgot. I call your attention to this now to show how little weight such evidence is entitled to in reference to a conversation 5 years ago, when Mr. Kerr could not remember this with the book in front of him. Mr. Kerr: I asked you for the page on which Mr. McBean's testimony appears. Mr. Ingersoll: Mr. Moore is the witness. Mr. Moore swears that he had never got up a petition. Mr. Kerr says he did. He and Mr. Kerr will have to settle their own difficulty. On last Friday, in reply, I think, to a question of Mr. Kerr, I stated that I thought McBean swore that Mr. Moore did not make any arrangement with him to get up false petitions. In that I was mistaken. Mr. Moore swore that he made an arrangement with McBean to get up petitions. He did not quite swear that McBean agreed to set up false and fraudulent petitions. He just came to the edge of it and did not quite swear to it. Afterwards, McBean was recalled by the government, and the government did not ask McBean whether he had ever agreed to get up any petitions or whether he had made any such arrangement with Moore. They did not ask him, and we did not ask him. I do not know why they did not ask him. They probably know. I also stated that Moore swore that he got his instructions about these petitions from Dorsey. The evidence is that he got his instructions not from Dorsey, but from Miner, that Miner so instructed him, and that thereupon he made the bargain to get up such petitions with a man by the name of Major on the Reading Alturas route. I make this correction because I do not want you or anyone else to think that I wish any misstatement made in our favor. We do not need it, and consequently there's no need of making it. You will remember that after Moore swore that he made a bargain with Major to get up false petitions, Major swore that it was untrue. You will also remember that Judge Carpenter called for the petitions that were gotten up upon these routes that Moore had something to do with, and I think he showed you on one route 11 or 12 petitions. Mr. Major swears that every petition was honest, that statements on each petition were true, and that the signatures were genuine. All those petitions were shown to you. So that the result of the Moore testimony is this. Moore swears that Miner told him to get up such petitions. He then swears that he made that bargain with Major. Major says it is not true. Moore almost swears that he made the same bargain with McBean. McBean says nothing on the subject. Then we bring here the petitions upon those very routes, and especially upon the Reading and Alturas route, and we find no such petitions are described by Moore. That is enough in regard to Mr. Moore upon that one point. This ends Chapter 4, Part 3 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 4 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial. Part 4 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 4. Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial. There is one little piece of testimony to which I failed to call your attention on Friday, and to which I will call your attention now. Moore was a friend of Boone. Boone recommended him to Miner. It was through Boone that Moore was employed. Now, I ask you if it is not wonderful that Moore never told Boone that there was a conspiracy on foot? Is it not wonderful that Moore did not tell Boone, his friend, the man to whom he was indebted for the employment, there is a conspiracy in this case? Senator Dorsey as good as told me so. I know all about it. The fact is, he never said one word, and the reason we know it is that Boone swears that when he went out on the 7th or 8th of August, he never even suspected it. I cannot, it seems to me, make this point too plain. Boone had been known by Dorsey for a long time. They were very good friends. Dorsey had enough confidence in him to select him as the man to get the necessary information after he had been requested to do so in the letter. Boone was the man who attended to this business more than anybody else. Boone was interested with John W. Dorsey. Boone had every reason to find out exactly what was happening. He was at Dorsey's house where Miner was. He talked with Miner day after day. He helped get up the bids. He did a great deal of mechanical work. He had the subcontracts printed. Yet during all that time Dorsey never let fall a chance expression that gave Boone even the dimmest dawn of a hint that there was a conspiracy. No one told Boone. Moore, his friend, never spoke of it. Now there is one other point with regard to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore swears on page 1371 that Miner offered him a fourth interest in these routes. That was the conversation in which Moore said Mr. Miner told him they were good affidavit men. According to Moore's testimony, he then knew there was a conspiracy, and he understood that he was part and parcel of it. Let me ask you right here, is it probable that Moore would have been offered a quarter interest at that time if a conspiracy existed, and if they had their plans laid to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if the profits had depended upon the affidavits alone? I ask you, as sensible, reasonable men, if he would have been offered a quarter interest under those circumstances. Now comes in what I believe to be the falsehood. Mr. Moore says that the interest was offered to him by Miner, but Miner said it would have to be ratified by Stephen W. Dorsey. That is brought in for the purpose of having some evidence against Dorsey. You must recollect, gentlemen, that this evidence was all purchased. The evidence was all bargained for in the open shamble. You must recollect that there are upon the records of this court some 7 or 10 indictments against A. E. Boone. You must remember that Moore was Boone's friend. You must remember that Moore was a part of the consideration that Boone was giving to the government for immunity. Mr. Merrick, is there any proof of that? Mr. Ingersoll, I think there is. Mr. Moore swears as to the number of indictments against Boone. He was his friend. The jury have a right to infer what motive prompts a witness. Moore witnessed to swear enough so that Mr. Boone would not be troubled. In my judgment, Mr. Boone, being under indictment, gave evidence in this case in order that the government would take its clutch from his throat. He swore under pressure. That is a system, gentlemen, that is dangerous in any country. Whenever a government advertises for witnesses, whenever a government says to a guilty man or to a man who is indicted, "All we ask of you is to help us convict somebody else," whenever they advertise for a villain, they get him. That is the result of what they call the informer system, an infamous system. A court of justice, where justice is done between man and man, is the holiest place on earth. The informer system turns that into a den, into a cavern, into a dungeon where crawl the slimy monsters of perjury and treachery. That is the informer system. It makes a court a den of wild beasts. What else does it do? Under its brood and hatch come spies. Spies to watch witnesses, spies to watch counsel, spies to follow jurymen, so that a juror cannot leave his house without the shadow of the spy falling upon his doorstep. That is not the proper attitude of government. The business of a government is to protect its citizens, not to spread nets. The business of government is to throw its shield of power in front of the rights of every citizen. I hold in utter, infinite, and absolute contempt any government that calls for informers and spies. Every trial should be in the free air. All the work should be done openly. These sinister motions in the dark, the crawling of these abnormal and slimy things, I abhor. Now, to come back to Moore. Upon my word, I think he was trying to help his friend. After Mr. Miner had offered him a quarter interest, then he came back to Washington. He arrived here, according to his evidence, about the 11th day of July, I think. He went immediately to see Stephen W. Dorsey. Recollect that. This was the time Dorsey settled with him without looking at his books. After he settled with him and gave him $250, he asked him to telegraph to see if the service had been put on the Dallas and Baker City route. He waited there until he received an answer, and after that he talked with Dorsey, not only about that matter, but in that conversation Dorsey said, according to Moore, that it took a good deal of money to keep up their influence in the department. When I asked him when that conversation was, he said 2 or 3 days after the first conversation. According to the evidence in this case, Stephen W. Dorsey left this city on the 12th of July. This man Moore arrived on the 11th. And he says 2 or 3 days after his arrival, Dorsey said it took money to keep up their influence here. When he swears that Dorsey told him that, Dorsey was in the city of Oberlin, Ohio. Recollect these things. Whoever tells stories of this character should have a most excellent memory. Now there is another thing. When did Miner get back? He got back by the 24th of July, because on the 24th of July he settled with Moore, and I believe then Moore went west again. Now remember, there was a contract made, as Moore swears. He has not got it. Nobody sees it. He says there was a contract made by which he had a fourth interest in something. He got back here, I believe, sometime in November, and on the 20th November he and Miner settled. I will now look on page 1430 for that settlement. I want you to see how everything was situated at that time. I find on page 1430 that Mr. Miner settled for everybody with Mr. A. W. Moore. Remember the situation. Moore knew there was a conspiracy. All the service was on. You see, this was November 20th, 1880. Vail was in. They had a man who was close to Brady. Everything was running in magnificent style. Mr. Moore understood that there was a conspiracy. What more did he understand? That he had the claw of his avarice in the flesh of a United States Senator, and in the flesh of a second Assistant Postmaster General. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were to be made. He came back here and settled up and sold out his interest. For how much? $682? Do you believe that? Credulity would not believe it. Nobody believes it. That is, if the rest of the story is true. Why did he settle with him for so little? He said Mr. Miner told him he hadn't $1. Moore did not reply to him, "When this conspiracy is completed, you will have plenty. I can wait." No, Miner said he hadn't anything, and so Moore settled for $682. Then I asked him, "You had a contract with Dorsey, did you?" "Yes, verbally." "Did you ever say anything to Dorsey about it?" "No." "Did you ever claim anything from Dorsey?" "No." "Did you ever write to him?" "No." "Did you ever say anything to anybody that you had any claim against Dorsey?" "No." You saw Mr. Moore, gentlemen, here upon the stand. Do you think he is the kind of man who would let such a chance slip? It is for you to judge. In my judgment, that is the eternal end of Mr. Moore's testimony. We can call him buried. We can put the sod over his grave. We can raise a stone to the memory of A.W. Moore. Let him rest in peace, or to use the initials only, let him R.I.P. That is the end of him. If the government wishes to dig up the corpse hereafter, let them dig. Mr. Kerr. I would like, Mr. Ingersoll interposing, I don't want to hear from you. The Court. You do not know what he is going to say. Mr. Ingersoll. He may be intending to make a motion that the jury be instructed to find a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Kerr. As Mr. Merrick will have to answer, he simply wants to know the page. Mr. Ingersoll. If Mr. Merrick wants to know the page, he shall have the page. And anybody that wishes to answer, if counsel had simply asked me for the page, without getting up in such a solemn manner, I would have told him. On page 1406, Mr. Moore says that he went to Dorsey and got the money, and that then Dorsey requested him to telegraph to the Dalles, and that he did not see Dorsey after he got the answer to his dispatch, I think, for 2 or 3 days. He reached Washington, he says, about the 11th. On page 1372, he speaks of telegraphing to the Dalles by instructions from Dorsey. Now, gentlemen, I am going to call your attention for a little while to another witness, Mr. Verdell. And in the commencement, I need not refresh your minds with regard to the part he has played. I need not in the first instance tell you about his affidavit of June, 1881, nor his affidavit of July 13, 1882, nor his pencil memorandum, nor his Chico letter, nor his offer to pack the jury on behalf of the government, nor the signals he had agreed upon, nor the reports he made from day to day, nor the affidavit of September that he made for the government, nor of November, nor of February. All these things you remember, and remember perfectly. I will speak of them as I reach them, but I want you to keep in your minds who he is. I need not call any names. Epithets would glance from his reputation like birdshot from the turret of a monitor. The worst thing I can say about him is to call him Mr. Verdell. All epithets become meaningless in comparison. The worst thing I can say after that would have the taint of flattery in it. You will remember that when Enobarus was speaking to Agrippa about Caesar, he says, "Would you praise Caesar? Say Caesar. Go no further." And I can say, if you wish to abuse this witness, say, "Mr. Verdell, go no further." That is as far as I shall go. You will remember that Mr. Verdell was in the employ of Stephen W. Dorsey, and had been for several years. He does not pretend that he was ever badly used. He does not say before you that Mr. Dorsey ever did to him an unkind act, ever said an unkind word. In all the record of the years that he was with him, he finds no page blotted with an unjust act, not one. He has no complaint to make. Under those circumstances, he voluntarily goes to see a man by the name of Clayton, I think an ex-senator from Arkansas, known to him at that time to be an enemy of Stephen W. Dorsey, an enemy of his employer, an enemy of his friend whose bread this witness had eaten for years, whose roof had protected him, who had trusted and treated him like a human being. Yet he goes to this man Clayton, and he says, in substance, "I want to sell out my friend to the government." He was not actuated exactly by patriotism, although he says he was. The promptings of virtue may have started him, But after he got started, he said to himself, I do not see that it hurts a virtue to be rewarded. So he said, I want some pay for this. I want a steamboat route reinstated. I want the Jennings claim allowed. Of course, I am disinterested in what I am doing, but I might as well have something if it is going. What else do you want? The disinterested patriot suggested that he would like to have a clerkship for his father-in-law. Anything else? If you read his letter of July 5th, 1882, which I will read to you before I get through, you will see that he says, if I had remained with the government, I have every reason to believe that I would have had a good position by this time. So he must have demanded a clerkship for himself. Good, honest man. At that time he did not know, but swore it afterward, and swore it here upon the stand, that Dorsey had never done anything wrong. And yet Rodale was willing to sell him to the government, believing that he, Dorsey, had never done anything wrong. So he went and saw the Postmaster General. The Postmaster General did not appear to take any great interest in the matter. He turned him over to the Attorney General. Rodale showed the Postmaster General what he had, and read him, I believe, or showed him some memoranda. Then he went and saw the Attorney General. The Postmaster General did not seem to give him encouragement. Then when Rodale went to see McVey, he took with him a letter book. I do not know but more than one, but we will say a letter book. Now, what was in that letter book? And, gentlemen, the only way to find whether a man tells the truth is to take all the circumstances into consideration. What did he want to do? What was his object? And what were the means at his command? For instance, it is said that a man left his house with the intention of murdering another, and that he had on his table a loaded revolver, and also had on his table a small walking stick. And he took with him the walking stick. You would say that he did not intend to commit the murder, that if he had so intended, he would have taken the deadly weapon. In other words, you must believe that men, acting for the accomplishment of a certain object, use the natural means within their power. Now, what did he have in that letter book? He swears now that in that letter book there was a copy of a letter from Stephen W. Dorsey to James W. Bosler, that the original letter was written by Stephen W. Dorsey. That press copy, of course, would show that the original letter was in the handwriting of S. W. Dorsey. What does he swear was in that letter? He swears that Dorsey made a proposition to Bosler to go into the business, told him the profits, and told him that he had to give 33 1/3% to TJB, that he had already paid him, I think, $20,000, and had more to pay him. According to the testimony of Mr. Rodale, that was in the letter book that he took to McVey. Now recollect that. Why did he not show it? He had forgotten it. He showed him what he had. Recollect now that he had a tabular statement. I think the letter showed so much money to TJB, and the tabular statement 33 1/3% to TJB. He had that tabular statement, and that was in Dorsey's handwriting. He says he had it. Well, after that, the Attorney General must have told him, that is not enough, I want some more. Well, Rodale says, I can let you have something more. What more can you let us have? Well, then he told him about the red books. I do not know that he said they were red, but he told them about the books, and those books were in New York, and he would go over there and get them, that he was going to steal them. He says he went over to get them, and afterwards admitted, I believe, that lie was stealing them. Now you must remember the position Rodale was in. He had been to Clayton, to the Postmaster General in company with Mr. Woodward, and to the Attorney General in company with Mr. Woodward, and yet there was not enough. Well, it was all he had. What more could he do? He suddenly found himself caught in his own trap. He had furnished enough to trouble him, but not enough to convict Dorsey, and not enough to be promised immunity. Now, what had he to do? He did exactly as he did with Mr. Woodward in September, when he made that affidavit, and when Woodward said it was not enough. He said, very well, I will make another. The same as he did when he made the affidavit of 70 pages in November and found it was a little weak. He made another, and he would have made them right along. He had a factory running day and night. Now he tells you that while he was talking with McVeigh, just toward the last of the conversation, the idea flashed into his brain that he might save Dorsey, too. Don't you remember that testimony? And as quick as he thought of that, he agreed to go to New York and steal the books. The very last thing that McVeigh said to him, according to McVeigh's testimony, and I believe according to his own, was to be sure and get the books, that they were all important. So he went, as he claims. Now, did it occur to him that he would save Dorsey in that way? Did he think of saving Dorsey by going and getting those books? That was the last thing. And he was going to get the books to be used as evidence against Dorsey. In a few days, he started for New York, and the question arises, why did Rerdell go to New York at all? Why did he want to see that the books were in New York? Why did he pretend that he had any more evidence unless he had it? You see, you have got to get at the philosophy of this man. You have got to find what actuated him. And although in many respects he is abnormal, unnatural, monstrous, and morally deformed, still it may be that we can find the philosophy upon which he acted. Why did he say he was going to New York? Because the Attorney General told him, he must have told him, that the evidence he then had was not sufficient. Rerdell could not break down right there and say, that is all I have got. That would give up the fight. That would tell him that he had endeavored to sell out his friend and nobody would buy the evidence. That would tell him that he had tried this and had failed, that he had simply succeeded in showing his own treachery without involving his friend. He could not stop there. You must recollect the evidence he had and the evidence he wanted. Let us see what he had. Mr. Bliss says, why did he say the books were in New York? Why did he not say they were in Washington? That would not have given him time, gentlemen. He would have been told, go and get them. Then he could not have produced them. Consequently, he put them in the possession of somebody else, so that if he failed to get them, then he could say that the other man destroyed them or had hid them. He could have said, I have done my best. They did exist, but they have been destroyed, or they have been hidden, or they have been put out of the way. He wanted time, and knowing that no such books existed, he could not say, I have them in Washington, because then he could give no excuse for their non-production. He must state it in such a way that he could reasonably fail. That is to say, that he could give a reason for his failure. He could not say, I have them in my house, because then he would have been told to go get them. So he put them in the possession of another man, so that failing to get them, as fail he must, he could give a reasonable excuse for the failure. Why did he go to New York? I will tell you what my philosophy is. He found the government did not wish to purchase the evidence he had. He found that, in the judgment of the expert of the Department of Justice, it was not sufficient. The next thing was to retrace his steps. He did not want to jump off of one boat into the sea and find no other boat to rescue him. He said, I have been too hasty. I will go to New York. Why? To find out whether Dorsey had ever heard of this or not. That is what he went there for. The inferior man always imagines that the superior knows what he is doing and knows what he has done. He found that he was about to fail with the government, and then the important question to him was, has Dorsey found out about this? Can I go back to Dorsey? Or must I go on and be cast away by him and be refused by the government? Now let me call another thing to your minds. I will come to it again, but it forces itself upon me at this place, and it seems to me it ought to be absolutely conclusive. Rerdell swears that on the day after he went to McVeigh with that letter book, in looking it over he found the press copy of the original letter that Dorsey wrote to Bosler on the 13th of July, 1879. He says that the next day he found that copy in that copybook. Why did he not steal the book? Conscientious scruples, gentlemen? You see that he was going to New York to steal another. Why not steal the one that he already had possession of? And how much better that book would have been than the other that he was going to get. This was a copy of a letter in Dorsey's handwriting in which he admitted that he had paid $20,000 to TJB and was going to pay him some more, while that book in New York was not in Dorsey's handwriting, admitting for the sake of argument that there was such a book, but it was in the handwriting of Donnelly or Burdell. See? And right there he had the evidence, absolutely conclusive, in the handwriting of S.W. Dorsey himself, and he did not even keep it. He did not even steal it, but he gave it back and went to New York to steal a book that Dorsey did not write. He threw away the primary evidence to get secondary evidence. He threw away that which would have convicted Dorsey beyond a doubt, which would have made him a welcome recruit to the government. He threw that away and went to New York to get another, a line of which Dorsey never wrote. And then he would have to establish, after he got the book, that William Smith stood for Thomas J. Brady. He would have to prove, after they got that book, that John Smith or Samuel Jones stood for Turner. Now, gentlemen, do you believe that that man, with his ideas of honor and with the kind of conscience he has in his bosom, with a copy of a letter in Dorsey's handwriting in his possession, admitting that Dorsey gave $20,000 to TJB, would give that up and then go to the city of New York to steal a book not in Dorsey's handwriting, and that did not prove that Dorsey ever paid a cent to Thomas J. Brady, in which there was one charge to William Smith, and that would have to be eked out by the testimony of Burdell himself, when he had right there in his own grasp and clutch the press copy of the original letter written by Dorsey himself? Do you believe it? There's not a man on the jury believes it. There's not a lawyer prosecuting this case which believes it. What else did he have? He had a letter that he himself, as he claims, wrote to Bosler on the 22nd of May, 1880, after he, Burdell, had been summoned to appear before a committee of Congress. He had, he says, those 3 sheets. What else did he have the morning after he was talking to McVeigh? He had the tabular statement in the handwriting of Stephen W. Dorsey, and over the Brady column, TJB 33 1/3%. What more did that man have? He had the balance sheets made out, as he swears, by Donnelly of those books. Were the balance sheets just as good as the books? Now just think what he had according to his own testimony. A copy of the original letter written by Dorsey to Bosler in which he admitted his guilt. A copy of the tabular statement written by Dorsey in which he puts down 33 1/3% to TJB. What more? A copy of the letter that he had written to Bosler on the 22nd of May, 1880. He had all that, and he must have had this memorandum, though I will show you that he had not. And I think I will show you when he made it. And yet he was going to New York to get some more evidence? He was going to steal another book in New York that would simply create a suspicion while he gave up a book that was absolute certainty? That is the theory. But they say, oh, he did not do that quite. What did he do? He went out and had that copied. He swears that he had copied that letter of May 13th, 1879, that Dorsey wrote to Bosler, in which he admitted that he gave $20,000 to Brady. Now, a copy would not show in whose handwriting the letterpress copy was, would it? That is a very important point. Who copied it? I think he said Miss Nettie L. White copied it. We never hear of Miss Nettie L. White again, though. These gentlemen admit that you are not to believe Mr. Burdell on any point that is not corroborated. And when he swears that Miss Nettie L. White copied the letter, you are not bound to believe that there was such a letter unless they bring Miss Nettie White or account for her absence. They did not bring her. That is an extremely important point in their case, infinitely more important than whether the red books ever existed. Did Dorsey write a letter to Bosler in which he admitted his guilt? This man says that he had complete and perfect evidence in his own hand, that he gave that up, that he had that copied by Miss White, and they did not bring Miss White. Certainly he has no scruples about tearing it out. He says he tore out his letter to Bosler of the 22nd of May, 1880. He had no scruples about that. He did not refuse to keep the book because it touched his honor, because in a day or two he was going to steal another, not half as good as that one, not 1/10 part as good. Just think, he gave up evidence that was absolute and complete, and went to steal evidence that was secondary and of the poorest character. You do not believe it. He would have kept that book if he had kept any. If he was going to steal any evidence and had the best, he would have kept it. The trouble was that there was no such letter in that book. There was his letter of May 22nd, 1880, no doubt about that. And that man tore it out, and then he made up one in his own mind and had it of that date. That is all. So he went to New York and swears that he went right up to the Albemarle Hotel, that it was early in the morning, that Dorsey was not then up, and that he had a conversation with Dorsey, in which Dorsey charged him with having had something to do with the government, with having gone over to the government. Dorsey had heard that there was something going on about that time, and I suppose he asked Mr. Rerdell about it. Rerdell denied it, said there was no truth in it, that nothing of the kind, character, or sort had ever happened. Now let us just see whether I can demonstrate to you that Rerdell, in the conversation that he had with Dorsey at the Albemarle Hotel, denied that he had gone over to the government, or that he had done anything that was not perfectly honest, straightforward, and upright. I refer to it now, although I may come to it again. And gentlemen, I am sorry for you. I pity every one of you that you have to hear all that has to be said in this case. But you must put yourselves for the moment in our places. You must remember that these defendants have borne this agony, have been roofed and surrounded with disorder for 2 years. You must remember that the agents of the government have pursued them. They have watched over them and spied them day and night. You must remember that they have been slandered for years in the public press, although the tone of the public press is now changing, and changing in such a marked degree that one of the attorneys here for the prosecution claimed that we had bought up the correspondence. When you take into consideration what my clients have suffered, the position they are now in, fighting this great and powerful government, I know you will excuse us for inflicting upon you every thought and every argument that we think may be for our defense. I am doing for my clients what I would do for you, or any of you, if you were defendants, and I am doing for them what I would want them to do for me were I a defendant and they my counsel. This ends Chapter 4, Part 4 of 24.
Chapter 4, Part 5 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial, Part 5 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joseph Tabler. Part 5. Now I am going to demonstrate this. When Mr. Rerdell got to Jersey City, he telegraphed back according to the evidence of Mr. Dorsey. Up to this moment I have been faithful to every trust. I believe Rerdell swears that he did not send that. He had a memorandum book which he took out of his pocket. I think a leaf was torn from it, and he ran his pencil through this line on the page on which he had taken a copy of this dispatch. Up to this moment I have been faithful to every trust, and says he did not send it. Why did he put his pencil through that? Because that line would not agree with the testimony he had given upon the stand. Up to this moment I have been faithful to every trust was in that dispatch. I want to ask you if you believe that Rerdell could have sent that dispatch to a man to whom he had admitted that very morning that he had gone over to the government. Do you believe it? How perfectly natural it would have been for him to send a dispatch from Jersey City that harmonized and accorded with his denial of that morning. Just look at that, handing the paper to the foreman of the jury. Just read it. I want the jury to look at it. He rubbed it out of his memorandum book. When? At the time? No, sir. When he found that he wanted something to harmonize with his evidence here. Even when he had not the brazen effrontery to swear that he had told Dorsey that very morning that he, Reardle, had gone over to the government, and then that very afternoon to telegraph him. Up to this moment I have been faithful to every trust. Why, in comparison with that cheek, brass is a liquid. What is the next sentence? The affidavit story is a lie. Why did he leave that in? Because technically that was true. He had not then made an affidavit, and there is nothing so pleases a man who has made up his mind to tell a lie as to have mixed with the mortar of that lie one hair of truth. It is delightful to smell the perfume of a fact in the hell broth of his perjury. Just look at that. These two things show that he had not admitted to Dorsey that he had told the government anything against Dorsey. He wanted Dorsey to understand that he, Reardle, had not communicated with the government. Now, if you admit his evidence to be true, at the time he sent that dispatch he had the stolen book under his arm, and you, gentlemen of the jury, are asked to believe a man who would do that thing. I would not. I would not convict the meanest, lowest wretch that ever crawled between heaven and earth upon such testimony. Never. Neither can you do it. A verdict must rest upon a fact. The fact must rest upon the testimony of a witness. That witness must be, or seem to be, an honest man. And unless a verdict is based upon the bedrock of honesty, it is infinitely rotten. And the jury that will give a verdict not based upon honesty is corrupt. Mr. Crane, foreman of the jury, I notice that this dispatch seems to have been written with different pencils at different times. Mr. Ingersoll, up to this moment I have been faithful to every trust. Is written very dimly. The affidavit story is a lie, but confidence between us is gone, is in still a different hand. I resign my position, and I will turn everything over to any one you designate, is still another hand, 3 hands, 3 pencils, and in the one memorandum. These papers have been manufactured, and when the government said, "This is not enough," another paragraph has been added. How hard it is to perpetrate a piece of rascality and do it well. There are an infinite number of things in this universe, and everything that is in it is related to everything else. And when you get a falsehood in it that does not belong to the family, it has not the family likeness. And when anybody sees it who is acquainted with the family, he says, "That is an adopted young one." Mr. Reardle now says, I believe, that he did not send that line. Up to this moment, etc. Dorsey swears that he did. Reardle then produces this book and this paper which I have shown to you. Now let us follow Mr. Reardle from the Albemarle Hotel. I will show that he crosses himself on almost every fact that he endeavors to swear to. He swears that he went to Dorsey's, that from Dorsey's he went immediately to Torrey's office, and he then went and got lunch and then went to Jersey City. He also swears that he got his breakfast before he went to Dorsey's. In the next examination he swears that he got his breakfast after he went to Dorsey's, and after he got the book he went to Jersey City. First walking up and down Broadway for about an hour, he had forgotten about the lunch. There is nothing in it but a mass of contradiction. He swears that he went down to Torrey's office. Why did he not make it earlier, as soon as he got off the boat? Because he did not have any key to the office. It would not do to swear that he broke into the office and that nobody ever heard of it, and so he had to put the time after the office would naturally be open. Well, now we have got him as far as the office. He swears that he went in there and saw Mr. Torrey. After chatting a little with Torrey and telling him the object of his visit, Torrey took him into the next room and took these books from a shelf or desk or something of that kind and handed them both to him, and he looked them over at his leisure, while Mr. Torrey went back to his business. He finally took the journal and left the ledger. Why did he leave the ledger? I will tell you after a while. Every lie, as well as every truth, has its philosophy. He took the journal and came along out with it under his arm, not wrapped up, not concealed, Then he had another chat with Torrey about the weather or something, and then when he went on. Why did he swear that he had had a conversation with Torrey in that office? I will tell you. When he was giving that testimony, Torrey was in mid-ocean between New York and Liverpool. I guess Mr. Rerdel had heard that the man was away. He thought he would be absolutely and perfectly safe, and so he said he had a conversation with Torrey. The moment he repeated that conversation with Torrey, I said, "Where is Torrey?" We telegraphed to New York, and we found that Torrey had left for the old country. We sent a cablegram to Queenstown, and we intercepted him. I think he stayed a day in the old country and took the next ship and came back, arriving here in time to swear that Rerdel never visited that office, that he never had that conversation with him, and that he never got that book from that office. More than that, that book never was in that office. Who are you going to believe, Torrey or Rerdel? Another man was there on that very day, Mr. Mullins. He never had any recollection of seeing Rerdel until he saw him here. All the books were kept in the safe except the books that Torrey had in his desk. No such books were in the safe, and no such books were in Torrey's desk. Gentlemen, no such books existed, and I will demonstrate it to you before I get through. No doubt the man had some little expense books of his own. He has widened them, he has lengthened them, he has thickened them, he has colored them, he has refreshed other people. When the government tells a man, "You have got an office, haven't you?" "Yes." "Well, we want you to remember this." Then he is refreshed on the subject. The words the government speaks are rain and dew and sunlight upon the dry grass of his memory, and it springs up green. He says he has been refreshed. Before I get through, I will show you that these things were proved only by gentlemen who had been refreshed. Now, why did Rerdel say he took the journal and left the ledger? I will tell you. There is more in the shirt theory than you would think. He had a shirt in a paper, folded up just once over the bosom. Unexpectedly, Lai met Mr. James on the train. He was very much surprised to meet him, because James swears he was very much surprised to meet Rerdel. James knew that he had gone over to New York to get those books, and he asked him, "Did you get the books?" Rerdel had that beggarly little package. He could not call that books, because it was not large enough, and so he had to say he had a book. That was the reason he said journal and not ledger. He had too small a package for books, and consequently he told James he had the book, and he is sticking to it. Only one book. Another reason, he said to James, and it was very smart of him, "I don't want to show you what I have got in this package, because there is a fellow looking." And so the shirt in unconscious innocence reposed unseen. Who was the fellow who was looking? Chase Andrews. You recollect him. He came into the depot at Jersey City at the time Rerdel was writing this virtuous dispatch, this certificate of his honor and of his faithfulness. He shook hands with Rerdel. Rerdel said he had a carpet sack, but it was not big enough to get one of these books in. He wanted the jury to think it was a pretty big book. He hated to lose the chance of adding to the size of the book, and so he swore that it was too big to put in the carpet sack. If he had only had sense enough to put it in the carpet sack and let it alone, we never could have proven anything about it by Chase Andrews. Andrews would not have sworn that he had looked through the carpet sack, but Rerdel, in his anxiety to have that book a big book, said he could not get it into the carpet sack, and consequently must have held it in his hand. Chase Andrews saw him in the depot at Jersey City, and rode in the next seat in the Pullman car from Jersey City to Washington, and Rerdel had no book. Who will you believe, Chase Andrews or Mr. Rerdel? Mr. Ingersoll, resuming, "May it please the court and gentlemen of the jury, it is also claimed by the prosecution that on the evening of the day on which Rerdel was in New York and sent the telegram from Jersey City, Dorsey wrote a letter to Rerdel in which he begged him, for the sake of his family, for the sake of his children, and everything, to go no further. I believe it is claimed that after Mr. Rerdel got back here to Washington, he showed that letter to his brother. It struck me as extremely wonderful that he did not show his brother the book. That was such an important thing, it being the thing that he went after, being something that was to decide his fate with the government. There was nothing about that. Let me say right here, suppose his story is true, that he told Dorsey that he had been to the government. Would Dorsey write to that man a letter begging him, for God's sake, not to go further? Would he not rather have sent some man to see him? He knew at that time that he was utterly dishonest, having received that very afternoon, according to Rerdel's testimony, a telegram from Rerdel, in which Rerdel admitted that he had told a falsehood. Would he then have put himself upon paper? Would he have put himself in the power of that same man? I ask you, because you know there is about as much human nature in one person as in another, on the average, and the only way you can tell what another man will do is by thinking, what would I do under the circumstances? I am going to demonstrate to you now, with just one point, that there were no such books. When Rerdel came to make the affidavit of June 20, 1881, Dorsey knew that Rerdel had talked with McVeigh, James, and Clayton. He also knew that Rerdel, according to his statement, had promised to go to New York and get the Red Book. Rerdel swears in the affidavit of June, 1881, that he promised McVeigh to go to New York and get those books. Dorsey knew at that time whether such books existed or not. If he knew they did exist, then he knew that Rerdel went after them. Why did not Dorsey ask Rerdel at the time he made that affidavit, "Did you get a book in New York?" Admitting, for the sake of the argument, that Rerdel's story is true, that the books were there, and that Dorsey knew it, would not Dorsey have asked him, when he was making the affidavit of June 20, 1881, "Did you get a book in New York? What did you do with it, if you did?" Rerdel swears that Dorsey did not mention that subject, that it was not talked of between them. Why? Because both knew that no such books existed. That is the reason he did not ask him if he got it. He knew that he did not get it. Why? Because the book was not there to be obtained. Can you explain that on any other hypothesis? Dorsey knew at this time, according to the testimony of Rerdel, that Rerdel was dishonest, knew that Rerdel had tried to sell him out to the government, knew that Rerdel had promised McVeigh he would go to New York and get those books, knew that Rerdel had been to New York, knew that Rerdel had gotten back, and yet did not ask him, "Did you get a book?" Would he not naturally have said, "I want that book that you got in New York. I want it now"? It also appears in evidence that on the very day that Rerdel was in New York, and says he was in Torrey's office, Torrey in the afternoon went to the Albemarle Hotel to do some writing for Mr. Dorsey. Is it conceivable that Torrey would not in that conversation have told Dorsey, "Your clerk Rerdel came to the office that day, and I gave him the mail book, or one of those books"? Not a word. That affidavit was made in June, 1881, and was the affidavit in which Rerdel disclosed what he had done with the government, and that he had agreed to get that very book, and yet Dorsey did not take interest enough in the matter to ask him if he had got a book. Mr. Merrick: Is there any evidence of the conversation between Torrey and Dorsey? Mr. Ingersoll: No. The evidence is that Torrey went there that evening. You claim that that was the topic of conversation, and that Dorsey sent dispatches to Rerdel that night and wrote a letter to Rerdel. So I say, under the circumstances, and with the excitement then prevailing, it is inconceivable that Torrey should not have said, "Your man Rerdel has been at my office today and got one of the books." I say it is inconceivable that he did not tell him, and therefore Dorsey must have known it had been a fact, and had it been a fact when Rerdel made the affidavit of 1881, Dorsey would have said, "I want that book. I want the book you stole from my office. He did not even mention it. It was not the subject of conversation. Yet in that same affidavit he said that he agreed to go and get it, and in that same affidavit he said that no such book ever existed. He swore to that affidavit from friendship. You see, gentlemen, about how much friendship that man is capable of. He swore for friendship that no such book existed. He now swears that it did. What is that for? You want to consider these things. Nobody asked about that book. The matter drifted along. The summer wore away. Autumn touched the woods with gold. Nobody ever mentioned the book. Winter came. That book was in a little carpet sack hanging in a woodshed, a magnificent place to secrete property. The snows descended, the winds howled around that woodshed. The carpet sack hung there with the book in it. Nobody touched it. I think the next year, maybe that summer, he wrote or telegraphed to Mrs. Cushman to get the book. It suddenly occurred to him that a woodshed was not a safe place for it. She got the book. She looked into it enough to find out it was about the mail business. She put it away. Finally, that book was brought from its hiding place on the 13th of July, 1882, when Reardle says he handed it over to Dorsey, and there is not one syllable of evidence going to show that it was ever spoken of from the time he visited New York until he brought it to Dorsey, as he claimed, at Willard's Hotel. What made him give it to him? Dorsey was mad. Dorsey threatened that he would have Reardle arrested for perjury because Reardle had sworn that he, Dorsey, was innocent. That is enough to excite the wrath of an ordinary man. Dorsey was then on trial. The first trial was then going on. We were right in the midst of it. The year before that, Reardle had solemnly taken his oath that Dorsey was an innocent man, and here Dorsey was in a court insisting that he was innocent. Yet he threatened to have Reardle then and there punished for perjury because he had sworn that he was innocent. That frightened Reardle, and I think it was calculated to frighten any man. Why did Dorsey allow Reardle to keep that book? There is only one possible explanation. The book never existed. That is all. Torrey would have told about it if it had been taken from his office, because I believe the evidence shows that that affidavit was shortly afterwards published. Nobody seemed to have taken any interest in that book. All interest faded away. Now Mr. Reardle made that affidavit on the 20th of June, 1881. I believe on page 2468, Reardle swears that when he made the affidavit of June 20, 1881, he had the copies of the original journal and ledger at Dorsey's office. Afterwards he swears he had not. He swears that he then gave them to Dorsey. Afterwards he says they were sent to New York the year before. I will come to that after a while. Now let us see what the position of affairs was on June 20, 1881. At this time Reardle had furnished the government all the information he had, except the book. Then they had said to him substantially, "The evidence is insufficient. We want more." Reardle agreed to furnish them the books, and went to New York to get the books. Now he had Dorsey absolutely in his power, according to his account. What did he do? He had, according to his testimony, the copy of the letter Dorsey had written to Bosler on the 13th of May, 1879, the copy having been made by Miss Nettie L. White. He had the tabular statement in Dorsey's own handwriting, showing 33 1/3 per cent. To T.J.B. He had the letter that he himself wrote to Bosler on the 22nd of May, 1880. He had the red book. According to his statement, on that day he had Dorsey in his power. All he had to do was to take the next step and secure absolute safety for himself and crush his employer. What did he do? He then said, "I went to the government and played the detective." He retreated. He voluntarily put himself in a position 1,000 times as perilous as he had been in before. He put himself in a place where he had to swear that what he told the government was a lie, and that he was simply endeavoring to find out the government's case and was acting as a detective. You must recollect that Reardal is a man who does nothing for money. He will make an affidavit for unadulterated friendship. He will make it also from fright. He will make it also, he says, in the interest of truth. At that time he made an affidavit, as he says, for friendship. And it is for the jury to determine how much a man like Reardal, because you know what he is just as well as I do, would do for friendship. You have seen him here day after day. You saw him sitting right at the door when Mr. Kerr and Mr. Bliss were demonstrating to you that he was a guilty wretch, and you saw his face beaming with pleasure. He was absolutely delighted. Yet when Mr. Wilson stood here and endeavored to show that the man was not as bad as he said he was, endeavored to show that his plea of guilty was absolutely false, he slunk away, covered with the shame of innocence. He did not want to hear that. He wanted it understood that he was guilty, and that it was the proudest moment of his life. Now it is for you to determine how much such a man would do for friendship. It is for you to determine how you can take advantage of his finer nature. He had Dorsey in his power, according to his story, but instead of carrying out his original design, he turned against the government. Why would he do that? Because of patriotism? No. Why? He did it for his own benefit, gentlemen. He never acted from any other motive. Why did he not stay with the government? Because they would not give him his price for his evidence. Why would they not give him his price for his evidence? Because his evidence was not worth it. If he had had the copy of the letter from Dorsey to Bosler, they would have given him his price. They would have followed him all over the United States to have given him his price. There was the absolute evidence against Dorsey. There was the evidence against the man whom Mr. McVeigh wished to drag down. Why did they not buy it? Because the man did not have it. Why did he desert the government? Because the government would not give him his price. Again, I ask, why would not the government give him his price? Because he had not the goods. He had not the evidence. Then what did he do? He sneaked back and asked protection of the man he had endeavored to betray. That is what he did. He again asked Dorsey to stand by him. Dorsey did not need this man. This man needed him, and he instantly deserted the government and went back to Dorsey. For the sake of saving Dorsey? No, for the purpose of saving himself. He had not the evidence, yet according to this testimony of his, he did what I told you. What else did he have? He had the root book. What was the root book, gentlemen? From the evidence it appears that this man kept a root book, and that in it he had the name of each root, the number of the root, where it started from and where it went to, the name of the contractor, the amount per year, the name of the subcontractor, the amount per year, and then a column showing whether it had been increased, and if so, how much, and whether it had been expedited, and if so, how much. He had that book. He says he was subpoenaed to appear before the Congressional Committee. What book would that committee want? They would want the book that showed the original contracts, the subcontracts, the description of the routes, how much the government paid to the contractor, and how much the contractor paid to the subcontractor. That was the book they wanted, and that was the book to hide if any hiding was to be done. That was the book to have copied. That was the book in which figures should have been changed, if in any. And yet he never said one word about that root book. He had it in his possession. Why should he not expect the committee of Congress to call for that book? He did not tell you. He did not have that book copied, and yet that was the book that had in it every particle of information that the Congressional Committee wanted. Not a word on that subject. It appears, too, in the evidence that Mr. Reardal had in his possession certain notes that passed between him and Mr. Steele about the red books. Why were not those notes produced in evidence? Mr. Steele was here on the subpoena of the government. Why were not those notes produced in evidence? Not a word about that. Is it possible that those notes were about the root book? Why were they not produced? Reardal went before that Congressional Committee. He did not take any root book. What did he take? He said that he had these books made up to take. Did they contain the accounts of the subcontractors? No. Donnelly swears there were not more than 12 accounts in the book. What was the use of taking that book or those books before the committee? Another thing, he says that he went immediately and got those books copied. Would he try to palm off the copies as originals? Would not the committee ask him the very first thing, in whose handwriting are these books? He could not say, they are in mine, because then he would be caught. He would have to say, they are in Mr. Donnelly's handwriting. The next question would be, where is Mr. Donnelly? And the answer would be, here in town. The committee would send for him and ask, Mr. Donnelly, did you write in those books? Yes. Did you make the entries at the time they purport to have been made? No, sir, I copied them from another set of books that Mr. Reardle gave to me. He would either say that or swear to a lie. Then they would say, Mr. Reardle, we want the original books. And then he would be caught. You cannot imagine a more shallow device. More than that, the books would not have any information that the committee wanted. Nothing about these contracts and nothing about the amount paid the subcontractors. If the committee wanted anything, they wanted to show that the government was paying a large price and the contractors were paying to the subcontractors a small price. Reardle says that when he was subpoenaed to bring his books, he never thought of the root book. He thought of the red books, and yet the root book was the only book that had any information that the committee wanted. How was he to palm that off? Is it possible to think of a reason having in it less probability, less weight, less human nature than the reason he gives for having those books copied? There is another reason. If Reardle expected to palm off the copies as originals, why did he keep the originals? For instance, I have a book here that I don't want Congress to see, and so I have it copied. I am going to swear that the copy is the original. Otherwise the device is good for nothing. Why keep the original and run the perpetual danger of discovery? Why not burn the original? Why keep the evidence of my own guilt, liable to be found at any moment by accident, by a servant, by a stranger? That is not human nature, gentlemen. Then there is another question. If he were going to have a book copied and then swear that the copy was the original, he would have copied it himself. If a man intends to swear to a lie, the first thing he does is not to take somebody into the secret. Why should he have put himself in the power of Donnelly? He was the man to be the witness before the committee, and if his device worked, he intended to swear before the committee that the copies were the originals. And yet, by going to Donnelly to have the work done, he manufactured a witness that would always stand ready to prove that he, Reardle, had sworn to a falsehood. What men work in this way? When a man makes up his mind to swear to a lie, does he take pains to go to one of his neighbors and say, I am going to swear to a lie tomorrow, and I want to give you the evidence of it. I am going to swear that a copy is an original. I want you to make the copy so that I can swear to it. Would not the neighbor then say, I will be a witness against you in that case. You had better copy it yourself. Just see what he did. He took pains to have a witness so that if he swore falsely he could be contradicted and convicted. Why did he not copy the books himself? After he got the originals copied, why did he not burn up the originals so that nobody could ever find them in his possession? Let us take another step. Finally, he got before the committee. When he got before the committee, what did he swear? He swore that he kept some expense books showing how he stood with the contractors. I think that was the truth. I think that is what he did keep. He did not tell the committee about the root book, not a word. That was the only book that he concealed in his testimony. He said he kept some expense books, and those were all that he kept. He did not tell about the root book. That is the only book that he failed to mention. Consequently, it seems to me that was the only book he did not want to show. Why? Because he thought at the time they were going to make a great outcry about what was paid to the subcontractor and to the contractor, and he had no advices from anybody, except from whom? Except from Mr. Bosler. What did Bosler tell him? Bosler told him, "I see no reason why you should not exhibit your books and papers." Now, according to Reardle's testimony on the 13th of May, the year before, Dorsey had written a letter to Bosler informing him that he had given $20,000 to TJB. Bosler knew, if the testimony of Reardle is true, that letter had been written, and Bosler had that information. He knew if the letter had been copied too, because every letter that one receives gives evidence whether it has been copied or not. And yet, knowing of that letter, he wrote to Reardle or telegraphed him that he saw no reason why he should not show all his books and papers. Nobody believes that. Nobody ever will believe it. The earth may revolve in its orbit for millions of years, and generations may come and go, countless as the leaves of all the forests, and there will never be found a man of average intelligence to believe that story. Just think of it. Bosler, according to the testimony of Reardle, had gone into partnership with Dorsey, knowing there was a conspiracy, knowing Dorsey was paying to Brady 33 1/3% of the profits, and thereupon the clerk who attended to the business writes or telegraphs to him and says he has been subpoenaed to appear before the Congressional Committee with the books and papers, and Mr. Bosler, knowing of the existence of the conspiracy and knowing that Brady is getting 33 1/3%, writes or telegraphs back that he sees no reason why all the books and papers should not be presented to the committee. Gentlemen, that is impossible. It never happened, and it never will. Ah, but they say these books did exist. Why? Because Mr. Donnelly copied them. Let us see whether he did or not. There is nothing like examining these questions. Mr. Reardle says that in his interview with Brady, Brady suggested to him that he had better have them copied. This, I believe, was on the 21st of May, 1880. Now, he swears that in accordance with that view or suggestion that he received from Brady, he had the books copied by Donnelly. When did he have it done? He had it done after the 21st day of May, 1880. On page 2638, Donnelly swears that he copied these books in the latter part of April or the forepart of May. On page 2636, where he was asked if he had anything to do with copying a book of accounts for Reardle, he says that he had, and on being asked what kind of books they were, says they were a small set of books. Donnelly swears that they related to the mail business and seemed to be the books of a firm. At that time, nobody was interested in the matter except S.W. Dorsey. How did they appear to be the books of a firm? Donnelly swears on page 2648 there were not more than a dozen accounts in the book. Let us see if these books were the mail books. He says there was an account against S.W. Dorsey, that is 1. An account against John W. Dorsey, that is 2. Against Donnelly himself, that is 3. M.C. Reardle, that is 4. Interest account, 5. A mail account, 6. An expense account, 7. A profit and loss account, 8. And an account with William Smith, 9. That is all he gives. But he says they were not to exceed a dozen. On page 2644, Gibbs says there was an account against Colonel Steele and Mrs. Steele. I take it they would be in one account. That makes 10. Then there was an account against Jennings, making 11, and an account against Perkins, making 12. Let us see if we can go a little further. Mr. Reardle swears to a cash account, that is 13, also an account against J.H. Mitchell, that is 14, and one against Belford, making 15. You can deduct your Jones and your Smith, and have one more account in the book than Donnelly swears was in it. He swears they were not to exceed a dozen. That was the book with all this mail business. We will follow it up a little. Reardle says he opened the books according to the memorandum, and swears consequently that there was a cash account and an account with J.H. Mitchell. J.B. Belford, I believe, he afterwards mentioned. Now, according to Gibbs' testimony, there was an account with Perkins. Understand, I say, that the only book he had, if he had any, was a private book in which he kept his own expense accounts and his own matters, and it was not a book with which Stephen W. Dorsey had any connection. I say that the William Smith and Samuel Jones account he has added for the purpose of having something to sell to the government. That is my claim. I say they were his private books. There was an account with Perkins. You have heard all the testimony, gentlemen. You know all the contracts in this case. You know all the subcontracts. There is not a single solitary account in this book with any subcontractor mentioned in any of these subcontracts, except Perkins and possibly Jennings. Who was Perkins? Perkins was a subcontractor on the route from Rawlins to White River. That is the route that Reardle had an interest in himself. Reardle made the subcontract with Perkins himself, and consequently he had an account with Perkins in his own private book, and had not any account with the rest of the subcontractors. We also find, according to Gibbs, that there was an account against Jennings. Who was Jennings? This ends Chapter 4.5, Second Star Route Trial, Closing Address, Part 5 of 24.
Chapter 4, Part 6 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10. Ingersoll's closing address to the jury in the Second Star Route Trial. Part 6 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 6. That brings us to the Jennings claim. That is the claim that he told Mr. Woodward about when he wanted to sell out in the first place, and that is the claim that he told McVeigh and the Postmaster General about. Strangely enough, and wonderfully enough, we find that claim in this very book. That shows whether this was a private book or whether it was a book kept for the accounts of Dorsey. Now, by looking at the post office reports, I find that $994 was paid to Verdell for Jennings on the 14th day of April, 1880. And the question I ask is, did he keep two sets of books at that time? He produced in court a book of his own, kept at that time with the Jennings account in it. The book that was copied had the Perkins account. And why? Because it was a special account in which Verdell was interested. They have failed to prove that there was in that other book any account in which Dorsey was necessarily interested, except the account kept with Verdell showing Verdell's transactions with Dorsey. We now come to the testimony of Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs says his wife copied a journal between Christmas 1879 and the 1st of March 1880. Verdell says that she copied the journal and the ledger both. The witness, Gibbs, gives the color of the book. He says it was not red. It was either brown or black. Mr. Gibbs remembers nothing about the Smith account. Whether it was large or whether it was small, he finally swears that he does not really recollect anything about it, except that Verdell brought the book there and said he wanted to get a copy made to send to Dorsey in New York, and that he returned the book and the copy to Verdell. He swears that he remembers as names in the book Smith, Jones, and S.W. Dorsey, and M.C. Verdell. Those were all that he could think of. He does not remember the name of John H. Mitchell. On page 2646, he says he believes that Verdell came to him and asked him during the trial if he recollected the name of William Smith, and he swears that when Verdell asked him if he recollected the name of William Smith, he distinctly told him that he did not. Then he, Verdell, asked him if he recollected the name of Jones, and he swears that he told Verdell, when he asked him that question, that he did not. I read from page 2646. I tried not to remember anything of this. How can a man try not to remember? What mental muscle is it that he contracts when he tries not to remember? That is a metaphysical question that interested me greatly when the man was testifying, for he said he tried not to remember. Why did he try not to remember? As Jennings, I didn't want to be called into court if I could possibly help it, and for quite a long time did not mention the fact that I knew anything of the books. But when I was called into court, I thought of all the circumstances connected with the time that I copied the books, and a few days ago, or a week ago, in going home one night, and thinking this thing over in my mind, and thinking of everything I could think of, my mind reverted to a conversation I had had at the time, laughing and looking over the books. It was not only one book, then. Back to Jennings. And I wrote a great many letters and read a great many names. They must have been in the letter books, and was laughing about the peculiarity of the names, and even made the remark, "There is even Smith and Jones in it." What a wonderful circumstance! In copying the books and making an index of the 3 letter books, he found Smith and Jones. The difficulty would have been not to find Smith or Jones. That is the evidence of that man. When Werdell first went to him, he told Werdell distinctly, "I remember no name of Smith. I remember no name of Jones." And then he waited until Werdell went on the stand and swore that he copied those books, and that the names of Smith and Jones were in them. And then his memory was refreshed, and he came here and swore that the names Smith and Jones were there. All of a sudden it came over him like a flash, and he subsequently had the conversation with his wife. Gentlemen, you may believe it. I do not a word of it. He is mistaken. He has mistaken imagination for memory. He has mistaken what Werdell told him now for something he thinks happened long ago. He took the letter books too. Maybe there is where he found some of his strange names. Werdell says, in swearing to the letter, which he says was written by Dorsey to Bosler on the 13th of May, 1879, that he, S.W. Dorsey, took that book, all his own books that were not used for the mail business, and boxed them up. When? In 1879. Mr. Kellogg swears that after they were boxed up, they were sent to New York. When? In 1879. And yet Werdell swears that between Christmas and New Year's 1879, those books were at the house of a Mr. Gibbs to be indexed. It will not do. And Werdell swears that he had the letter book containing the letter of May 13 here in 1881 when he went to McVeigh. And yet, according to his own testimony, that book was sent to New York in 1879. And he swears that the 3 letter books, and I will call your attention to them after a while, that he had there commenced on the 15th of May and ended, I think, in April or May of 1882. He swears that the letter written by Dorsey to Bosler was written on the 13th of May, 1879. And then he swears that the first letter in the 3 letter books was dated the 15th of May, 2 days afterward. So he had not the book here. I knew he did not have it, because if he had had such a book with such a letter, he would never have gone to New York to steal a book. He would have stolen that one. Torrey took charge of the books January 27, 1880, and he kept them till the 1st of May, 1880, in the Boreal building, and then at that time moved to 145 Broadway, and kept them there until the last of April, 1882. Now, gentlemen, I will come to those red books again in a moment. Here is a little piece of evidence about the books. You know it was the hardest thing in the world to find out how many books this man had, how many times they were copied, who copied them, and what he did with the copies, and he got us all mixed up. Counsel for the prosecution, the court, counsel for the defense, none of us could understand it. How many books did you have? What did you do with them? Well, I took them to New York. No, I did not. I had some of them here. Finally, I manufactured out of my imagination a carpet sack for him. I said, "Didn't you take those books over to New York in a carpet sack?" And he said, "Yes." He did. He jumped at that carpet sack like a trout at a fly. Let me call your attention to some other evidence. On page 2637, near the bottom, Donnelly is testifying. Question: was it an exact copy of the book? Answer: it was not. Question: in what did it differ from the book you were keeping? Answer: there were some items left out. Question: what accounts did you leave out? Answer: I left the William Smith account out. Question: what did you do with that amount in order to balance the books? Now I want you to pay particular attention to this answer. Answer: my recollection is that I carried it to profit and loss. Question: on the books or on the balance sheet? Answer: on both. Now remember, these were the books made out to fool the committee. I suppose there are some bookkeepers on this jury. I suppose Mr. Green knows something about bookkeeping, and Mr. Evans, and Mr. Crane, and Mr. Gill. I do not know, but you all do. And you know that when you carry an amount to profit and loss, you do not throw the name away. You keep the name. If you have charged against Robert G. Ingersoll $5,000, which you never expect to get, and you want to charge it to profit and loss, you make the charge and you put my name against that. You put profit and loss against Robert G. Ingersoll's debt. Everybody that has ever kept a book knows that. If you carry an amount to profit and loss, you rewrite the name of the person who owes the debt, so that when he says, my recollection is that I carried it to profit and loss, there would be a name twice in the book instead of once. If it was simply in the book once, it would be William Smith, debtor, $18,000. But if you carry that to profit and loss, you must credit profit and loss by this William Smith amount and consequently get the name in the book twice instead of once. And that is what they call covering it up. They were so afraid that somebody would see an account against William Smith in one part of the book that they opened another account in the profit and loss business and put it in again. That would be twice. Now let us go on a little. Question: were there any other accounts transferred in the same way? Answer: I rather think there were, but I am not certain. Question: did you make the books balance on your copy? Answer: yes, sir. Question: how long were you working on that copy? Answer: I was working on it 2 evenings and all of one night. Now recollect, in the copy that he made, he carried the account of William Smith, and maybe Jones, he does not remember, to profit and loss. Now let us take the next step. Let us go to page 2269. This is as good as a play. Donnelly swears that when he made the first copy, he carried the William Smith account and some other to profit and loss. Burdell swears that acting upon the hint of General Brady, he got a man to do what? To make another copy and leave out the items that had heretofore been charged to profit and loss. Donnelly swears that he balanced the books, and he is the only man that ever did balance the books, according to the testimony. After Rodell had been subpoenaed to appear before the Congressional Committee, he got another man, whom he swears he put to work on the books, designated the entries to be left out by drawing a pencil mark through them, that he told him to make up a new set of books, leaving out those entries, but to leave the books so that they would balance, taking the entries that were stricken out, and also the same amount had been carried to profit and loss, and leave them entirely out. Rodell swears that prior to that time these accounts had been carried to profit and loss, and that he struck out the credits to Dorsey. Then the evidence as it stands is this. Rodell swears that Mrs. Gibbs copied the journal and ledger. Gibbs does not swear it, but Rodell does. That makes 4 books. Then he got Donnelly to make another set of books with the William Smith and Dorsey accounts carried to profit and loss. That makes 6 books. After he had been subpoenaed by the committee, he got another man to make a new set of books and leave out the William Smith and Dorsey accounts and the profit and loss account, and that makes 8 books. And there we are so far as that is concerned. Now, gentlemen, I have come to one other view of this case. I hope you'll not forget, because I do not want to speak of it all the time, that this man Rodell swears that he had the original letterpress copy of that letter which he says Dorsey wrote to Bosler. Do not forget that. He says he had that before he went to New York to steal the red books. Do not forget that. And that he gave that testimony away. Do not forget that. That he says he had it copied by Miss White, and they do not introduce Miss White to show that she copied it. Do not forget that. Do not forget, too, that he had, when he was there, the tabular statement in the handwriting of S.W. Dorsey. Mr. Ingersoll resuming. Gentlemen, on page 2286, Mr. Rodell gives the contents of a letter which he says Dorsey wrote to him the night he, Rodell, left New York, and when he says he had the book with him. He swears, you remember, that afterwards Dorsey tore up the letter. Let me read you the letter as he says it was written. The letter started out by stating that he did not believe the report that had been brought to him in reference to myself, and that he also believed the affidavit story to be a lie. He pled in the letter for the sake of his wife and children and himself and his social and business relations and the friendship that had long existed between us, not to do anything for his injury, for God's sake to reconsider everything that I had done and take no steps further until he could see me. It was in that strain, simply begging me not to do anything further until he could see me. Now let us analyze that letter, keeping in our minds what Rodell has sworn. Rodell has sworn that when he went to the Albemarle Hotel, he told Dorsey what he had done, that he had had the conversations with McVeigh and James. Let me call your attention to the dispatch from Jersey City. First, Dorsey wrote to Rodell that he did not believe the report that had been brought to him. That had been brought to him. He could not have used that word brought if Rodell had been the bringer. If Rodell had made the report to him in person, he could not have written to Rodell, I do not believe the report that was brought to me. The use of the word brought shows that someone else told him, not the person to whom he wrote. The report? What report? There's only one answer. The report that Rodell had been in consultation with the government. He writes to Rodell, I don't believe that report that has been brought to me. And yet when he wrote it, if Rodell's testimony is true, he knew that Rodell had given him that very report, and he knew that Rodell would know that he, Rodell, had told Dorsey that very thing. Second, that he, Dorsey, believed the affidavit story to be a lie. There is again, in this horizon of falsehood, one little cloud of truth. Rodell had not made an affidavit. He had told James McVeigh, Woodward, and Clayton what you know, but he had not made any affidavit. And when he was charged, if he was, with having made an affidavit, it delighted him to have one little speck of truth, just one thing that he could honestly deny. That was the one thing. He had not yet made an affidavit. Third, Dorsey pled with him in the letter, for the sake of his wife, children, himself, his social and business relations, and the friendship that had long existed between them, not to do what? Not to do anything further. According to Verdell, he, Dorsey, told him in the letter he did not believe he, Verdell, had done anything. Verdell swears that he wrote to him in the letter that he did not believe the report, that is, that he had yet done anything, and then wound up the letter by begging him, for God's sake, not to do anything further. How came he to use the word further? Don't take any further steps. I know that you have not taken any step at all, but do not, I pray you, take any further steps. That letter will not hang together. Dorsey swears he never wrote it. Finally, the letter comes down to this: I don't believe the report. I do not believe you have done anything, but for God's sake, do not do anything more. It is like the old Scotch verdict when a man was tried for larceny. The jury found him not guilty, but stated at the end of the verdict, we hope the defendant will never do so again. The first part of this letter shows that Dorsey did not believe that he had done anything. The last part of it shows that he did believe that he had done something and that he must not go further. No one can tell why he introduced the word further into this letter upon any other hypothesis. Now I read to you from page 2287 what Verdell says happened at the Albemarle Hotel. He charged me with holding interviews with Mr. James, the Postmaster General, and the Attorney General, and asked me what I meant by it. I told him my action was in his behalf, that I had been keeping up with the newspapers and knowing the facts in regard to this mail business. What I had done was done in his behalf. That is, he, Verdell, did not deny that he had these conversations, did not deny the report, did not deny that he had met the Attorney General and the Postmaster General, but said, my action was in your behalf. And then, according to Verdell, after that, Dorsey wrote him a letter in which he said, I do not believe the report, although Verdell had made the report to him himself. Maybe that is the reason he did not believe it. Now let me read to you the conversation on his return from New York and see how it agrees with the letter. It is on page 2288. Mr. Dorsey immediately brought up the conversation that we had had over in New York, and what I had done by going to see Mr. McVeigh, and asked me if I intended to ruin him. I said, no, I did not. It was not my intention to ruin him. It was my intention to help him out of what I thought to be a bad difficulty. Question: what did he say? Answer: he then asked me if I had done anything further since I had left him. Yet in the letter he wrote him from the Albemarle Motel, he said that he did not believe the report and did not believe that he had done anything against him. The first thing he asked him when he got here was, have you done anything further against me? I said, no, I had not. I had not been near Mr. McVeigh. He then says, well, how shall we get out of this? I says, Mr. Dorsey, I will do anything that I can except to commit perjury. A very natural remark for Mr. Verdell to make. He would do anything but that. That testimony shows that Dorsey never wrote the letter which Verdell says he did write from New York. That testimony shows that they did not have the conversation in New York that Verdell says they had. That testimony shows that they did have exactly the conversation which Mr. Dorsey swears they had. Now I come, gentlemen, to the affidavit of June 20th, 1881. I would like the letter of July 5th, 1882, which is on page 3733. You understand this affidavit was made in consequence of the conversation, as he says, that he had with Dorsey after Dorsey came back from New York, in which he said he would do anything except commit perjury. And when Dorsey told him, "Damn it, what does that amount to when a friend is involved? I would not hesitate for a moment." Consequently, he, Verdell, swears that he made up his mind for the sake of friendship to swear a lie for Mr. Dorsey. That is what he says now. On the 5th of July, 1882, while we were in the midst of the other trial, and when Mr. Verdell, as he says, contemplated going over to the government, and when he would not put evidence in our hands against himself, he wrote this letter. Quote, July 5th, 1882. Senator, what I am going to say here may surprise you, while, judging from certain circumstances that to me are easily to be seen, you may not be taken by surprise. To commence with this, it will be necessary to go back about a year to the time when, looking forward to the inevitable result of the star route matters, I started to put myself in accord with the government. At that time, I had no thought of being included in any prosecution or indictment, supposing that as an agent I could not be held criminally responsible. Had I for one moment thought it possible, nothing could have changed my mind, even anxious as I was to benefit you. The consequence was I listened to Bosler and did what I will ever regret. First, because of the unenviable notoriety given me in the consequence of doing what he persuaded me to do. End quote. Who persuaded him? Mr. Bosler. He states that on the 5th of July, 1882, when, as he said, he had made up his mind to go over to the government, and when he would not willingly put a club in our hands with which to dash out his brains. Quote, second, because, let this case go as it may, I am still left under a cloud. End quote. That is a pitiable statement. That man under a cloud. Quote, both with your friends and acquaintances and the public generally. End quote. Here comes, gentlemen, the blossom and flower of this paragraph. Quote, and that too almost penniless. End quote. The letter goes on. Quote, these are stern facts and cannot be ignored. While I had continued acting with the government, my reputation would have been clear and no doubt been appointed to a good position. End quote. The government must have promised the gentleman an office when he went, in June 1881, to Woodward and Clayton and to the Attorney General and the Postmaster General. According to this letter, among other things, he was to have an office, the steamboat route was to be reinstated, the Jennings claim was to be allowed, his father-in-law was to get a clerkship, and according to this letter, he also was to have a position. That is civil service reform. What does he say? Quote, at least I have every reason to believe such would have been the result. End quote. He would have had an office. He has every reason to believe. Why? They must have promised it to him. Quote, now this brings us to the present time. I have an opportunity to redeem myself, and I think it best to do so, as by doing so I can be entirely relieved of the indictment. End quote. The government then must have promised him in 1882 that the indictment should be dismissed against him. Is it possible that he would tell a lie, gentlemen? Is it possible the prosecution will say that he lied on the 13th of July, 1882, but in 1883, having met with a change of heart, he told the truth? No. Quote, in taking this step, let me say this. It is the result of much thought and also preparation. End quote. I think so. the preparation of several papers. Quote, I have realized the fact that all you and Bosler desired was to use me, and when no longer needed, I could go to the devil. End quote. Well, I think that's where he has gone. Quote, therefore, I have concluded to be used no longer and propose to look out for myself. Today I am putting things in order so as to commence right tomorrow. I regret this on your family's account, but I too have a family and owe it to them to put myself right. End quote. You see, gentlemen, he wanted to leave an unspotted reputation to his children. Quote, I deem it as being due to you that I should give you notice of my intention. Very truly, M.C. Rerdell. End quote. Now, gentlemen, he comes on the stand and swears that he made this affidavit not being over-persuaded by Bosler, but because Dorsey, with tears and groans, besought him to make it. Yet on the 5th of July, 1882, he says he made it because he was over-persuaded by Bosler. And he says, too, had I remained with the government, my reputation would have been clear, and I have every reason to believe I would have had a good position. He says, I have another opportunity to be entirely relieved from the indictment. These gentlemen say he never was promised immunity. That simply shows you cannot believe Mr. Rerdell when he is not under oath. And what he has sworn to here shows you cannot believe him when he is under oath. This ends Chapter 4, Part 6 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 7 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10, Ingersoll's Closing Address to the Jury in the Second Star Route Trial. Part 7 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 7. Now I come to the affidavit. I will not spend a great deal of time upon it. Mr. Rerdell, with extreme ease, without the slightest hesitation, went through that entire affidavit, picking out with all the facility imaginable every paragraph written by Dorsey and every paragraph written by himself. I was astonished at his exhibition of memory. I finally asked to look at the copy of the paper he had, and when I got that in my hand, I found every word that he swore was written by Dorsey had been underlined with a blue pencil. That accounted for the facility with which he testified. I found afterwards that the paper had been given him by Mr. Woodward, and that he had gone through and marked such portions as Mr. Dorsey wrote, according to his testimony, or had marked those that he wrote, leaving the others unmarked so that at a glance he could tell which way to swear. Before I get through with the papers in this case, there is another thing to which I want to call your attention. All the papers as to which witnesses were called on the subject of handwriting are marked. I will show you that every one has a little secret mark upon it, so that the man who swore might know which way to swear simply by looking at the signature and at no other part. There has been a great deal of preparation in this case. Now Rerdell swears as to the parts of the affidavit that Dorsey wrote and the parts that he wrote. His object in swearing was to entirely relieve Messrs. James and McVeigh from having made any bargain with him to steal Mr. Dorsey's books, and to entirely relieve them from any suspicion, as well as to relieve every other official of the government from any suspicion of having promised him any pay in any shape or manner for the making of this affidavit. He swears in the first place that Dorsey wrote this: "My story captured them completely, and I took occasion to refer to the steamboat route and the Jennings claim. Mr. James remarked that he knew all about the Jennings matter, that Jennings had been badly treated, and he ought to get the money, and should, that he would investigate the steamboat route and see if anything could be done." That was the worst part, and his special agents had reported it. Nevertheless, he would see if something could not be done. On page 2506, in his cross-examination, Mr. Rerdell swears that the words "Mr. James remarked" were not written by Dorsey, but were written by himself. On the same page, he swears that the words "that Jennings had been badly treated" were not written by Mr. Dorsey, but were written by himself. On his examination in chief, he swore that these words were written by Dorsey. On his examination in chief, he swore that Dorsey wrote this, quote, "and to further deceive them and learn their plans, carried the letter book containing the much talked about Oregon correspondence." End quote. Afterward, when cross-examined, he swears, I think upon the same page, 2506, that he himself wrote the words, quote, "carried the letter book containing," end quote, that Dorsey did not write them. He also swears in his examination in chief that Dorsey wrote these words, quote, "making only one mistake, or rather slip, by which Mr. McVeigh could, as a good lawyer, have detected me, and that was by stating that I had kept a set of books." End quote. On his examination in chief, he swears that Mr. Dorsey wrote those words. On cross-examination, he admits that Dorsey did not write them, and that he wrote them. On his examination in chief, he swears that he wrote this himself. He said, quote, "Well, Mr. Rerdell, I am in a position where I cannot make promises, but if you will place yourself in full accord with the government, you shall not lose by it, and I would advise you not to receive any salary from Dorsey this month. It will be all right." End quote. On cross-examination, he takes it back and swears on page 2503 that Dorsey wrote the words, "It will be all right." He was afraid those words might be given too wide a significance and might in some way touch the Attorney General, and consequently he swore that he swore wrong when he swore that he wrote them, that as a matter of fact, Dorsey wrote them. Then on his examination in chief, with the marked paper before him, and having plenty of time to manufacture his testimony, he swore that he wrote the words, quote, "he asked me in his own handwriting, and that Dorsey wrote these words, when I was going to New York to get those books. I replied, on Sunday night. He said, 'Don't put it off too long, as they are all important.'" End quote. On his examination in chief, he swore that Dorsey wrote those words, and on cross-examination he admitted that he wrote every one of those words himself. When he was cross-examined, he had not the paper before him. His memory was not refreshed by the blue pencil mark. So, on his examination in chief, he swore that he wrote the words, quote, "as I was about leaving, he," meaning the Attorney General, "said, 'Mr. Rerdell, you have put yourself in full accord with us, and I have this to say, you shall be well taken care of, and your matters shall be attended to.'" End quote. On cross-examination, on page 2500, he swears that Dorsey wrote the words, "Your matters shall be attended to." But he still admitted that he, Rerdell, wrote the words and put them in the mouth of the Attorney General. "You shall be well taken care of." He says in his letter of July 5th, 1882, quote, "if I had remained with the government, I would have every reason to believe I would have a good position." End quote. What next? Mr. Rerdell, in his examination in chief, swears that he himself wrote these words, Quote, "The next evening I called on Mr. Woodward to see if he had anything more to say, and he told me a place had been found for my father-in-law, and to give the application to Senator Clayton. To make the application for the Interior Department, as it was best not to put him in the Post Office Department for fear of criticism, that the appointment would be made at once. It was all arranged. The next day I saw Clayton, who said the same thing." End quote. On cross-examination, at page 2505, he swears that Dorsey wrote a part of this, that Dorsey wrote the following words, quote, "as it was best not to put him into the Post Office Department for fear of criticism." End quote. When he testified on direct examination, he had this marked paper before him. In the absence of the paper, on cross-examination, he takes his solemn oath that he did not write it, but that Senator Dorsey did. What confidence can you put in that kind of testimony? I would like to have you, gentlemen, sometime, or I would like to have anybody who has the slightest interest in the thing, read this affidavit and see whether it is the work of two or the work of one. You let two men write, one writing one paragraph and the other writing another paragraph, and then you read it. There is no man in the world accustomed to read books that cannot instantly detect the difference in style, the different mode of expression, the different use of language. Nobody can see any difference in the writing. Nobody can see the slightest difference in the mode of expression. The sharpest verbal mechanic that ever lived cannot see a joint between these paragraphs. They emanated from the same brain. They were written by the same hand. And if any man who has ever read one book clear through will read that, he will see that one person wrote it all. But Mr. Bliss tells you that there is a passage that shows the handiwork of S.W. Dorsey, because Dorsey was a politician. He also said that you, Mr. President, had told Mr. Dorsey you could not interfere in this investigation and prosecution, that if you did, the public would say that the President and his secretary, who shall remain nameless, but whose name I could guess, had taken the money of the Star Root ring while they were in Congress, or the Postmaster General and Attorney General had taken it since, and therefore he, Dorsey, must look to the courts for vindication. That is the passage upon which Mr. Bliss relies, amongst other things, to show that this was formed in the brain of S.W. Dorsey. And yet Verdell swears that that passage he wrote himself. It will not do, gentlemen. Now, in order that you may know just about how much force to give to that, let me read you a little from page 2379. And I read this for the purpose of letting you know the ideas that this man Verdell entertains of right and wrong. I want you to get at the moral nature of this man. I want you to thoroughly understand him. When you examine these affidavits, when you think of his testimony, I want you to know exactly the kind of nature he has, and I want you to remember that he came here upon this stand and swore in this case that he did not consider that it was wrong to underline petitions, that he did not think it was wrong to fill up affidavits, and that is the reason he made the affidavit of July 13th, 1882. Although he then knew that these things had been done, still he did not regard them as wrong. You see, it is worth something to get at a man, to get at his philosophy of right and wrong. It is worth something to know how he thinks, why he acts, and when you have found that out about a man, then you know whether to believe him or not. I believe the jury did look at this paper and saw all the parts that had been marked by blue pencil, and those parts, I believe, he said Dorsey wrote. That is the paper he had before him at the time he testified in chief. But when he came to be cross-examined, not having the paper before his eyes, he swore in very many important things exactly the other way. We were all astonished at the facility with which he remembered, he pretending to know what parts he wrote and what parts Mr. Dorsey wrote. I want you to understand this man, and before I get through with him, you will. I want you to know him. Now we come to an exceedingly important thing in this case, in the eyes of the prosecution. It is the principal pillar supporting the testimony of Mr. Rerdell. Without that pillar, absolutely nothing is left, and everything falls into perjured ruin. The first question that arises with regard to the pencil memorandum 31X is who wrote it. And in order to ascertain who wrote it, we must take into consideration all the facts and circumstances that have been established in this case. It is already in evidence, as you remembered, that Rerdell kept a route book. You will also remember that Mr. Dorsey had books of his own, that he had a bookkeeper of his own, Mr. Kellogg, that Mr. Kellogg swears that he kept those books and nobody else ever made a scratch of the pen in them, that he kept them up till the fall of 1879. They were then sent to New York, that Mr. Torrey took possession of those books on the 27th of January, 1880, and kept them continuously to the last of April, 1882, and that nobody else ever put a mark in them. That is the evidence. The evidence also is that there was in those books a complete mail account. The evidence is also that in those books kept by Mr. Kellogg were the charges and credits growing out of the purchase of John Dorsey's interest and Peck's interest in the mail routes. Mr. Merrick: Pardon me, point me to that evidence. Mr. Ingersoll: I will refer to it hereafter. I do not wonder, gentlemen, that they dislike this pencil memorandum. Mr. Merrick: No, sir, I only want to keep you within the correct limits. Mr. Ingersoll: I understand that. I do not blame anybody for disliking that pencil memorandum. Mr. Merrick: You can convict Rerdell as much as you like. Mr. Ingersoll: When you come to show that he is guilty, his countenance will light up with the transfiguration of joy. There will be no more delighted auditor than Mr. Rerdell when his crimes are painted blackest. It shows you the moral nature of the man. Now, as I say, the evidence is that there was a route book kept. That route book contained all the information that Mr. Dorsey or anyone else would want about the routes themselves. Consequently, that there was no propriety in keeping any other set of books. Mr. Rerdell could keep books for himself, but not for S.W. Dorsey. Dorsey had a set of books and had another bookkeeper. Why should he have another set opened by Rerdell? Rerdell kept a route book that gave him all the information that he could possibly desire. Mr. Wilson: Rerdell did not handle the money. Mr. Ingersoll: Of course not. There was no money at that time to handle. They had not got as far as the handle. Now, there is another little point. Why should Dorsey voluntarily put himself in the power of Rerdell by saying, I have paid money to Brady? What was the necessity of it? What was the sense of it? Rerdell was his clerk. Why should he take pains to put himself, the employer, absolutely in the power of his clerk? Why should he take pains to make himself the slave of the man he was hiring by the month? Why did he wish not only to make Mr. Rerdell acquainted with his crime, but to put in the hands of Rerdell evidence written by himself? You see, gentlemen, you've got to look at everything from a natural standpoint. Of what use was it to Mr. Dorsey to keep that account? Dorsey at that time had no partner. Dorsey at that time did not have to respond to anybody. Of what use was it to him to put down in a book, I paid Brady $18,000? Was he afraid that Brady would forget it? Was he afraid that he would forget it? Did he want his clerk to help him keep the secret, knowing that if the secret got wings, it would render him infamous? Let us have some sense. The government introduced it. They also introduced a witness to prove that it was in Dorsey's writing. Rerdell swore that it was. Their next witness, Boone, thought part of it might be and part might not be. It did not look right to him. He rather intimated that Mr. Rerdell wrote part of it. And right there the government dropped. No expert was brought. There were plenty of experts right over here at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, plenty of experts in Philadelphia and New York, plenty of judges of handwriting right up here in Congress, where 20 or 30 senators who sat for 6 years in the Senate with Stephen W. Dorsey, served on the same committees with him, and had seen him write every day, clerks of those committees who had copied page after page of his writing. Not one of them was called. The government, with its almost infinite power, and with everything at its command, brought no expert. That was the most important piece of paper in their case, and yet they allowed their own witness to discredit it. Their own witness swore, in fact, that Rerdell had manufactured the incriminating part of it, and yet they sent for no expert to swear to this writing. Don't you believe that they talked with somebody? Has not each one of you in his mind a reason why they did not bring the ones that they talked with? They left it right there without another word. Now why? Simply because they could get no man to swear, except Rerdell, that this is in the handwriting of S.W. Dorsey. That is the reason. You know that Rerdell kept this as a voucher. What for? Was any money paid out on it? No. Was it a receipt for any money? No. But he kept it as a voucher. You see, he was in a difficulty. How did he come to keep it all this time? It would hardly do for him to say that he did not try to keep it, that it had been in the wastebasket of forgetfulness and then suddenly come to life by a conspiracy of chance and awkwardness. It would not do for him to say that he made it, so that he had to say that he kept it, and then he had to give a reason for keeping it. And what was the reason? He said he kept it as a voucher. I suppose you, addressing Mr. Green, a juror, have kept books. Is that what you would call a voucher? Yet that is the reason the poor man had to give. I pitied the man when he got to that point. I am of such a nature that I cannot entirely, absolutely, and perfectly hate anybody. And when I see the worst man in trouble, I do not enjoy it much. At least I am soon satisfied and like to see him out of it. Here he was swearing that he had this for a voucher. Now there are some little things about this to which I will call your attention. Here is the name of J. H. Mitchell. An account was opened with Mitchell, but he does not tell him to charge Mitchell with anything. There is nothing opposite Mitchell's name. How would he open an account with Mitchell without anything to be charged against him or to be credited? He put in the index of the book, J. H. Mitchell, page 21. You turn over to page 21 and you find Mitchell, debtor to nothing, creditor the same. Silence. Not a cent opposite the name on either side. Mitchell was not an employee. Mitchell was not a fellow they were to have an account with by the day. Then John Smith is rubbed out and Samuel Jones written under it. Rerdell says he wrote Samuel Jones. I say he did not. I want you to look at it after a while and see whether he wrote it or not. Now, gentlemen, it so happened that when this pencil memorandum was introduced, it struck me that M.C.R. looked a great deal like Rerdell's handwriting. And you will remember that I suggested it instantly and said to the jury, look at the M.C.R. Now, gentlemen of the jury, I want you to look at that M.C.R. I want you to see how the first line of the M is brought around to the middle of the letter. And then I want you to see exactly how the C and the R are made. Take it, Mr. Foreman, and look at it carefully. And in connection with that pencil memorandum, 31X, I will ask the jury also to look at the settlement with John W. Dorsey, made in 1879, 87X, and compare the initials MCR where they occur on both papers. MCR occurs twice, I believe, on this, 87X. Now look at the formation of the MCR on both papers, Mr. Lowry, and do a good job of looking too. Now, gentlemen, this is one of the most valuable pieces of paper I've ever had in this case, and it is as good luck as ever happened. I want you to look at the JWD on that paper, then compare it to the JWD on this paper. You cannot spend your time better. I did not suppose I would ever find one paper that would have everything on it, but as if there had been a conspiracy as to this paper, there is an SWD on this paper which is substantially the same as the SWD on the other. The MCR, the SWD, and the JWD on both of these papers are all substantially the same. And I think when the jury have looked at it, they will say they were written by the same hand. Now, gentlemen, there was the testimony of Mr. Boone that he thinks the upper portion of this pencil memorandum, 31X, was written by S.W. Dorsey, that it looks like his handwriting down to and including profit and loss, I believe. I may be mistaken. It may be down to cash. But then after profit and loss came the names J. H. Mitchell and J.W.D., exactly the same J.W.D. that appears on 87X. Now, what paper is that 87X? This is an account of John W. Dorsey against S.W. Dorsey in 1879. He had been out west to take care of some of the routes, and when he came back, he settled, and Mr. Burdell wrote up the account. That is 87X, and I proved that it was made in 1879. I believe the prosecution thought at first that it was 1878. That paper shows that it was manufactured by the one who wrote this paper, and by nobody else. Now, as I said before, there's no account against J. H. Mitchell. Opposite William Smith, there are the figures 18,000. And Burdell says that he wrote Samuel Jones himself at the suggestion of Mr. Dorsey. Again, I ask you, gentlemen, why would Mr. Dorsey give such a paper to Burdell? Why would he give him this false name? Why would he put himself in his power? It is very natural that he should give the amounts $10,500, $10,000 for John W. Dorsey, and $10,000 for Peck, because the evidence shows that those transactions actually occurred. The evidence shows not only in one place, but in many, that the $10,000 was paid to John W. Dorsey. The $10,000 was paid to Peck, and that the $10,500 was advanced at that time by S.W. Dorsey. Consequently, that is natural, and it is proper. But my opinion is that he never wrote one word, one line of the pencil memorandum. It was all made, every mark upon it, by Mr. Burdell. He is the man who made it. Did he have it when he went to McVeigh? No. Did he have it when he went to the Postmaster General? No. Did he have it when he went to Woodward? No. Did he have it when he made his affidavit in July 1882? No, or he would not have made it. Did he have it when he went to Mr. Woodward in September? No, or else Mr. Woodward would have taken the stand and sworn to it. Did he have it when he made his affidavit in November? I say no. Who made it? Burdell manufactured it for this purpose, that he might have something to dispose of to this government, that he might have something to swap for immunity. He kept it as a voucher. Why did not these gentlemen bring Senator Mitchell to show that he had some account with Senator Dorsey in May 1879? Why did not the government bring Mr. Mitchell? They knew that their witness had to be corroborated, They knew that the law distinctly says that such a witness cannot be believed unless he is corroborated. They also know that the law is that unless such a witness is wholly corroborated, he cannot be believed. That you are not allowed to pick the raisins of truth out of the pudding of his perjury. You must believe him all or not at all. He must be received entire by the jury, or with the foot of indignation he must be kicked from the threshold of belief. They know it. Why did they not bring Senator Mitchell to show that he had some account with S.W. Dorsey in 1879? But we heard not a word from them. What more? Rodell says that was either in April, before he went west, or in May, after his return. And at that time, according to his testimony, that is, according to his memorandum, $18,000 had been paid to Mr. Brady for expedition. And then following, in the month of June, before the quarter ended, $18,000 more. That makes $36,000 paid to Brady. What else? $10,000 to John W. Dorsey. $46,000 that makes. $10,000 paid to Peck. $56,000 that makes. He had also advanced himself $10,500. That makes $66,500 advanced, and not a dollar yet received from the government. And that by a man who gave away 70% of a magnificent conspiracy because he had not the money to go on? All you have to do is think about this. Just think of the situation of the parties at the time. I tell you, I am going to stick to this subject until you understand it. Mr. Gibbs swears that the name of Mitchell was not in the books when he saw them, and yet those books were opened from this memorandum. Gibbs is the man who has such control over his mind that he can try not to remember. When I was a boy, I used to hear a story of a man going around saying that nobody could control his mind for a minute, that nobody could think of one thing for a minute without thinking of something else. But there was one fellow who said, I can think of a thing a minute and not think of anything else. He was told, if you do it, I will give you my horse. He is the best riding horse in the country. If you can say the first verse of Mary Had a Little Lamb and not think of anything else, I will give you my horse, and he is the best riding horse in the country. The fellow says, how will you tell? Oh, I will take your word for it. So the fellow shut up his eyes and said, Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that... I suppose you will throw in the saddle and bridle? Mr. Gibbs is the man who had such control of his mind, and he tells you that the name of J.H. Mitchell was not in the book. Mr. Donnelly says he does not remember any such name as J.H. Mitchell, and yet he holds an office. He has the poorest memory for anyone under the present administration I ever saw. He does not remember the name of J.H. Mitchell. Who does remember it? Mr. Burdell. But Mr. Burdell does not say what he had charged to J.H. Mitchell. He does not say what was in the book as against J.H. Mitchell. He fights clear of that charge. And why? He was afraid that John H. Mitchell might testify. According, I think, to Mr. Burdell, there was a charge against Belford on those books. I do not know why Belford's name did not appear on the memorandum, but I will come to Belford afterwards. Mr. Bliss, Mr. Ingersoll, Mr. Donnelly did not mention in any way and is not asked on the subject of Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Ingersoll, I think he is. I will find it after a while if I can, and if I cannot, I will admit that you are right. I do not know where it is. I do not wish to be interrupted. Mr. Bliss, I claim the right. Mr. Ingersoll, well, go on. The poor man had only 7 days in which to make his speech. Mr. Bliss, I have before me Mr. Donnelly's evidence, and he does not mention the name of Mitchell in any manner, and is not asked about it, so far as I can see. I think when the statement is persisted in, there should be some reference given to that page. Mr. Ingersoll, it is on page 2637. Mr. Davidge, and at page 2639, about 2 inches from the top. Mr. Ingersoll, it is sufficient for my purpose, which is this, that he give the names of all the accounts he could remember, and in that list of names he did not give the name J. H. Mitchell. So I think I can fairly say to you that that man did not remember any account against J. H. Mitchell. Mr. Gibbs was asked directly whether there was any account against J. H. Mitchell, and he did not remember any such. Now, the only person who swears to it at all is Mr. Verdell. Then you come across this contradiction. Why should the name of J. H. Mitchell be there with nothing opposite to it? I do not know. The prosecution, of course, will be able to find writing of S. W. Dorsey that will resemble some of the writing on this pencil memorandum. There is no doubt about that. It was written by Verdell in imitation of Dorsey's writing. It is not surprising that writing really written by Dorsey can be found that looks like it. Why? Because it was written in imitation of his writing, and therefore you can find writing of Dorsey's that looks like it. Otherwise, it would not be an imitation. The next question arises, can you find writing of Verdell's that looks like it? Yes, 87X. The MCR and the SWD and the JWD are all exactly like it. Now, is it not infinitely surprising that Dorsey could imitate Verdell without trying and without an object? Is it not perfectly wonderful that this memorandum should be an imitation of Verdell's handwriting when it was written by Dorsey? But if it was forged by Verdell, it is not wonderful that it looks like Dorsey's handwriting. If Dorsey wrote it without thinking of Verdell, I say the accident is infinitely wonderful that he imitated Verdell. Which is more probable, that Dorsey imitated Verdell without design and without trying, or that Verdell imitated Dorsey with a design and when trying to do so? That is the way to put this argument, and I hope the gentleman will answer it. The ingenuity that would be displayed in the answer would 1,000 times pay me for the loss of the point. I want them to account for this, how Dorsey's natural handwriting comes to look like Verdell's, and how it is that this looks precisely like Verdell's in many instances. Why is it, gentlemen? I will tell you. Mr. Verdell has written the initials JWD, SWD, and MCR so often that when he comes to put them upon this memorandum, he forgot to disguise his hand. That is the reason. You find on 87X the JWD precisely as it is on the pencil memorandum. You find the MCR precisely as it is on the pencil memorandum. You see, if you have done the same thing many times with your hand, the hand gets a mind of its own. It is in that way that you learn to play upon the piano. The hand becomes educated and follows the keys through all the mazes of melody without asking one question of the mind. You can write a name so often, you can make initials so often, that when you come to write them, no matter what your object is, the hand, educated with a mind of its own, pursues the old accustomed motions and paths. That is the reason that JWD and SWD and MCR are exactly in the handwriting of Verdell in this pencil memorandum. According to that, Dorsey had paid out in all, I think, about $65,000 or something like that. There is no truth in it, gentlemen. This ends Chapter 4, Part 7 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 8 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10. Ingersoll's closing address to the jury in the second Star Root trial, Part 8 of 24.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 8. Now, in order to prepare your mind for the next point I'm going to make, and in order that you may know something about this man Rerdell, I will give you some further information about him. I do not think you are sufficiently acquainted with this character, and any little points that I have I want to give to you. I want to paint his portrait in every lineament, every mark. I want to give you every hair on his head. Remember that this witness is to be corroborated. He is to be propped up and endorsed. Everybody admits that he is the pewter of perjury and has to be plated with the silver of respectability gotten from someone else. They all admit that. He is an empty bag. Somebody has to fill him up before he can stand upright. They admit that. I want to call your attention to a few things as to which he lacked corroboration. Page 2215. Rerdell swears that Miner told him that the amounts in the bids were filled in by S.W. Dorsey. On page 4177, Miner denies this and says that he filled in the bids with only 2 exceptions. On page 2216, Rerdell swears that the mail matter for J.W. Dorsey, Peck, and Miner was handled by S.W. Dorsey, and that Dorsey said that he was going to take the business out of Boone's hands. On page 3766, Dorsey swears that he had no such conversation with Rerdell. On page 2217, Rerdell swears that S.W. Dorsey applied to him to go west. On page 3768, Dorsey swears that he did not employ him to go west. On page 2218, Rerdell swears that he received instructions from S.W. Dorsey as to what to do on the Bismarck route. On page 3769, S.W. Dorsey swears that that is utterly untrue. On page 2219, Rerdell says that he was instructed to establish a paper post office 60 miles north of the route. What was that for? According to his testimony, there was a mistake in the advertisement, and the route was too long, and this was a device to shorten it by adding 60 miles to it to make a post office 30 miles off route, or 60 altogether, so as to get pay for the increase of distance. If it was to be a fraud, why put the post office off the route? Why not have it on the route? Where would the fraud be if they traveled the 60 miles except in having a post office where none was needed? They certainly would make nothing from the government by traveling the 60 miles. If they traveled the 60 miles, they would be paid for that 60 miles, but if they wanted to pay for the 60 miles without traveling that 60 miles, they would not have put the post office so far off the route. They would have put it on the route, or very near to it, and pretend that it was off the route. Gentlemen, it is infinitely absurd to suppose that Stephen W. Dorsey would have instructed that man to go out in that country and get up a false post office. How long would a fraud like that last and live? How long could the money be drawn for that service in that country? They say no human being lived there. Well, who was the postmaster? Who was to make the reports? How long, in your judgment, would it be before the department would find out that there was no such post office, no postmaster, and no mail? No one could think of a more shallow device than that Stephen W. Dorsey, a man who is blessed with as much brain as any man it is my pleasure to know, would never dream of such an idiotic device. And yet, that is the testimony of Mr. Verdell. It may be that Mr. Verdell, when he got out there, thought he could start a town and make money in some other way, but it will not do to say that Stephen W. Dorsey told him to get up a false and fraudulent post office when Mr. Dorsey must have known that the mail could not have been carried to it but a few days before it would have become known that there was no such post office. They would have to appoint a postmaster, and he would have to live there in his loneliness, a hermit of the plain, and would have to make a report like that from Agate that gave such a delight to Mr. Bliss to read. There was not a letter sent to that place, nor would there be. Mr. Dorsey knew if there was a postmaster appointed, he would have to report, and in 3 months from that time, he would have to report, first, that there was no post office, second, that there had never been any mail, and third, that he did not expect any. You see, it is utterly absurd to lay such a charge at the door of Stephen W. Dorsey. On page 3769, Dorsey swears that the statement is a falsehood, that he never did any such thing. He also denies it on page 3924. On page 2220, Verdell swears that he gave Pennell a petition for a post office. On page 2156, Joseph Pennell swears that he never saw the petition. And on page 2171, that he never signed it, and that none was sent. On page 2221, Verdell swears that he was instructed by S.W. Dorsey to build stations 15 or 16 miles apart and use every third station. On page 3769, S.W. Dorsey swears that no such instructions were given. On page 4092, J.W. Dorsey swears that they started to build the stations about 30 miles apart, and that after he saw General Miles and was told by that officer that there would be and there must be daily mail, then he concluded to build stations between the stations that he had built going over. That is a sensible, straight story. When he went out, they built the station some 30-odd miles apart, and when he talked with General Miles told him that there must be a daily service, and then he determined to build intermediate stations as he went back. What was that testimony sworn to by Verdell for? To make you believe, gentlemen, that Stephen W. Dorsey, when he sent Verdell out, knew that there was to be expedition, and knew it because he was in conspiracy with the second assistant postmaster general. The testimony of John W. Dorsey lets the light in upon that story. The sun rises and the mist goes. And what is his story? I went there and built the stations about 30 miles apart, and when I talked with General Miles, he assured me that there must be expedition and a daily mail. And then I built stations at the intermediate points as we went back. That is the story. It is consistent with itself. Is it not wonderful that the government did not also prove by Pennell that Verdell gave him instructions to build the ranches, and told him that he had been so instructed by S.W. Dorsey? On page 2233, Verdell swears that Miner told him that Vale was close to Brady. On page 4177, Miner swears that it is not true, that he never had any such conversation. Why did they want a man close to Brady? As I explained to you before, gentlemen, they had already, according to their testimony, as they claim, proved that Miner had conspired with Brady, and yet he was going around trying to find a man close to Brady? being a co-conspirator was not close enough. So Mr. Burdell is corroborated there again by Mr. Miner, who swears that what Burdell swears is a lie. On page 2224, Burdell swears that in November 1878, Miner asked him to write certain words in a line on petition 40104. On page 4178, Miner swears that he never asked him to interline any petition. On page 2225, Burdell swears he had a conversation with Vail and Miner on the 20th of December, 1878, at the National Hotel about his employment, and that he had a great many conversations there. On page 4020, Vail swears that there never was any such conversation. On page 4021, Vail also swears that he has no recollection of such conversation then or at any time. On page 4178, Miner swears that the talk was between Burdell and himself and that Vail was not there. On page 2225, Burdell swears that Vail told him that the mail service they had ought to reach $600,000 or $700,000. On page 4021, Vail swears that he does not think he ever said any such thing, does not think it was possible that he ever said any such thing. On page 4179, Miner swears that Vail never made any such statement in his presence. On page 2226, Burdell swears that at the instance of Vail and Miner, he went west January 4th, 1879, to put service on the Rollins route. On 4022, Vail swears that Burdell did not go west at his instance, that Miner gave him, Burdell, a subcontract for the entire pay for the whole term, and that Burdell undertook it on his own behalf. On 4179, Miner swears that he made the arrangements with Burdell himself. On page 2227, Burdell says that Vail and Miner both told him that the service would be increased right away and to make subcontracts with that in view. On page 4180, Miner swears that he gave him no such directions and that Burdell did all he did on his own responsibility and that Vail did not give him any such authority. It is for you to say, gentlemen, which of these men you will believe. On page 2228, Burdell swears that in March 1879, he had a conversation with Vail about an affidavit and received instructions from Vail or Miner. On page 4024, Vail swears that he recollects no such conversation and does not think he ever had it. On page 2228, Burdell swears that Vail said in the presence of Miner that he could get Brady to accept an affidavit from a subcontractor. On page 4024, Vail swears that he is very sure that he did not say so and that he never asked Brady any such question. On page 4182, Miner swears that he never made any such statement in Vail's presence. On page 2228, Burdell swears that a day or two after Vail says he had seen Brady and that Brady had agreed to accept an affidavit from a subcontractor. On page 4024, Vail denies this. On the same page, 2228, Burdell swears that he was instructed by Vail and Miner to write to Perkins and get him to send his affidavit. On page 4024, Vail swears never that he did not know Perkins was a subcontractor. On page 4182, Miner swears that he has no recollection of it and that he never instructed Werdell to send any form of affidavit to Mr. Perkins. On page 2230, Werdell swears that Miner wrote a form of affidavit. On page 4182, Miner swears that he has no recollection of it and that he never instructed Werdell to send any form to Perkins. As a matter of fact, the Perkins affidavit is in the handwriting of Werdell. Yet he tells you that Miner wrote the form. It will not do. On page 2231, Werdell swears that he filled in the blanks under the direction of S.W. Dorsey, that is, of the Perkins affidavit, and filed it under the direction of S.W. Dorsey. On page 3793, Dorsey swears that he never knew there was such an affidavit and that he never gave such instructions. And more than that he never, at any time or place, gave Werdell authority to change any affidavit or any petition that was to be filed. On page 2233, Werdell swears he was instructed to make the subcontract without any reference to expedition, and that he, Dorsey, would guarantee the payments if they were not filed. On page 3771, S.W. Dorsey swears that he gave him no such instructions. On page 2234, Werdell swears that affidavits of Peck and Dorsey were acknowledged in blank. On page 4189, Miner swears that so far as he remembers, they were filled in before they were signed. Again, it may be proper for me to say here, why did not the government call J.S. Taylor, the notary of New Mexico, to prove that the affidavits were in blank when they were sworn to by John M. Peck? Why did they not? The law presumes that every officer has done his duty, and when we find at the foot of an affidavit the certificate of a notary public, the law presumes that the paper above it was in the precise condition at the time the certificate was placed there in which it is then. That is the presumption of law. And there is only one way to overcome that presumption. You must prove to the contrary. One of the easiest ways on earth to do that is to bring the officer. They did not bring J.S. Taylor here from New Mexico, the man before whom Peck acknowledged the affidavit in this case. It would have been easy to have him come and to have asked him whether Peck did not swear to all these affidavits in blank. They did not call him. They had him here once, and that was enough. They did not call him this time. They did not call Rufus Wainwright of Middlebury, Vermont. He is the officer before whom John W. Dorsey swore to these affidavits. The gentlemen of the prosecution say the affidavits were in blank, and yet they dare not put on the stand the notary before whom they were sworn to. It was not because they did not think of it. It was not because they had not the money. The government had money by the millions and agents by the thousand. You recollect how they tried to prove the destruction of those dispatches in the Western Union office? You recollect how they brought here the superintendent, how they brought here agent after agent, how they brought here the man that went around and collected the dispatches, and the man that drove the wagon, and the man that owned the wagon, and the boys that received the dispatches on the street, and the man in the cellar that received them after they got there, and the man that brought them, and the bookkeeper that made out the check to pay for them. They brought the man that receipted for them at the railroad, and they followed them from the railroad to Holyoke, Massachusetts, and they brought the superintendent of the factory and the books of the railroad to show they had arrived. They followed those dispatches from paper to pulp, and yet it never occurred to them to send to Middlebury and get Rufus Wainwright. They never thought to have J.S. Taylor subpoenaed from New Mexico. They had all the conveniences of modern civilization at their command, and yet they never thought of getting Wainwright or Taylor. On page 3771, S.W. Dorsey swears that he never instructed Werdell to get any affidavits in blank. On pages 4126 and 4107, J.W. Dorsey swears that he made none in blank, that he has no recollection of any such thing. On page 2240, Werdell swears that he had a conversation with S.W. Dorsey about getting blank affidavits. On page 3771, S.W. Dorsey denies it. On page 2241, Werdell swears that S.W. Dorsey instructed him to make up the affidavit on Route 41-119 and give him the percent of the increase of pay. What does he say there? From 150 to 200%. Interjection by Mr. Merrick. That was afterwards corrected. End of interjection. I thank you for the suggestion. That happened on Friday. We adjourned until the next Monday morning. He came in the next Monday morning, and he said that he had made a mistake and that it ought to be from 150 to 250%. I immediately went and got the affidavits on the Tokerville route because I said the percentage must be over 200% in that affidavit or he would not have changed. I found in the affidavit that it was 255%, and I found that was why he changed. I followed that out, and I found that was the same route upon which Mr. Werdell stole nearly $5,000, according to the testimony of S.W. Dorsey, and Werdell did not deny it. So much for Tokerville and Adairville. We will come to it again, perhaps. Let me give the pages where all these matters are found. On page 3772, Dorsey denies the conversation about the affidavits, and also on page 3773. Werdell's change of his evidence will be found on page 2277. On page 2243, Werdell swears that while he was in jail, S.W. Dorsey had a key to what he called his, Werdell's, office. On page 3735, S.W. Dorsey swears that he never had a key to Werdell's office and that he was never in the office but twice, both times with Werdell, and that he never took a paper out of the office except what Werdell gave him. It will also be remembered that when Werdell was asked in his examination in chief whether anybody had a key to his office, he replied that S.W. Dorsey had a key to his office. He did not at that time state that his wife had a key. Why? Because he wanted it understood that S.W. Dorsey was the only person that had a key, and that S.W. Dorsey, while Werdell was in jail, went to that office, opened it, and robbed it. On cross-examination, I made him swear that his wife had a key, and we afterwards found that his wife went there. He knew she had a key. Still, in his cross-examination, when asked who had a key, he said S.W. Dorsey. What was that for, gentlemen? So that you could infer that S.W. Dorsey was the only person who had a key, that he went there and robbed that office, as I said before. On pages 2634 and 2635, Mrs. Cushman swears that she went to Werdell's office with Mrs. Burdell. When? About 6 o'clock in the morning, and that they found the office open? No, they found the office locked, but found papers in a confused condition and took away some papers. They were there about 15 minutes. Recollect, this was the third morning that Burdell was in jail. Burdell went to jail Monday evening. That made the visit of Mrs. Cushman and Mrs. Burdell on Thursday morning, and they went there at 6 o'clock. Keep that in mind. Burdell got out of jail on Friday. George A. Calvert, the janitor, visited every room frequently. His testimony is on page 2672. He swears he found the door of Burdell's room unlocked. When? The day before Burdell got out of jail. What time of day? In the morning. What morning was that? Thursday morning. When did Burdell get out of jail? Friday morning. When did Mrs. Burdell and Mrs. Cushman visit the room? Thursday morning. And what time in the morning? 6 o'clock. When did Calvert find the room open? That same morning. The women swear that when they went there, the room was locked. Now the question arises, who opened it? The women. That is all there is to that. Mrs. Burdell, on page 2635, swears that she got the key on the second day after in the evening. That would be Wednesday evening. She used it the next morning, Thursday. On page 2247, Burdell swears that on the 20th of December, 1878, Vail promised him a good salary. On page 4021, Vail swears that he has no recollection of any such promise. That is what they call corroboration. On page 2348, Burdell swears that in May 1879, S.W. Dorsey said, "You know that John is a man of very little judgment. He does not know how to talk to these contractors." On page 3733, S.W. Dorsey swears that there never was any such conversation. On page 2249, Burdell swears, "As secretary and manager, I kept the books for a short time." On page 3636, W.F. Kellogg swears that he, Kellogg, had entire charge of Dorsey's books from the summer of 1872 to the fall of 1879, and that nobody else ever made a scratch of a pen in those books. On page 2270, Burdell swears that Dorsey and Bosler were having a settlement in New York and sent for the books, and that he took the original books over and left them there, and that he went over to New York in June of 1881 and saw both books there, and brought their journal over and left the ledger. On page 3955, Dorsey swears that the first settlement he had with Bosler was in December 1879 or January 1880. Burdell swears that the time he got the copy made of his journal by the Gibbses was between Christmas 1879 and 1880. Dorsey swears there was not another settlement until November 1882, the first settlement being in 1879, and Burdell swearing he took the books over for a settlement shows that he did not have them here in Washington to be copied at the time he says, and at the time other people swear that they copied them. On page 3788, S.W. Dorsey swears that he never sent for any transcript, and that he, Dorsey, referred to the root book, and that Burdell never sent any such book or books as he claimed. On page 2271, Burdell swears that he gave copies of the journal to Dorsey in June 1881. That was the time that he made the affidavit. His language, by any natural interpretation, means that he handed those copies over to Dorsey at the time he made the affidavit on the 20th of June, 1881. On page 3988, Dorsey swears that he did not. And on page 3785, he again swears that he never had them. On page 3784, he again swears that Burdell never brought any book to him except the root book. On page 2271, Burdell swears that Dorsey, on the 13th of May, 1879, had him to make up a statement of the roots showing the prophets, and that he thinks he gave it to Bosler. On page 3875, Dorsey swears that he never made up any such statement by his direction, and that he never gave Burdell such an order. Why should he? According to Burdell's own statement, in which there is not a particle of truth, Dorsey, on the 13th of May, 1879, that very day, had written a letter to Bosler in which he told him about the prophets, about how much it had cost him, and about how much it would cost him, and about how much the prophets would be, and how much he paid to Brady. After writing such a letter to Bosler, containing all the facts, why should he want Burdell to make up a statement that was already in the letter itself? Nobody can answer. There is not a genius enough in this world to make the answer. On page 2272, Burdell swears that he saw 7b, which is a petition, in 1879, and that there were 3 words in his own handwriting that were not there when he first saw it. The 3 words being, "and faster time." He also swears that he was instructed to put them in by S.W. Dorsey. I now say that Mr. Burdell never wrote those 3 words. On page 783, it appears that 7b was filed April 18, 1879. On page 3786, S.W. Dorsey swears that Burdell's statement is false. I will now turn to the testimony of George Sears about the petition 7b, which Burdell swears was altered by interlineation of the additional 3 words, "and faster time." The page is 829. Here comes a witness of the government, apparently a good and honest man, and he swears that the words, "and faster time," were in that petition when he signed it. I will take his word for it. I will take his guess as against the other man's oath. On page 2273, Burdell swears that he altered 11b and 12b by instructions of S.W. Dorsey. Now, gentlemen, Stephen W. Dorsey got such a momentum of crime on him and got running at such a rate that he could not stop. And whenever a petition came in, he had it altered without reading it. It did not make a bit of difference what the petition asked for. He just said to his clerk, "Look and see if there's not any line in here you can add something to. I want something put in it, and I want it put in now." Mr. Burdell says he did these things without any thought. He just made the changes as he was told, without considering whether it was right or wrong. He told you here on the stand that at one time he was requested to get a petition, and he had a lot of names on hand, and so he just wrote a petition and stuck the names to it. He did not even remember the route it was on. It was a matter of so little importance that he did not change his memory with it. He was told to get a petition in the regular way, and instead of doing that, he said he took some names that he had and just wrote a petition and stuck the names on because that was easier. And it was a matter of so little importance, he really did not remember. He was like the gentleman in Texas who was tried for murder, but did not remember the name of the man he had killed. He did not charge his mind with it. This ends Chapter 4, Part 8 of 24. Chapter 4, Part 9 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 10. Ingersoll's closing address to the jury in the second Star Route trial, Part 9 of 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Part 9. Now for 11b. Quote by the Honorable D.M. Key, Postmaster General. We, the undersigned, citizens of the state of Colorado, residing near and getting our mail at Muddy Creek Post Office on Route 38135 from Pueblo to Greenhorn, respectfully represent. Interjection by Ingersoll. I never noticed before that the P is interlined in the word represent. I have no doubt that it was done by order of Dorsey. End of interjection. That it is necessary that the service on said route should be increased from 2 trips per week to 6 trips per week, and a faster schedule. This section of the country is being rapidly settled by people of intelligence, and we ask the increased service for the benefit of us who have already made our homes here, and also as an inducement to others to settle. We also request that the schedule time be reduced so as to run from Pueblo to Greenhorn in 8 hours, so that citizens along the route may get their mail at a seasonable hour. Close quote. I have read the petition as it was in the first place. The government tells you that after the petition came here, and after it had been submitted to Stephen W. Dorsey, he told his clerk to add in the first part of the words, on quicker time. And yet, if he had read the last paragraph, he would have seen quicker time was there called for. Rerdell says Dorsey told him to insert the words on quicker time. And when I read this last paragraph to him, he was stuck. Then what did he say? When he got into that little corner and was looking for a mouse hole, he said he didn't read it and didn't know that it was there. Do you believe that a man like Stephen W. Dorsey would deliberately have a petition changed, would deliberately forge a petition without knowing what was in it, and without knowing whether the necessity existed for changing it or not? That falsehood has not even a fig leaf to cover its absurdity. Here is 12b. It would not have taken long to have read that. Rerdell said Dorsey had him put in the words, and a faster schedule. I will read that last paragraph to that. Quote, we also respectfully request and urge that the running time be reduced so as to run from Pueblo to Greenhorn in 8 hours, so that citizens along the line may get their mails in a seasonable hour. Close quote. He says Stephen W. Dorsey, a man of sense, got that petition, read it all over, and then told this fellow to put in and a faster schedule, when right in the next paragraph it asked for 8 hours. A man who will swear that way had rather tell a lie on 90 days' credit than to tell the truth for cash. Just look at it. That is what they call a corroboration. The more you look at this testimony, the more absurdities you find. Every truth has an infinite number of signs. Every truth has to fit an infinite number of things. Infinite wisdom could not manufacture a falsehood that would stand the test of investigation. On page 2272, Rerdell says, speaking of the three petitions 7b, 11b, and 12b, we, meaning S.W. Dorsey and himself, had examined these petitions together, and he, meaning S.W. Dorsey, told me to put in the clause for expedition. Now, 7b was filed April 18th. That is the day he left for the West, and 12b were filed on the 8th of May. If they had them all at one time together, and if he and Dorsey had talked about them, why were they not filed at the same time? Why was one filed on April 18th and the other two on the 8th of May? That testimony of Rerdell's will not do. On page 2279, Rerdell says that he found among Dorsey's papers the tabular statement about the middle of April 1879. The first column was the number of the route, the second the termini, in the third the pay, in the fourth the anticipated pay by percentages, and in the fifth the percentage to TJB. 33 1/3, with the figures carried out at the end of the column. He tells you that he had that tabular statement when he first went to McVeigh. That tabular statement was in the handwriting of S.W. Dorsey. Yet the Attorney General was not satisfied. He wanted that backed up by a book not in the handwriting of S.W. Dorsey. That will not do. Rerdell also tells you that at the time he went to the Attorney General, he not only had that tabular statement, but he had a letterpress copy of the original letter that Dorsey wrote to Bosler on the 13th of May, 1879. He had that letter, the original of which was in Dorsey's handwriting, in which he admitted he had paid Brady $20,000. He had the tabular statement in Dorsey's own handwriting, in which he was to pay 33 1/3% to Brady. Yet the Attorney General did not think there was sufficient evidence and said, "You had better go to New York and steal a book that Dorsey never wrote a word in." Oh no, that will not do. On page 2280, Rerdell swears that he lost that memorandum. I guess he did. On page 3785, S.W. Dorsey swears that he never made any such memorandum. On page 2280, Rerdell swears that he employed Gibbs and wife to make a true and correct copy of the books in March 1880. That he was directed by S.W. Dorsey to send him a true transcript of the books in order to settle with Bosler, and that Gibbs and wife copied the Journal and Leisure, and that he sent the copy to New York. On page 3788, Dorsey swears that he never heard of the employment of Gibbs and wife, and that he never received any such books or transcripts. On page 2644, Gibbs swears that his wife copied only the Journal, not the Leisure. Yet Rerdell swears that he copied the Journal and the Leisure. On page 2644, Gibbs again swears that Rerdell brought him one book. What color was it? Red, brown, or black? Rerdell says he took him 2 red books. Gibbs swears that he got 1 brown book or 1 black book. That is what they call corroboration. On page 2320, Rerdell swears with regard to the paper 2A that the words schedule 13 hours were written by Miner. If those words, schedule 13 hours, were not written by Rerdell, then they were written by somebody else. Document 2A is here handed to Mr. Ingersoll. I guess this is a petition that was fixed up. It looks as if it had been to a hospital. Rerdell says Miner wrote the words, schedule 13 hours. Just look at that word 13, gentlemen. You have no idea how it affects your imagination and brain to be indicted 7 times. On page 2209, Boone swears with regard to the same paper and the same words that there is nothing in the handwriting to indicate that it was written by Miner, that it is a backhand, a changed handwriting. On page 4186, Miner swears that it is absolutely not true, that the words schedule 13 hours are absolutely and positively not in his handwriting, and further, that he never filed the petition. Gentlemen, evidence of handwriting is very unsatisfactory necessarily. Men do not always write the same. The same man does not always write the same hand. There is the difference of pen, the difference of ink, the difference of paper, the difference of position, and the difference, too, of the man's feelings. At one time, he feels in splendid health, and at another time he may be tired and worn out. The paper may not be in the same position. The slope of the desk may be different. Countless reasons change the handwriting of a person, and when a man swears that certain handwriting is or is not another's handwriting, he must swear on the general appearance. He must swear on the impression that it first makes upon him. I know Mr. Smith, and I know Mr. Jones, but it may be that I could not describe the differences in the faces of the 2 men so that a stranger could afterwards tell them. Yet I know them. It is the effect of all the features upon me. I cannot say it is because of the ear of one, or his nose, or his mouth. I know the combination. I remember the grouping of the features and the form, and it is all I remember. If I am shown a paper and asked, "Is that Mr. Smith's handwriting?" I say it is, or I say no. Why? Because it looks like it, or does not look like it. I cannot recognize it because an E is made a certain way, or because a D is turned in a certain way, because the next day he may turn it the other way. You have got to go on the general impression. On page 2336, Rerdell swears that the oath on Route 38140, marked 5E, was filled in by S.W. Dorsey, that the word 12 was written by him, Rerdell, after it was filed, and was written because Turner told him that the schedule must be 12 hours, that Turner handed him the oath, and he thereupon changed the 15 to 12. On page 3355, Turner swears that he had no knowledge of any alteration in any affidavit. On page 3793, S.W. Dorsey swears that he did not know there was any such affidavit, and he also frequently swears that he never asked Rerdell to change any affidavit that had been filed, and that he never gave such orders. These gentlemen find one affidavit about which we did not ask Mr. Dorsey particularly, and they say, "You have not contradicted that." When a man swears that he never gave an order about any affidavit, that covers every affidavit. On page 2337, Rerdell swears that the oath marked 20F on Route 38145 was filled in by him after it was signed under the direction of S.W. Dorsey. On page 3793, Dorsey denies giving any such directions. On page 2338, Verdell swears that blanks in the oath 22F, the second oath, were filled in by S.W. Dorsey, but will not say whether before or after execution. On page 3771, Dorsey says he did not remember doing any such thing, but certainly there is no evidence that Dorsey did this after the affidavit had been made. On page 2339, Verdell swears that the words 96 in the petition 14H were written by Minor. Boone, on page 2709, declines to say that Minor wrote them. On page 4273, Minor swears that the words are not in his handwriting, that he never wrote them. On page 2298, Verdell swears that he signed a check S.W. Dorsey by M.C. Verdell, and that he had that check at home. It may be that it is one of the checks drawn upon Middleton's bank that we could not find. On page 2340, Verdell says that the oath marked 8I en route 44-140 was filled in by him in Washington after it was signed and sworn to under the direction of S.W. Dorsey. On page 3792, S.W. Dorsey denies that he gave any such directions. On page 2342, Verdell swears that S.W. Dorsey signed the name of J. M. Peck to the warrant 55G. I have forgotten the day that draft was given, but I think it was on the second day of August. It was paid on August 25th, 1880. All I have to say is that there was an abundance of time for that draft to go to New Mexico and to be signed by John M. Peck. There was thousands of time. It makes not the slightest difference who signed the name of John M. Peck to that warrant. The question is, was that money coming to John M. Peck? No. John M. Peck had sold out his interest. He was not entitled to $1, and it made no difference who signed his name to the check. Does it show that there was a conspiracy if Dorsey signed his name after Peck had sold out his interest in the roots? Any draft coming to him came to him simply as the trustee, and the draft was for the benefit of the person who bought him out. Suppose Mr. Dorsey had signed his name. Would that prove that there was any conspiracy? It would simply be in accordance with his right as the matter then stood. He was entitled to that draft, and Peck was not entitled to that draft. Why? Because he had bought him out and paid him $10,000 for his interest. That was all. Yet they would claim if that draft happened to be endorsed by Mr. Dorsey, that it would be evidence of a conspiracy entered into in the fall of 1879. On pages 2348 and 2361, Verdell says that figures were inserted in all affidavits given him by S.W. Dorsey, except on route 41-119, and that Dorsey told him, Verdell, to put them in the blanks. On page 3793, S.W. Dorsey denies that. On page 2223, Verdell says that in August 1878 he had a talk with Minor, who said that they could do nothing while Boone was in the combination, that Brady was hostile to Boone, and that Boone's place was to be taken by Vail, and that Minor asked his opinion about Vail and asked what Verdell thought about Dorsey's approving it, adding that Vail was very close to Brady. On page 4177, Miner swears that he has no recollection of the conversation and does not believe any such conversation ever occurred. But they say that when a paper was handed to Mr. Miner, an affidavit, for instance, he could not give you the history of it. He could not tell you where he was when he wrote it. He could not tell you where he was when he filled it. I would not have believed his testimony if he could. He had to take care of some 96 routes. Upon these routes, there were numberless papers, notices from the department, notices of fines and deductions, of remissions, and everything of that kind. On each route, there were probably 100 papers, and maybe more. Petitions, affidavit, and papers of all descriptions. If a man should stand up here 5 years afterward and pretend that he knew the history of each paper, I would know that he had not the slightest regard for the truth. Mr. Miner said, when he was shown a paper, "I don't remember ever having seen that paper before. I don't remember when it was written." That was the truth. If he had wished to stain his heart with perjury, he would have said, "Yes, I remember it. I know absolutely the time I wrote it. I know I sent it to New Mexico. I know it was filled up before it was sworn to." But he was honest enough, and he was brave enough to face the truth and say, "I don't remember." And I respected him for it when he did it. Whenever you hear the truth, as a rule, the first thought is, maybe it won't do. But if it is the truth, the longer you think about it, the better it seems. While if it's a lie, the longer you think about it, the worse it gets. It would have been, apparently, to Mr. Miner's interests to say, "I remember it perfectly," but the man had honor enough to tell the truth. And when you come to investigate his evidence, it sounds much better than though he had pretended to remember time and place. I call your attention to page 2446. That is about the affidavit. On page 2384, Burdell speaks of the charges made to Samuel Jones and James B. Belford for $2,000. Then Mr. Bliss, in his speech, which I will come to after a while, says that Mr. Burdell spoke about a charge to JBB. He never did. Never. He said James B. Belford. I started the JBB business. I was the first one who ever said it, and Mr. Burdell never swore JBB. Then they sent out to Denver to get a fellow who had the same initials. I will come to this man after a while. On pages 2429 and 2430, Burdell swears that he had 2 balance sheets of the books made by Donnelly, that he showed them to McVeigh and Woodward. How does it happen that Woodward was not sworn about it? Nothing would have been of more importance if they wished to prove the existence of the 2 red books than to prove by Woodward that Mr. Burdell in June 1881 showed him copies of those balance sheets or the balance sheets themselves. They did not bring Mr. Woodward to the stand. Why? Mr. Woodward, in my judgment, had he come upon the stand, would have sworn to the truth. Burdell says, "I do not know where they are." Then he paused. Then I saw the working of his mind just as plainly as though his skull had been opened. He got himself together and swore that he gave them to Dorsey in July 1882. He had to get them out of his hands some way. On page 3736, S.W. Dorsey swears that he, Burdell, did not give him any balance sheets. On page 2434, Burdell swears as to the papers he gave to Dorsey, the original journal and copy of the Oregon correspondence made by Miss Nettie L. White. Miss White was not called. He gave these, he says, to Dorsey July 13, 1882. On page 2793, Dorsey swears that he did not give them to him, nor did he give a paper of any kind. On page 2461, Burdell is asked if he did not admit to Judge Carpenter in January 1882 that he had a memorandum written by himself, which he showed to James and McVeigh, and that he made it so much like Dorsey's handwriting that he did not think anybody could tell it. What was his answer? I may have done so. Honest man. On page 2462, in answer to the question, did you not tell Carpenter that you brought no book from New York? The honest man answered, very likely I said I brought no book over from New York. On the same page, in answer to the question, did you not tell French that you were trying to entrap James? He admits that it is likely he was. On page 2463, he admits that he may have told French that he had learned to imitate the handwriting of Dorsey so well that Dorsey himself could not tell the imitation, and that he wrote that memorandum in pencil because he could the more easily deceive. Honest man. Mr. Bliss holds S.W. Dorsey up to scorn because he endeavored to turn the two men out of the cabinet on the testimony of Burdell. And yet he is trying to put 4 men in the penitentiary on the same oath. Do you not think that it is better to get a man out of the cabinet than to put another into the penitentiary? And do you not think it is better that a man be put out of office than that he be put into the penitentiary, his family destroyed, and his home left to ruin upon the oath of a man who swears that the oath was a lie? Dorsey was an awfully wicked man to try to get Mr. McVeigh out of office on Burdell's testimony. But now they turn around and want to put Mr. Vail and Mr. Minor into the penitentiary on the same testimony. The other testimony was the best because we did not promise him immunity. I will come to it after a while. On page 2465, Burdell swears that he did not have any pencil memorandum that he showed to McVeigh, claiming that it was in the handwriting of Dorsey, and was asked, did you not tell Bosler that you had? What does he say? Possibly I did. Did you not tell Bosler that you wrote it? Possibly I did. S.W. Dorsey swears on page 3810 that Burdell told Bosler that it was in the waste basket, and Bosler took the pieces out and put them together. Burdell says he had written it, and in pencil, so that it would look more like Dorsey's handwriting. Why did you not ask Bosler about it, gentlemen, when you had him on the stand to prove your letter? Even Mr. Bliss in his speech asked, why didn't they call Bosler? Why didn't you have the fairness to tell all the circumstances? I will tell them all when I get to that part of it. Why did you not tell them that you had looked all through Mr. Bosler's books? On page 2466, Burdell swears that he did not get that memorandum out of the wastebasket, but got a note from McVeigh, and that Dorsey was present. On page 3810, Dorsey swears that it was a pencil memorandum imitating his, Dorsey's, hand closely. On page 2466, Burdell admits that he very likely told Bosler in June 1881 that he had no book on the train and brought none from New York. In answer to my question, he says, possibly I did, or probably I did, tell Bosler. I cannot bring other witnesses to contradict him when he admits that he did. That is enough for me. On page 2467, he admits that he very likely told Judge Wilson about the affidavit. That if he told him anything, he told him that no such book existed, and that there was no necessity for any book except an expense book. On page 2469, Burdell swears that he had a copy of the daybook and ledger in June 1881 in Dorsey's office, that Dorsey took them that day, and that they had been there ever since they were made to be carried to Congress. Then he began to gather his ideas, and he says, hold on, I am mistaken. Those books were all sent over to New York before that, in the summer of 1880, when I carried the originals over for the last settlement I was present at, between Dorsey and Bosler. There was no settlement in 1880, the time he speaks of. Mr. Merrick then says, question, there were 2 sets of those copies? That would be 4 copies and 2 originals? Answer, no, sir. On page 3955, S.W. Dorsey swears that he had the first settlement with Bosler in December 1879 or January 1880, and had no subsequent adjustment until November or December 1882. No settlement between those dates. Yet Burdell says that he took those books over in the summer of 1880 for a settlement, when there was no settlement, and at the same time carried the originals. A moment before, he had sworn that the originals were there in the office in June 1881. On page 2470, Burdell swears that he did not give the books to Dorsey in 1881. On page 2447, he swears that he did not have the balance sheet in New York, that he had it in the office in June 1881. On page 2479, Burdell, in speaking of the pencil memorandum, was cornered, caught. He said, I have kept it as a voucher. Then finally he admits that it was not his property, but was the property of Dorsey, and the last admission he made upon that subject was, I stole it. He says that while he was in jail, somebody got into the office and destroyed his papers. And yet, on page 2480, he tells that the first time it ever occurred to him to use that pencil memorandum was after the first trial was over. Can you believe that? He was trying to steal it on the 13th of July, 1882, was trying to go over to the government on the 5th day of July, 1882, and did not think that he had that pencil memorandum? Writing a letter on that day to Dorsey, giving him notice that he was going to desert him, saying in that very letter that he had been persuaded by Bosler to make the first affidavit, saying that he was making preparations to go to the government, was going to set himself right, and yet did not remember the pencil memorandum? Why? Because he manufactured it afterward. He says that within a day or 2 after he was out of jail, he found this paper a second time. He found it before and laid it carefully away as a voucher. Then he lost sight of it. Then he was trying to sell it to the government, and he forgot about it. Trying to blackmail Bosler and Dorsey, and forgot about it. When he got out of jail, he found it. That will not do. How does he say it got to his house? His wife carried it from the office while he was in jail. And yet he would have us believe that Dorsey broke into that office and stole all the papers. And yet he says that was in the office, and Dorsey did not take it. It will not do. He manufactured that paper after that time. On page 2481, Burdell swears that he did not know that he had that paper at that time. At the time, he says his wife got the papers. Well, I say he did not. I say he made it afterward. On page 2490, Burdell swears that he had those red books in the office at 1121 I Street, that he never made any effort to conceal them. And yet Kellogg never saw one of those books, never saw Burdell working upon them, and never saw them in the office. On page 2491, Burdell swears that he thinks Kellogg did some work on those red books, that Kellogg helped him, Burdell, make the first entries. On page 3636, Kellogg swears not only that he did not help him to make those entries, but positively swears that he never even saw any such books. On page 3635, Kellogg swears positively that Burdell did not keep any books, but a private expense book and route book, and that he, Kellogg, never saw any other books, that he never saw a ledger or journal in red leather kept by Burdell. He swears that he himself kept the 3 books, the journal, ledger, and cash book, and that Burdell never made an entry in them. On page 2512, Burdell swears that he never imitated Dorsey's handwriting or tried to in Kellogg's presence. On page 3636, Kellogg swears that he saw him do it. On the same page, 2512, Burdell swears that he never signed Dorsey's name to show Kellogg that he could imitate it. On page 3636, Kellogg swears that he did do it. I have just given you a few, gentlemen, of the corroborations of this man Burdell. Recollect that you cannot believe him unless he is corroborated. If you believe him at all, you have got to believe all, unless you believe that he is mistaken. Where a man comes on the stand as an informer, and I do not call him an informer, even in that capacity he has to be taken altogether or not at all. This ends Chapter 4, Part 9 of 24.